We're talking about dinner. I was like, what are you talking about? But welcome in, DK Sim Fam. Happy Monday. Hope you're feeling good, feeling fresh. If you're not, we're going to get you there because it's a feel-good Monday. Every day's a feel-good day. But especially today, we got a fresh month, short month. We got a fresh week, and it is Super Bowl week. I'm Jason Rossi. With me is this handsome, long-haired fella, Christian DeAndrea. Christian, how you doing, dude?
I'm doing well, a little tired, a little exhausted. Big day yesterday, obviously, not just because I was outside shoveling snow for 2 hours, but also we had a cavalcade of non-essential sports, but good sports. And of course, we're talking about the Royal Rumble and not the
Oh, yeah.
Pro Bowl. I didn't even watch the Pro Bowl this year. It hurt my heart. I was fine missing it, especially a completely virtual one. But did enjoy the Royal Rumble, which we can get to, of course, down the line, unless this is a banger of a sim, which it could be.
Even if it is, I don't care. I don't care if it's a banger. There's going to be a play or two we can jump in with some Rumble stuff. But when it comes to this matchup, Christian, we got the Bucks. By the way, if you didn't hear already, newsflash, they're in the Super Bowl this Sunday.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I forgot about the Super Bowl because I feel like it was 10 years ago, the last time we saw real NFL action. But them and the Cards, lineups haven't locked yet. But was this, for me, I had a lot of difficulty creating a lineup. What for you, where do you kind of see things here?
No, it's same boat there. Just a lot of guys who can contribute and a few big-time playmakers, no one you really had to have on the roster. I mean, Kyler Murray has that big-time potential, but has only cracked 20 points once in his last 5-6 sims. So I actually stayed away from him. I invested heavily in that Buccaneers offense, and for me, the captain is a guy who's been on a little bit of a tear lately, Mike Evans. 13 plus in each of his last 4 sims. Relatively cheap in the captain spot. I think he was like 12-2 or something like that. So
he was 12-3. So right there.
Yeah, put him in the captain spot, built around him. So I got Brady, Godwin, Lenny Fournette, Scotty Miller, and my token Arizona Cardinal, old Christian Kirk, his guy's named Christian. Stick to him. How about you?
You know what? Good, very similar thought process. Was looking at the recency of some of these teams and what they've done. Kyler Murray's been hit or miss. I did put him in the lineup. Okay. He's done every other, and this is actually potentially an off day, but I said I had the funds, so I went Captain Mike Evans as well, so we'll be following each other there. I have Tom Brady, Chris Godwin. I threw in the Cardinals DST literally because it was the bottom of my budget because, I got to fit in a kicker. I got Zane Gonzalez. So I got basically the big three for the Buccaneers. And don't let that happen again. I will quit right on the spot. And Kyler Murray with Zane Gonzalez and the Cardinals DST. We'll see here as we have, by the way, yesterday, like right now, I'm going to peel back the curtain, Christian. I look at you during the pregame. That's how I've done it. Because sometimes I look at the screen, and I think it's better to look at you on the full screen that we have. Yesterday, I missed the kick return. Oh, nice block there defensively. But me and Tom just completely whiffed on the opening kickoff. Just missed it. There was a return yesterday for the Bills. Very rare that it happens, but yeah, we totally whiffed that one.
I've only seen 2, maybe 3 in my whole sim career, and the 2 that I definitely saw were back-to-back in the final 30 seconds of a game. Just absolute lunacy.
It happens. Also, big shout to our guy, Bry Guy, on the 1s through 7s, hooking it up with those creamsicle jerseys for the Bucks. He's doing the technical side today. We have Andrew, or as we like to call him, producer Drew, with us, Frangelico and Jared on ops, our dudes. We got a great crew here on a Monday. Smash a like on your way in. Hope you guys are feeling great. It's Super Bowl week. Now, Christian, obviously, we're teaming up a ton this week. I'm excited about that. But we also have like 6 more days. But as we sit here today, and as Edge 95 asks, Christian, give me your Super Bowl pick so I can fade. I don't know about that. But right as of today, where do you sit right now? Chiefs, Bucks, Sunday night, about 6 o'clock kickoff.
Well, first off, if you go to NFLPickWatch.com, you will see that I am actually among the 300 or so expert pickers out there. I am currently ranked number 1 somehow.
Oh, in your face, Edge!
But at the same time, I am kind of garbage in the postseason, man. My postseason picks have been, I'm batting exactly 500, so maybe don't listen to me. Listen to me in the regular season for meetings games. I can give you some insight on that Cowboys-Giants game in Week 16, sure. But when it comes to postseason, just fade me. I will not oppose that idea. For me, I'm baffled that the Chiefs didn't open up as a bigger favorite. I think this was the last time these two teams met. Kansas City pretty much had this game in hand early. They had a 90+% win probability 10 minutes into this game. And they kind of let off the gas a little bit. The Buccaneers came back. They made it look closer than that game actually was. So I think a lot of people are going back and saying, well, the Bucs only lost by 3 in Kansas City, and now you got touchdown Tom in the postseason. Why would you ever fade them? And I get it. They're also playing their first ever home Super Bowl. So very cool. But at the same time, I think the Chiefs just have too much firepower. I think they're going to run a race that the Buccaneers won't be able to keep up in. And I think my call out, I think it was like 31-20 was my official prediction over at Watch. But by all means, feel free to fade that.
Yeah, as if we are right now today, I'm leaning Bucs because I feel that they've just hit this stride, and I also want to see them win, so I guess that's also it. I think as the week goes on, we actually like the practices happen, we get injury reports, a little nuance, especially want to see what's going on with the O-lines on both teams because nobody really talks about that huge element of the game. Got another third down. Looks like another completion here. Kyler Murray has it, and another first down. They had 3rd and 9 last time. Drake got it. This time it's going to the old vet, Larry Fitzgerald. So 36-yard line here for the Cardinals on the opening drive. Halfway through your first quarter, Christian DeAndrea, Jason Rossi. We're talking a little Super Bowl. Who do you guys got? Like, you can, SimFam, just throw it out. Like, you don't worry. We're not holding you to it. Bry Guy, Frangelico, Jared, Andrew, Drew. Like, let us know. Like, who are your picks as of today? Still plenty of time to change.
You can always go back. But the one thing that I am concerned about is the Chiefs' rushing offense, especially now Vita Vea back, mountain size.
And he looked good.
Yeah, he did, and he is such a difference maker up front for a guy that if you just looked at the box scores, you'd never be like, oh, this guy was worth a first-round pick. Like, he looks like an average starter, but no, he is so massive. He's got that kind of Ted Washington approach where he's just immovable. He is so much bigger than everyone else in a land of giants, and anytime you can get a massive Pacific Islander in the middle of your defensive line, you should absolutely do it because those guys are big and agile and monsters. And I've enjoyed the Via comeback, even though it really shut down the team out for last week.
The old pack.
Yeah, the old pack is that might have taken Pierre Paul may have just taken this Cardinals team out.
Don't say it. I want Zane Gonzalez, big boot here. Come on, show me the legs, Zane. Let's get insane with it. But look at this, a 54. They might give it 53, depending. So you got to hit it first.
54 from here.
Oh, it's got the leg. It's looking dipping. Oh, good. A little short.
It looked like it was wide as well.
Maybe wide left as well. Yeah. So Brady and the Bucs taking over in Tampa, where the Super Bowl will take place. Might as well just leave that big old flag there because it's so bizarre. First team in the history of the NFL to host the Super Bowl game. Is it passed on Brady, short 5-yard completion? Okay, let's see some of the picks you guys threw out there. I see Buccaneers. Who else? Yeah, Bucs by edge. The Guru says the pressure of the Super Bowl won't matter this time. Gonna be an exciting game, but we'll give the Chiefs the victory. Chiefs are gonna blow out the Bucs, says Ryan. Okay. Yeah, we'll talk about. Don't worry, I see you all in there. We're gonna talk a little Royal Rumble. I promise you that. 26. Yeah, the field goal didn't work out. Bucs, Carter taking the Bucs. So far it seems like leaning Bucs in the chat, but let's not underestimate that Chiefs offense and when they can just snap their fingers or like back in the day, like Bewitch, wiggle their nose and just magically come back. That's what they do.
Dude, I'm looking over the Twitch chat now and producer Brian talking it out with Germ and Germ wanted throwback Patriots jerseys, but he doesn't want it looks like he doesn't want the classic Pat Patriot red and white, the shoulder stripes. He looks like he wants the mid-90s, the Vincent Brisbees with the giant Elvis head on the shoulder pads and like the heavy blue.
Yeah. Those I call, what are those pants, like Zumba pants? But those have the wiggles. There's a type of pants, like it was like the soccer shorts, if you would. What are those called?
Umbros.
Umbros, thank you. Sorry, Umbros. Sorry, I was reading Brian's thing. By the way, just quickly in the contest, Kyler Murray still the highest owned, but this one's a pretty close one. 66, Brady at 60, Goodwin at Godwin, should I say, at 53, Drake at 52, Mike Evans at 49. Christian and I both have him captained.
Looks like it was a tip drill there to Evans.
Yeah, got it.
25 already, so not a bad start for the wide receiver one who didn't have a great year, but was a wonderful red zone target, as you'd expect from a dude who's like 6'5", 240.
Brother Phil, I just got to read it because, I'm going to read as much as I can here today. Brother Phil says, hey, Rossi, still no body talking. Nobody, I think it's mean. Sorry, it's a space. Or maybe it was. He said, nobody talking about Steve Spagnuolo and the two absolute magnificent game plans he came up with against Brady in the two giant Super Bowls. Overlooking coaching again. Spags is a factor. That, you know what? It's a good point. It's a really strong point. And Brother Phil, I'll be honest, when the matchup was set, 8 days ago, I think that was like a little part of the factor. We've had so much time. Brady throws it away.
Barely gets it away, but hey, it saves a bunch of yardage on that one.
Yeah, I do agree, though. I think by like Wednesday of this week, you're going to see that storyline start to come out. Because now last week was more of like reacting to the Bills and the Packers losses and obviously the trades and all the rumors of Watson. And now we have official with Stafford. I think Super Bowl hype is going to get real Wednesday, Thursday. And I think that Spagnuolo story will start to creep out. So, but good call on you by you, Brother Phil. Maybe the post route might write about it. Just saying.
No.
Oh, no, and the ball's on the ground. Picked up. He's going to lose nearly 22 yards on the play. Huge sack there, Christian, by this Cardinals defense to wrap up quarter one.
Dude, they are bringing some serious heat on this one. And Tom Brady playing like he did play at the end, the second half of that Packers game when they got pressure.
Giving it to them.
He crumbled a little bit, and that's going to be a big deal because the Chiefs have a better pass rush than the Packers that generate more pressure. It's going to be very interesting to watch that. Although, as Carter Robinson brings up in that YouTube chat, Chief, they're going to be missing a couple of very important offensive linemen going up against a stellar pass rush. They can bring pressure from the inside, from the outside. Shaq Barrett is for real. Jason Pierre-Paul having a nice renaissance season. Those guys combined to beat the crap out of Aaron Rodgers in the NFC title game. It's going to be one of those days where if Mahomes can escape and do those frustrating Patrick Mahomes things where he gets outside the pocket and then he flips a pass with like his left hand, underhand, no look, Tyreek Hill catches it and runs 99 yards per time. If they can do that once or twice, it's going to be a very, very long day for the Buccaneers because if they have their main defensive strength just neutralized like that, there's a lot to like about that Buccaneers defense, but I don't think coverage is one of them after what we saw in Green Bay. And as great as I think those young cornerbacks are, they are a bit volatile. We definitely saw that from Sean Murphy punting and maybe got away with a few too many holding calls.
A little yank.
A little give and give. Anyway.
It's going to be interesting. He might need to do that, especially if he's going to be covering the cheetah or if he somehow gets in coverage. The factor to me right now, my super early factor is we're going to get a 3rd and goal here from the 30 is Sammy Watkins. Because I think he is someone they're not going to have enough attention on because you can't. And I think he's finally going to be healthier than he's been probably in like the last 10 weeks. Oh, Brady, what are you doing?
What the hell? They got down to the 8th. And, fortunately, that was an incompletion, but almost got sacked on pressure, then did get sacked, lost the ball, lost 22 yards. And that was just a garbage play there. At the very least, run it up the middle, get some of those yards back instead of a screen. Terrible.
Yeah, I don't even know. It's like a comeback, but a 2-yard out. So we'll see. About a 47-yarder. Suck up. Got it. Points are on the board. Hashtag stack them kickers. That was a tough one there. They lose big time yards. Something I just saw. No, by the way, I don't know who wrote it. Spencer S. That's not moonshine. That's a big jug of water, bro. It's Monday morning. Got to start the week off right. I've had way too much junk this weekend, so I'm just going to somehow magically erase it with water. That's how it works, by the way. If you eat too much, you just drink a ton of water and everything's solved.
Well, it's a Vince McMahon thing where that he won't eat snacks unless he's going all in on them because he feels like if you eat 2 Oreos every day, then you're going to get fat. But if you eat a whole sleeve of Oreos, your body will just make it pass right through after the first 2, and then you'll stay fit.
Honestly, it's psychotic and sounds really dumb, but who knows? For that man, he's doing something right. I don't know what it is. He looks rough, but he still looks good for his age. Like,
it's been steroids and HGA. He's always been on the cutting edge of the supplement game, whether or not they've
some Ico Pro.
Yeah.
Just speaking, since we did get the score here, Rumble last night, Christian, you were in. We had a little Rumble pool. I didn't do all the results yet. I know you did not win.
Thank you.
But neither did I. Don't worry. But yeah, I thought honestly for entertainment, perfectly fit. Even if you're not a huge wrestling fan, you have like the nostalgia from 20 years ago, 10 years ago, wherever you were. The Rumble brings everyone together. As Kyler Murray's bringing everybody's lineup up on a big scramble down the sideline to the 47-yard line of the Bucks, 25 yards on the ground. But I think it's the perfect time to come in. Like, so I have friends that I've known for years that were used to, we all used to love it. I've never lost that love, but they will be on for the Rumble through WrestleMania. Not every week, but I thought it was a great event. Moral of the story for me. I thought it was a lot of fun. I thought the two Rumbles were really good. I thought the women's was excellent. The men's was super strong.
Yeah.
And I like both winners. You make a star out of a Bianca Belair for the women's side. And for the men, you have Edge, who's a returning hero, who's going to get that, especially where it's going to be in the same stadium here, Christian. They're going to try to sell some tickets. I think Edge is a good call because he's going to help you sell those tickets.
Yeah, no, for sure. He's recognizable, and give it up to him, man. 47 years old, doing the full length of the Rumble. I mean, he obviously spent some time in the corners and sitting back and hanging out.
Still counts.
Still a long time to be active for a man in his late 40s. No, I agree with you 1,000%. Not only was it fun, but it's a great way to bring people together. We had a very small gathering here, and
good for you.
Two non-wrestling fans that got way into it. One guy who hadn't watched the product since the 90s, but he was loving it. He was enjoying it. But the way we do it is that you draw numbers and you get your guys, and every guy comes with a poker chip. Yep. And if your guy eliminates someone else's guy, you get their chip. If it goes the other way around, you throw your chip over.
I like that.
And whoever has the most chips takes down the pool, except 20% of the pool goes to whoever has the winning chip. It's a lot of fun. There are a lot of ways you can do it. There's just so much volatility. Like, you can make your own rules for it. There's no single good or bad way to watch the Royal. There are bad ways to watch the Royal Rumble. It's not
not watching.
But no, it's just a fun, like, it's a great filler. Like, it's a perfect Pro Bowl night activity because there is a wasteland, a void, a vacuum, and Vince McMahon stepped into it and said, let's put our most entertaining event on this night. And it is. It's honestly, it's so much better than WrestleMania for me because it's 4 hours long max. You can skip through the other matches. Like, we watched the Goldberg match, we watched the two Rumbles. That was it.
See, well, even in that, but like that's the perfect, and I'm not saying this is offensively, but especially having casual viewing habit because, the Goldberg match is the intrigue just because it's Goldberg, and that's exactly why he was there, and it was two and a half.
It's not going to go that long.
No, 2.5 minutes. Listen, the certain things in life should only be 2.5 minutes. There's a nice handoff there. Drake is into the red zone here. I thought that was really a strong match too. Putting off of the younger guy and Drew McIntyre. He looked strong. You had the Roman Kevin Owens last man standing match, which I thought was actually really well done. The end was a little. Yeah, I would, if you, as a fan that I know you are, like that's worth might have been like a 26-minute match, worth the time. But I thought the two Rumbles, again, that's what you're there for. That's what fans came back for. I thought they were great. And people complain, Edge, like, you're not putting him over. You're not getting a young guy over. You had two Rumbles. You did. Bianca Belair is a fresh talent that I'm guessing 90% of people listening don't even know what that name is. But she was a star-making performance last night, where Edge was what you need sometimes. You need that returning. It's going to be a great storyline as we lead to WrestleMania again in Raymond James Stadium. And Kyler's going down, but it looks like we might have got a face mask.
Yeah. Oh, a big stop there, but it's not going to make a difference. Fresh set it down to the 1.5-yard line coming up for the Cardinals. Bianca Belair, man. I always come away just amazed at just what a physical specimen she is. Just strong as hell, tremendous athlete, just a monster.
Sexual chocolate, no, Hacksaw didn't show up last night and he didn't do all that well. Won the very first Rumble though, so there's that. Let's see what somebody else says. That Goldberg match was a good 3-minute match. That's as good as you can say. That's
Get out.
Carter asking, what's up with Braun Strowman? He's a giant. They never do anything with him in wrestling because he's so green. No, he's not green. He's not. If you watch him, he's really good. I think it's injuries, and I think it's WWE never being sold on really doing monster heat anymore. Like having the big, massive guy. Like, go look at the Big Show's career. He was never really a dominant champion.
He'll be a transitional kind of guy. Like, the crazy thing to me is that Strowman was so on fire. He was so hot when he had him pulling down set pieces and flipping over and just harassing Roman Reigns. And I think that was part of it too. You know, they saw
touchdown here. Was that Edmonds? No. Okay, Drake gets in the end zone. One of the highest owned in the game. There's your first score with 2:52 left. Kenyon Drake. Don't fade the Drake. Don't hate the Drake. Rostered the Drake. I didn't, but 52% of you did. Hate the Drake.
Robes over on Twitch. Why are they talking about fake fighting, Germ?
Oh, don't do that.
They should be talking about fake football instead. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Good call. That's funny. No, but I hear you what you said there. With Strowman and stuff. And there was one other thing. Someone said McIntyre looks weak by fighting an old man. Like, let's not do that, because I disagree. Because this quote unquote old man, what if you beat him? Yeah. I think it's a good move, and it's going to get eyes on your stars. WWE has been in this weird position for the last 4 or 5 years that they do this thing where they bring in older guys or the bigger names, but they just fight each other. This is a good way to use these veterans, if you want to call them legends, whatever word you want to put on them, and get these other guys' attention. And I think because then 20 years, is Drew McIntyre going to do that? You know what I mean? Like, I look at it that way, and I liked it. If Goldberg won, I'd be absolutely
we would have been living
rip right now. I wouldn't even be here. I would have told Emerson I can't because I'm too busy crying about wrestling. But that's just me. But that's kind of like what we're seeing. It's a good correlation, too, with Sunday. You got Tom Brady, is that old veteran. Does he still have it? There's a fumble by Brady. That's his second fumble. This is unbelievable. Losing the ball left and right. Luckily, Johnny on the spot there. Fournette gets the ball for him. But you got Brady and Mahomes. It's kind of like that if you correlate it into the NFL. If Mahomes beats Brady, what a story that is. And if Brady beats Mahomes, it's like almost there, kid, even though he did win the Super Bowl.
We're getting a little Brady Trubisky action here. He's put the ball on the turf once per
Why? Game. Yeah, it stinks. Got to be better than that, especially where I thought he'd be so great. Nobby Roble says Rossi's life evolves around fake sports. I don't like the F word, but kind of does, I guess, if you in one way. But the action and the drama is real, baby.
Energy wants to know where Kaufman gets his NBA info from, and I honestly don't know, but
I can tell you.
Yeah,
I can tell you. He just watches it a ton. Don't overthink it.
I don't know. I was thinking maybe since he is a I don't know, medium wig at the when it comes to Boston sports radio, maybe he's got some inside connections. He knows some people who know some people, but I don't know.
He's watched the game enough. It's like Christian with what you do. Like you said, you're great in the regular season picking games. You can pick a player or two when you look at matchups. And in the NBA, you just gotta don't overthink. I look at the NBA as a don't overthink. Hit your sleepers because the top guys are more than likely going to score. It's not like, oh, by the way, pre-rock, baby. Pre-lock tonight with Chirag and Julian Edlow's on. I am definitely tuning in for that. 5 p.m. right after your 4 p.m. sim tonight. So maybe Koffs gets some of his info there. On top of it, in the NBA, in the NFL, you can have a weird, like a Tom Brady against the Bears, right? Remember that game? You're like, oh, I'd play him. You think going into it Thursday, I'll play him. Gets murdered. Like, you're just like, that doesn't, in the NBA, that does not happen. Like, unless LeBron James only plays 15 minutes, he's putting up the numbers that you're more than likely looking for. It's those other guys you got to hit on and playing the right guy. Like, that's the way I look at it. But again, Chirag and Julian Edlow, who I read all the time on the playbook. Bookmark the playbook. Listen to all them. Ducey's on there writing stuff. If you're into hockey, you got Moose writing stuff there. Got our guy Zach Thompson. He's writing about these sims and cheap NBA plays. A lot of great stuff there. And while you're over on that internet, go ahead and check out the postroute.substack.com. Subscribe. We're going to get an email, I'm assuming, a little later on, Christian.
Yeah, because I got my butt so thoroughly kicked yesterday by snow and and wrestling and other random errands here. I'm still finishing up all my hot takes on Matthew Stafford going to the Rams and the Rams mortgaging their future to get an upgrade from Jared Goff.
No.
And I don't want to spoil it for you guys.
Yeah.
It will be in your inboxes this afternoon, but
I want to hear a little. I'm very intrigued by this because, we've talked about it together a couple times. I thought Stafford was gung-ho Patriots, or the Broncos would lure him in. Just, without getting into all details so people check that out, what were your, what was the big takeaway when you saw that, aside from your jaw probably hitting the floor? But
my immediate thought was that this is a tremendous overpay. I thought Stafford was going to go for a day 2 pick, and instead he got a king's ransom. But I get it. If you're the Rams, your drafting has not been great in the first round anyway. You got Aaron Donald under Les Snead and then a whole bunch of jokers. So it's kind of like how the Seahawks trade away their first-round picks because they're bad in first-round picks.
Yep.
I kind of understand the value there for them. But B, the thing that Stafford does that Goff really struggled to do is throw vertical passes. Now, Goff, when he had that breakthrough 2018, threw for about 9 yards downfield on average. He stretched the field. Sean McVay can work with that. But last 2 years, his numbers been ticking down.
Way down.
Touchdowns, a lot more short crossing routes, a lot more.
Hold that thought, Christian. Let's see what happens here very quickly, because we could be Hoyer here. 16 seconds ago, gonna get tackled, inbounds, and we do.
They did get
Brady.
Wow.
You got Hoyered. Come on, Billy. Look at him, stunned. He's probably putting up the 4s again. I thought that was 3rd down. Brady stinking it there. But I already love where you're going with this with Jared Goff, because it's so dead on, and the weapons never decreased. That's the only thing. And I'm a Goff more of a fan than a hater, but his weapons have only gotten better with time, I believe, in Cooper Kupp, Robert Woods, Higbee, Gerald Everett. They got Reynolds. You got Vance.
He's gone now, or he's going to be gone. They can't afford to re-sign him, but you got Van Jefferson there waiting in the wings. So Stafford actually gets to upgrade. He gets a better offensive line, depending on how things go up there. He's got better wideouts. And here's a guy who last season, not 2020, but 2019, led the league in yards per pass attempt when he had that big first half. He and Jameis Winston were the only guys to throw more than 9.5 yards downfield. He threw for 10.6. So he likes to throw deep. That's going to work so well in Sean McVay's system, where he wants to stretch the field with vertical routes. It's going to be great for Cooper Kupp. It can be great for Robert Woods. But the real benefactor here might be Cam Akers, the rookie second-round running back, who didn't have a lot of room to work between the tackles. Safeties were coming up because they knew Goff wasn't going to try to burn them deep. He had to run through crammed boxes, and he still was able to break through at the end of his rookie season. This year, he's going to come in. Defenses will have to make sure they're in cover 2 quite a bit to handle Stafford and his propensity to throw downfield. Could be just great for that Rams rushing offense as well. Could be the thing that turns Akers from an okay rookie to a guy who can put up Todd Gurley light numbers. I don't think he's as good as Gurley, but I think he can be pretty dang good.
We'll see.
Forward to it. If this doesn't work, the Rams are so screwed because they have more money committed to 2022 contracts than anyone but the Vikings. They are in one of the top 5 worst cap situations of 2023. They are in the worst cap situation for 2024. And granted, a lot can change between then and now. We didn't think they would get out from the Jared Goff contract, and yet here we are because the Lions were willing to go give us 2 first-round picks and we'll take them off your hands. Sure, why not? But if it doesn't work out, they don't have the spending money to make the necessary changes they're going to need to build around Stafford and everything that goes wrong. They're not going to have the draft picks to bring in the cheap replacement players that can fix things. In 18 months, we could look back at this trade and be that was a turning point. That's what kept Sean McVay great. Or in 18 months, we could look at this and go you know what? Sean McVay's getting fired this year.
Yeah, it's honestly, that's a really good way to look at it. Their cap is ridiculous, but they're going to make it work. They basically have given themselves a 2-year window to go and get it. And realistically, look at that Packers game. With all due respect, a couple more completions here or there, a couple 3rd down conversions, that's a different ball game.
And here's the crazy thing. That was arguably Goff's best playoff game as a Ram, and he did it with a broken thumb, and it was all checked. It's not a great sign. Yeah. I mean, Goff, for one hot minute there, 2018, put himself in the MVP conversation, won an NFC title, and then just backslid so heartily that the Rams, leading up to this trade, were so non-committal to him, it was borderline hilarious. But B, I mean, went out of their way to ship him out of town, get out from underneath that contract, and basically mortgage their future for a quarterback who's never won a postseason game, Matthew Stafford. Now Stafford gets to prove, listen, man, I was a V8 engine this whole time.
Yeah.
I've been stuck inside this 1989 wood panel Dodge Caravan known as the Lions franchise for the past decade. Now I get to actually churn and burn and let's go. I have been a Stafford stan for a while now. I think he's going to be pretty good. I just think the Rams overpaid, but who knows?
But, I think at the end of the day, just on the cost, I'm big Stafford as well. I just hope it's not too little too late in his career. I know that sounds weird, but sometimes it just happens where, there was a comfort where you were. Who knows? We'll see how it all plays out. But with that being said, it just proves that the Rams wanted this that bad. They probably wanted Aaron Rodgers if he was available, of course. But they said, okay, for Stafford, we're not going to be – obviously you saw the talks that there were 6 teams in on him, and maybe they just realized if we're going to put this thing over the top, we'll throw in Goff, we'll get rid of that contract, which was going to have to happen either way, and then we'll give you those 2 first-rounders and go have at it. Let's close this championship window with the title. You get 1 Super Bowl, it doesn't matter. Okay, that people have to remember that. Not every team's going to be a franchise. Not every team's going to build forever, or be in a situation like the Chiefs are in. Sometimes you just got to get it and suffer the consequences thereafter.
Yeah, and I mean, you got to be bold, and they were in trouble anyway. They knew what the ceiling was, so you know what? Go for it. If you get fired, then you get fired. It happens to the best of us.
Kyler Murray there, nice run. King, I guess Judah, is that how you say it? Really doesn't like Stafford. A lot of people not thinking LA won't even make the playoffs. The only way LA doesn't make the playoffs is if there's an injury somewhere, whether it's Stafford, Aaron Donald. The way as good as these other teams are, or the Cardinals really come on strong somehow, I just don't see how they don't make the playoffs, especially look at the way everything panned out this year.
So I want to go back to Twitch here.
Yeah, please.
Rams' lack of a deep threat is the problem. They traded Cooks, totally changed the offense, and agree there. It was impactful. But at the same time, I think the solution is right there on the roster. Van Jefferson, 2nd-round pick, one of the fastest guys coming out of that very vaunted 2020 draft class. He didn't run the combine there, but they tapped. They put the biometric scanner on him when he was at the Senior Bowl. He ran about 21 miles per hour during punt return drills, higher speeds than anyone at the Senior Bowl, faster than Devin Duvernay, faster than Antonio Gibson, 2 guys who ran in the 4.3s when it came to their 40 time. If Van Jefferson can get his stuff together, he can be that deep threat. He can be Brandon Cooks-esque. And at 6'1", 200, he's got a little bit more size than Cooks, I believe. So if he can get his stuff together, and he was kind of buried down that depth chart we already talked about, Kupp and Woods and Josh Reynolds, he's going to have a great opportunity to prove that he can stretch the field, go long, be Matthew Stafford's Huckleberry, and that could be a major change. I like it a lot.
Yeah, Ernest Deason says that, I don't know why I'm saying that like you're not here, that Christian guy is smart. So are you, Ross. I don't know about that. He says good combo. So appreciate that. Smash that like, Matt Russo in here. You see you guys. Odious. You told me to read something. I read it. I'm not reading it out loud. I read it though, just so you know. Just want to let him know that I did that. I'm in last place, Jimmy B says, in our contest. It's all right. You only can go up from here. Yeah, so we'll see. Rams have enough talent, skill positions, depth in the trenches is the problem, says Crackle. Don't disagree there, especially offensively. Offensive line, we'll see how it all holds up, but still better than the Detroit situation. Yeah. There are better QBs than Stafford. Yeah, thanks, Jordan. Of course, what do you want to say?
Who's available for the Rams to get? That's the situation. They weren't going to get Deshaun Watson. He ain't
going. Yeah, he's staying. He ain't going.
So the Texans don't want to trade him, nor should they. But at the same time, I think Caserio was saying all the things he needs to say, but I think they were working the phones in the background there. The key is the Rams, without a draft pick in 2021, they were out of the Deshaun Watson running from the get-go.
Yeah. I just think that people saying oh, Stafford hasn't been good in years. That's not true. It's just not.
He was an absolute revelation over the first half of the 2019 season. Look at his numbers. He was a monster. He's doing it all for the lines is your guy here, Zane Gonzalez.
Come on, baby.
45-yarder.
Got that one.
All right.
There we go. All right, so making it a 10-3 game here. Hopefully this is not the way the Sunday goes. I don't predict it will, but low scoring thus far. Defense shining. Brady fumbling. Will he get his third fumble in 3 quarters? We'll see when they get the ball back. But I do agree. I think realistically for the Rams, they see, okay, we can continue on this Goff trend, but like they clearly wanted to start Wolford in that playoff game, and I don't think it was just because of the injury. I think McVay saw enough out of Goff, and whether it's just this year, the injury probably played some factor, but he's like, I think this kid can get us where we need to go. And I wouldn't be shocked if next year, if Goff was back, like they didn't try to put a little flame under that QB battle fire.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Rams would have gone out and sniped a bargain basement veteran quarterback, similar to how the Patriots got Cam Newton late in the process. Maybe it would be Jameis Winston in a Sean McVay offense just came across my mind, and I kind of like it. At any rate, but I mean, you don't need Jameis Winston. We can get Matthew Stafford, who's another kind of a boomer downfield, but much less risk under his throws. And yeah, I mean, it's such a tremendous cost for Matthew Stafford that I think everyone had the same knee-jerk reaction, like, holy crap, this for a guy who was drafted in the OOs more 2 decades ago, technically. That's crazy. But Tom, no.
There it is again. Held on though. You're right. Held on. Kennard coming in, getting the sack. I'll tell you this pick that I had of these Cardinals defense, it was literally just on price. And I was like, if anything, will be a bonus. But so far, maybe my highest point getter. I'll see what the updated scores are. Also, people now just throwing out all the random, like the one thing I will say, and I said this yesterday, again, we're going to talk a lot this week together, but I don't want to see this little trend of so much quarterback movement in the NFL, because I think it's a vicious cycle. I think you're going to see a lot drafted potentially, but I just don't like the idea of like, oh yeah, now we'll just trade this guy, and this guy gets traded. Oh, sign a contract and then trade. I'm like, we think we want that in the NFL, but I don't think you really do. If your quarterback stinks, you just get rid of him. There's a flag and a big catch down the seam.
That's a 3rd and 20 completion to Gronk, and is it going to be 15
more? Yes.
Cheating.
So let me just see how much the Cardinals have. Why is it not updating my scores currently? Give me a second. I'm 9th somehow. I have 47. So the Cardinals DSD with 10 right now, which is pretty darn good. Already giving up a field goal. Evans in that captain for both of us with 14.55, so fine. But Brady, the big letdown, with 4.3 through almost 3 quarters.
A mess.
Matt Russo says Calvin made Stafford. I'm only reading that just so everyone knows how ridiculous that is. That is a. Yeah. He's been out of the league for like 5 years almost, and Stafford was been really strong. And it's not about deep balls. You have to remember, highlights are great, and I think Christian could attest this. Highlights are awesome, but really when you watch a game and what a quarterback does, Stafford is right up there.
Stafford has led or tied for the league lead in game-winning drives 3 times in the last 7 years. He just gets slept on a lot because he's a Lion, and I get it. Like, you saw the early Stafford numbers when he was throwing 1 million times per game and throwing for 5,000 yards, and he was kind of like Blake Bortles if Blake Bortles didn't have a drinking problem. So I get the hesitancy there. You're like, oh man, I'm not going to buy into this guy. I saw him and he's awful, but at the same time, Stafford is much better than we're giving him credit for. You're sleeping on him.
These guys are the ones. I'll tell you. Matt Russo.
I appreciate your input on this, Rossi. I'm saying.
No, I know. I'm just.
Although, to be fair, over in Twitch, a delightful debate over the Patriots dynasty. Very respectful, well-informed debate. You guys know your stuff, and we appreciate you all being here. Quan, Wes, Germ, Winner, everyone over in Twitch, and everyone over in YouTube as well. You guys are really.
We love y'all.
We appreciate the informed sports debate. I can't think of a better way to start off. But go back.
I'm gonna end the Stafford thing because I can't do this all day, but I know it. Matt Russo says, name one receiver Matt Stafford made good. I'm not going to play this game, but it's very simple. Look at the Lions roster over the last few years and look at the receivers that elevated their game in Detroit. Kenny Galladay's an easy one, but I personally believe, and Christian, I take the argument, I think he made Golden Tate a better receiver. I think Golden Tate was fine. I think people overestimate what he really did with that Seattle team. When he came to Detroit, he became a baller. He became that dude, in my opinion.
Oh, without a doubt. And a guy like Galladay, I mean, he was a bit of a risk. He was a guy who had one offer coming out of high school and was out of South Dakota. He played himself into something bigger. He played himself into something more than, but he still put up big numbers at Northern Illinois. In Northern Illinois, we've seen guys come out of that Huskies program, a great MAC program, and fizzle at the next level. So Galladay was a bit unreliable, and Stafford turned him into a true wide receiver one. He's a guy who's going to get maybe 12 to 15 million a year in the free agent market this season.
You know it.
There's like a lot of wideouts, a lot of great young wideouts coming in. Galladay's coming off an injury. Maybe he won't, but at the same time, Galladay is going to make an impact somewhere. He is developed into a very good.
He'll be back.
Well, yeah.
I don't think Detroit's they can't blow everything up like that, especially if they're not getting anything in return.
Yeah,
but
he and Joe both free agents this season, so they got to figure out what they're going to do. They might just take reset on the whole thing. I mean, they did that with Matthew Stafford. Maybe they want to sink all the way to the bottom, figure things out. If they don't want Jared Goff, they probably want to draft someone in 2022. I don't know. Anyway, we're looking at these numbers right now. Not a lot of points in this game. Not a lot of scoring. A 10-3 ball game, which is why we're talking wrestling and talking Matthew Stafford. Larry Fitz, 5 catches more than anyone else. 43 through the air.
That tells you all you need to know right there, right? When Larry Fitz in Madden, who doesn't have great games, with 5 grabs leading all receivers in catches, and Mike Evans just shy of 60 yards. Like, it's gonna be tough.
Quarters, not a single wideout into double-digit fantasy points in this one. So a real nothing of a sim to start us off. But fourth quarter coming up, we did just get a 18-yard punt from the Buccaneers, who drove into Cardinals territory, and rather than allow Tom Brady to fumble it away, decided to wave the white flag, and their cowardice will be punished with this upcoming Cardinals touchdown drive that hopefully will put a merciful end to this game. Not even 220 passing yards between the two quarterbacks in this one, Rossi. It has been unpleasant.
Yeah, we'll see here. Here comes the run there from Kyler Murray. By the way, shout out to Jared and Frangelico, our dudes. Stats are updated. We got producer Drew, Brian on the 1 through 7. Smash the like as you come in here. We see you guys. Justin, Matt, Andrew, Tiger, King, Mockingjay, CEH. What's up, dude? Hope everyone's doing well. Just quickly, Javier asked again. I loved it. Loved the Rumble last night. Me and Christian both. We talked a little bit about it earlier. We both enjoyed it. A lot of fun. Perfect weekend in the in-between as you set the stage for the Super Bowl with these Buccaneers, and we all wish they could wear these uniforms this Sunday. Oh, it would be so awesome. They probably get smoked because these uniforms are literally the worst uniform in the history of the NFL, I believe, record-wise. But with that being said, like the Saints would have been, that gold jersey they had was right up there. But I think this was known as the worst record football jersey, and it's been
I love
extinct.
It so much.
Oh, me too.
That's my one regret is I have I've been, every time I buy a jersey, like I've kept it, like, so somewhere in a box in my basement there's a Trent Dilfer Buccaneers jersey, but it is wine and pewter. Like, it was the first year of the redesign. I was like, oh man, what a cool jersey. Like, I'm so bummed. I don't think I have a creamsicle jersey in my collection.
It's so funny. So I'm not at the point where I'm going to be buying any Brady gear. I just can't do it outside of Patriots. But I think when the time is all said and done, I'm not going to buy a jersey, but I might buy like a snazzy creamsicle Brady tee. We'll see. I very warmed up to Brady all of a sudden because he made it to the Super Bowl again, which should be fascinating Sunday. By the way, we have it all hooked up here with DraftKings. So DreamStream's going to be loaded. Not only is there going to be Sims Saturday and Sunday there's a Super Bowl preview game on Saturday. There's a what if game on Sunday. It would be Bills and the Packers. There's going to be a Super Bowl actual like replay, but in sim version after the game at 10. So there's a lot going on. There's the professional eating. You're going to have a cornhole tournament. Keep it locked here. Smash subscribe just so you get notified. So like, just in case you ever forget, like for me, I subscribe to DraftKings personally, just in case I ever forget if I'm on or not. And it gives me this little heads up all the time before like the classic. So check that out. Make sure you are doing that. By the way, all the contests are up right now. The 55K, 20K, and 25K free rolls are already in the lobby. You know how I know that? Not only did producer Drew tell me, but earlier when I was creating this contest, Christian, saw it in there. Saw some Saturday and Sunday. I'm like, holy crap, I can set a lineup now. So DK SimFam in between while you're setting your lineup for your 2P Eastern.
Dude, I mean,
throw it in there.
You can come away from this weekend with some real cash, which is awesome. But also, I got the promo email not too long ago. If you do the free roll, the fourth quarter pick'em pool, you get the free prize, and they just credit your account. I did that. They threw $100 into my DK account. Which,
woo!
Yeah, I'm gonna have to pump those into the sim economy. Robust, robust stimulus into Simland. And eventually, when those DK dollars are about to expire, because I'm not going to play the basketball free rolls and just donate them to Cough. I'm going to have to put them in here in Simland and clearly disperse them among the Sim community in one-on-ones where you guys can all look at my terrible lineups and take my hard-earned DK dollars.
Brady here trying to make a comeback.
Producer Drew, trickle down Simonomics. Yeah, that's it. That's why we need to get Emerson into these too, so we can take his massive DraftKings salary that he's reminding us about.
I said that's why I want Jesse in on him. We gotta take her money. We gotta get that. We gotta get that Cofield hosting gig. Those commercials. By the way, DraftKings will have a big commercial coming up this Sunday as well. The no name, just M logo, because they must have. I don't know. You couldn't put a name in your YouTube account. Says Rossi ain't gonna watch the game. Brady hater. Nope, I did watch the NFC title game, and I am going to watch the Super Bowl. There's a big pass for Brady. Down the seam, into the red zone, down to the 7-yard line. We are getting deep. I actually thought of rostering somebody like him, and I don't know when he's had a catch.
He is averaging 3 points per game.
But that means he probably had one catch like 6 months ago.
Yeah, one for 12, a couple sims back, but yeah, he is going to set.
Breaks it into the end zone. The big fella, Rob Gronkowski, touchdown. We're gonna be all tied up here.
Look at that.
He didn't spike it. No Gronk spike.
Terrible AI without him. Football and turf. Johnson has 1 sim touchdown in his career, so this won't be the greatest game of his sim life, but it will be the second best after that big catch. Setting up the Gronk touchdown, 10-10 here. And after a nothing start, we are primed for a furious finish. 10-all, 3:48 remaining in the fourth quarter. Both teams have all 3 timeouts, so should be a couple drives at least remaining in this one. Overtime, a very real possibility.
Yeah, so Gronkowski with the touchdown. We had Drake earlier. Those are your 2 scores. Hashtag stack the kickers as they both have 1 field goal each. It's 10-10, 3:48 remaining. The Cardinals are going to get the ball back here. They've had numerous opportunities to just blow this one open here, Christian, and have yet to, the early missed field goal, and then have just yet to really put the foot down. And Tampa Bay, the door was left ajar. Booted that thing like Jason Voorhees and smashed it into a million pieces. And here we are, 10-10 in the fourth. Seeing you guys here. Congo Cab, what's up? A lot of people asking about some basketball stuff. Make sure you check out 5 o'clock. This is why you really do want to subscribe. I can joke about it. I can say smash like. If I could be 100% honest, it doesn't truly matter to me. It's good for DraftKings. It's good to show them, hey, we like this, or hey, we want more of this type of content, which you're going to be getting now that football, 1 game left. But hit subscribe, because at 5 o'clock you'll have Chirag, Julian Edlow will come on. I'm telling you right now, every night before I set a basketball lineup, I read Julian Edlow's piece on the playbook. Check it out. Hockey won some serious cash over the weekend. You know why? Because I listen to my guy Jeff Ulrich. He knows more than I do.
Yeah.
I can't break down the Minnesota Wild third line like he can. So put some stock behind him. I did a tiers. I didn't get the $100 that Christian did, but I got a couple extra shekels.
Nice.
A couple extra McRib dollars for you.
Yeah, and there's a guy who is not part of the DK family, but maybe we should reach out to him. My guy Matt Ellentuck, former SB Nation writer, who is just entrenched in all things WNBA. And if you ever need some lineup help from those WNBA rosters, he would be more than helpful, more expert among experts. And he's over M. Ellentuck on Twitter.
Make the connection.
Yeah, great resource. If you're like, you know what, I need this Lynx Sky game. I need to know what's going on. I need it.
I need it.
There's definitely some value in this contest. Matt Allen Tuck will hook you up, and maybe we should tell the DK higher-ups to reach out to that dude.
Yeah, why not? Jimmy B saying he's up to 100th in the contest. There's only 103 people in it, so Jimmy B, you're crawling your way out of the basement. 2nd and 2 here, 2-minute warning, 10-10. Arizona Cardinals in Tampa Bay, all tied up with the future, well, at least the team that's going to be defending their home turf at the Super Bowl for the first time in history, these Tampa Bay Buccaneers. That just feels so weird to say. Like, when they announced Tampa Bay as a Super Bowl site, first I was like, really? With all these new stadiums? Yeah. And then second, I was like, well, that's not, like, I always kind of look like who could be there. Like, I thought Dallas one year when they had hosted, but I was like, oh, Tampa Bay, no way. Going back, that was announced, I think, like 3 years ago. No, here they are. And about 20,000 people will be in attendance. I think they said, is it 13,000 that are first responders, vaccinated first responders, or 8,000? Somewhere around there.
7,500.
Okay, 7,500. Thank you. Very, very nice touch by the NFL. Fans will be there. I don't know if DK Sitfam, are any of you going? I saw the prices for the tickets are just as if it was a normal Super Bowl. Well, not that it's abnormal, but a full boat stadium Super Bowl.
Buccaneers now reduced to burning their timeout in hopes they can mount a counterattack here as the Cardinals inside field goal range. Gonzalez would be kicking about a 41-yarder if they don't gain any more from here. But then if they can get a first down here, they can ice down the clock, kick the field goal, go home winners. Otherwise, I'm going to give touchdown Tom a chance to work some fourth quarter magic.
Here comes Drake. He's got plenty of room to run up the sideline into the, oh, what a tackle. I thought he was going to get in there, Christian. Gets tackled at the 2-yard line.
Well, here's a situation where they can kneel, get the clock down to 3 seconds, bring in Gonzalez for the chippy. So this is a situation where scoring a touchdown here would actually be to their detriment. We saw it in the Penn State-Indiana game, that classic.
There we go.
This Buccaneers team might just give up on the D-line and let Drake walk.
Drake gets the ball, bounces it in. They may have just done that. Barely touched. Not until he scored. Second touchdown. Kenyon Drake, fourth highest owned in the contest. Kenyon Drake paying off dividends here for your lineup. So we still have a chance the Buccaneers can't come back. Maybe too much time left on the clock for Tommy Touchdown or whatever those ridiculous trademarks he tried to have a couple of years ago. 52% by Drake. I faded him. You faded him, right?
I did.
Yeah, and I also put Kyler in there, and that's really holding me down. Yeah, Tom, terrific. Thank you. Oh, man.
Yeah, just 79 seconds, one timeout left for the Bucs. Just a terrible call there. For at least burn some more time, take a knee, or run. The Cardinals are putting themselves at unnecessary risk in this one, and Emerson somewhere getting the tingle in the spine because his overtime X factor has been lit.
Oh no! Listen, we'll see. Yeah, we got a 119, as you mentioned, one timeout. Tom Brady. Look, they were expecting. Was that an onside kick setup? Interesting. Like nobody back there. So we'll see. Yeah, people's projecting Mike Evans TD, Godwin bomb, Scotty Miller game tying touchdown. We'll see. Ken, what are you thinking out there? Here comes a run, gets out of bounds. Beautiful way to start the drive. 1:13 remaining, a 2nd and 1, perfect way to set it up.
LaShawn McCoy has been outstanding in this one, producing a ton of value. For a guy who is not very expensive, $6,600 in the flex. So actually a lot more expensive than he has been recently. So I take it back.
Well, I think he's been trending in this direction as we're seeing him in these passing formations. Here's the pass. It's like Gronkowski on the catch.
Yeah, stays in bounds though.
Yeah, so time is ticking.
8 seconds off the clock.
1 minute remaining here at the 42-yard line. Tom Brady's got maybe the best receiving core for this position here because you can go deep, you can go short, you can get guys out of bounds. Here it is. Evans closest to us. Godwin in the screen up above. Scotty Miller out there, looks like. Here's Shady McCoy's. He's going to get sacked. And the fumble. The ball is loose. It's picked up by an offensive lineman. 37 seconds and counting, Christian.
3 Brady fumbles on 3 terrible sacks, and we're into Hail Mary territory now. One timeout left. Buccaneers might have 2 plays left in them.
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
Burt wants to see a pick six. 14 seconds remaining at the 38. Needs to get the ball out. Got time. Plenty of time. Throws it short.
Doing?
Got to get out. Does get out of bounds. 7 seconds remaining. Still a timeout. I think we're probably at a position here that I'm just going to guess that they're going to try to either just go deep here, 40, just throw a bomb. And now we're probably going to see, we got 4 wide. The Kidney offensive line, just a 3-man rush here, Christian. Game on the line. Brady drops back.
Will be
unloads it. Does he have enough?
Game.
The ball seems to have been incomplete.
Just incomplete.
No good.
1 second left, though. I'm sorry. We do have one more play.
So
4th and 7. And,
oddly, a good play.
Yeah, we know Brady can't hit the end zone from here. So a chance that even if this does get caught, we wouldn't send this into overtime. 3-man rush up front for the Cardinals. They are playing Hail Mary.
Here we go. Brady gets the ball. 3-man rush again. Offensive line holding up. They have a spy on him for some reason. Brady unloads it again. This one further down the field. It's tipped around. It is intercepted by the Cardinals defense to wrap it up here, Christian. Cardinals walk away 17-10 victors over the Super Bowl bound Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Appreciate each and every one of you for joining us here today. This was an absolute ball to start off my Monday. Hope you guys enjoyed it as well. Hope everyone's feeling good, feeling great. But Christian, what did you think here? What are your takeaways?
Just a pretty low-key game. Not a lot going on in either direction. Kenyon Murray, without a doubt, got to be the crusty cough player of the game. Breaches the end zone twice. Outscored.
Deuce the Drake.
Yeah, might even doubled up everyone else in this sim. Maybe Mike Evans. I think he eventually had a pretty good game.
I can tell you, in the captain spot, Kenyon Drake, who was in the winning lineup as of right now, our guy Jared and Frangelico finalizing all the scores, was Bone Dog. Drake had 46.9 in the captain, and Mike Evans in his lineup, not in the captain, had 12.7. So wouldn't have caught him there, but
18 for 101 on the ground, 2 touchdowns, and Leonard
bonus.
3 carries, 0 yards, 0 receptions. My guy I threw him in there instead of Kenyon Drake, and I never stopped paying for it. So my babysitter Billy, not my kid award winner, gotta be Lenny. Even playoff Lenny, you had that great first quarter touchdown run against the Packers and then kind of disappeared from view.
Yeah.
Expect more from him. Oh, Larry Fitzgerald, though, had a nice little game. 58. LaShawn McCoy carrying the ball like a loaf of bread, a baguette, if you will.
Always has. Classy guy.
Yeah.
And, McCoy was only 14% owned. Larry Fitz at 25, so they both paid off if you put him in there, but I still agree with your calls because, listen, Drake was 4th highest owned, but by far and away. And then D-Hop going back doing D-Hop things with 1 grab for 2 yards, dude. What's going on? He had a couple good games recently, too.
Yeah, he finally started looking like the actual DeAndre Hopkins, but he reverted hard back to Simland DeAndre Hopkins, although not as hard as Lenny Fournette, who, again, 0 points for him. This was not a great start to our broadcast week, but I will be back here in just about an hour with
Christian back, baby.
Everyone's favorite broadcasting duo, DeAndrea and Ducey, and
Double D. Yeah, I'll look forward to that. But I will say that from the outside and from the inside, again, big shout out to our guy, Bone Dog, Drake and the captain, Evans, Brady, Godwin, Fitzgerald, and Howard with a goose egg. You win when you have a guy that gets you no points. It was that kind of sim. Big shout out to our guy, producer, Drew, Brian. Those guys were fantastic. Give it up for him, DK Sim fam. Woo! And for Angelico and Jared on our ops team. So much fun to be with you guys. It was great to kind of pop in here, filling in for Emerson, who was filling up his water bottle with all of your sweat and your love. He just wants it inside you, babes. All right. I will be back with y'all tomorrow at 4:00. I don't even know who I'm with. I think I'm with you at some point tomorrow, Christian. I think. We'll take it one day at a time. Kenny will take over with Christian coming up, like you said, in just about an hour. So Brian, Drew, Frangelico, Jared, this good-looking son of a gun, Christian DeAndrea. Make sure you check them out at thepostroute.substack.com. Log in, load up your email, have some fun. Enjoy the rest of your Monday. Stay positive, be well, and we'll catch you soon. Bye, DK Sim fam.
going on, everybody? He's Christian D'Andrea. I'm Kenny Ducey. You know us by now. It's the DK Dream Stream. Welcome back in. We had one fantastic stream for you at noon. Now we got another one lined up here, 2 p.m. We got the Atlanta Falcons and the San Francisco 49ers. It is a classic NFC battle. We've got Matt Ryan's old arm and Jimmy Garoppolo's bad young arm and George Kittle and plenty of superstars, plenty of X factors in this one. Christian, a lot of options out there. You could go stack up the Falcons. You could get, Calvin Ridley at a nice price, maybe Todd Gurley, or you could just go the complete other direction. You could say, you know what? This is going to be the one George Kittle game out of the 10 George Kittle games that we see all sim season, and stack up the 49ers. And of course, you have Raheem Mostert as well, one of the most consistent options in the sims. How are you? And what are you doing here when it comes to the lineup construction?
I'm doing well, Kenny. And yeah, you're right. 10 different guys give me double-digit per game averages in this one. So a lot of ways you can go with this one. I avoided both quarterbacks just because there's so much skill player talent here. You're probably going to get a lot more value out of those guys if they do boom. And of course, you got to deal with the boomer among boomer. Raheem Mostert on a heater lately, and only 9K in the flex. I threw him in that captain spot because I think he's going to have another great one, especially against this very, very bad Falcons defense. In his last 3 sims, 25, just under 21, 26. Captained him. Hopefully he'll give me like 40 plus in this one. And he saves me a little bit of cash. That way I can go out and get Todd Gurley too. Todd Gurley, bad in real life. In Simland, though, not as regrettable, very consistent. Anytime you can get a 3-down back, you got to throw him in the lineup. We saw Kenyon Drake absolutely shred the nooner sim for like 40 plus points in the flex on his own. So get Gurley in there, get Mostert in there, and then from there, Kittle, even though you threw shade at him, been pretty solid lately, or not solid, but like every other game kind of thing going on for him. And his last game was bust, so hopefully he'll be on the other side of that. Give us a good one. Kendrick Bourne, Dante Pettis, and Calvin Ridley, because as much as I wanted to get Julio Jones in there, I could not find a way to afford the greatest wide receiver in Falcons history.
All right, well, your lineup read has taken us right to the first play of the game. Great filibustering there by Ted Bandria. We got the catch there for Julio Jones. My lineup looks a little bit, Calvin Ridley. My lineup looks a little bit different. I have Calvin Ridley in the captain spot. I'm doing something that I never do, and I am stacking up the Atlanta Falcons. I had Mostert in the captain spot originally. Couldn't fit him in there with the guys I wanted. I have Ryan, Jones, and Ridley in the captain spot, and then Mostert, Dante Pettis, wide receiver 3 Theory, and Younghoe Koo, who might get me 7 points here today. Love the wide receiver 3s as always. I think they're always good plays on this slate, or on the in the Madden Sims. They usually produce for you at somewhat of a low cost, so we'll see what ends up happening, but could end up being the Falcons wide receiver 3 who profits for you in this one. You never know.
It could be a Russell Gage kind of day.
Yeah, it could be a Russell Gage day. Well, speaking of days, Matt Ryan has all day to throw and to finally get to complete, but won't be the first down. That was Russell Gage, the aforementioned wide receiver on the catch.
Yeah, very nearly a successful start there from the Falcons. That 3-yard loss from Gurley on second down proved fatal here, so the Niners going to get a chance to come out hot on this one. And I mean, this Falcons defense, what a train wreck. What an absolute travesty.
Oh, a fumble, and it's recovered by the Falcons. Wow. Talk about train wrecks. Niners DST, train wreck city. We got a booth review.
Review coming in, though, and these, if we do get an overturn, it's usually on these fumbles.
I will ask you while we're waiting for the review, Christian. So, shocked at any of these ownership numbers? We got Mostert coming in 68.81%. I think that'll. I don't know about that. He comes in as the highest owned player. Excuse me. I will wait for a second so we can get the decision before we talk about ownership numbers, and it will indeed be San Francisco football. Lucked out. Todd Gurley is the second highest owned guy at 61.29%. That's anything shock you here as we look at the the ownership numbers. We got Matt Ryan, 54%, Julio Jones, 48%, Ridley, 48%, Pettis, 31%, and then you got to go down to 19% to get the Jimmy Garoppolo. Robbie Gould is more owned than Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah, no, that all tracks to me. It's just two very good sim running backs. Obviously, you wouldn't want to trust either one in season long, thanks to injury concerns. And poor Todd Gurley. He's going to have trouble finding a job from here on out, which is a absolute bummer for a guy that 2 years ago was your NFL Offensive Player of the Year, former two-time All-Pro. Looked like he was bound for the Hall of Fame, but the knee injuries, the leg injuries, just following him from college into the pros and really sapping his effectiveness as a runner. So, no, I get it, man. Especially Mostert gets so many targets in the passing game. Last sim we saw LaShawn McCoy with 7 catches. Mostert could do something similar. Instead here it's a little Ross Dwelly tight end 2 action. Okay.
Yo, what's going on? OB1 saying hello in the chat. Mike Sunken asking the simple question, Roddy White? So thanks so much for being with us.
I think
here.
Roddy White is in response to the Julio Jones is the greatest wideout in Falcons history. I love Roddy White, but he is number 2 to Julio in my book. Julio is just such an impossible combination. As Mostert had a lane to the inside where he could have picked up a first down, instead charges out of bounds. I guess because he didn't want to fumble or get hurt. Anyway, Roddy White was a burner. Roddy White was added dimension to the offense. But you can make the case to me, Kenny, that Julio Jones is the best wideout of the past 40 years, not named Jerry Rice, and I might be inclined to believe you. Julio Jones.
Jonathan Eliza, hey Kenny, can you talk about what you think of Sammy Watkins for Sunday? Well, we could both talk about it. I love Sammy Watkins. He's making his return. He had the biggest catch of the Super Bowl last year. In the postseason, this guy was just so important to the Kansas City Chiefs. I think he is a great play. He will be cheap. I think he might be a little chalky, but I think at that price you have to pay play Sammy Watkins. As we get a catch over the middle here by, let's see, is that Jordan Reed? It is.
Tight end 2 and tight end 3. So your Kittle slander was correct, as the Niners just diving down the depth chart to find a tight end that will sustain their offense. And just like that, into Robbie Gould field goal range here, barring a terrible sack, which, well, we all know Jimmy Garoppolo could pull off.
What about Sammy Watkins as we get that terrible sack? But I think it's going to be a face mask. What do we think about him?
No, into it. For all the reasons you agreed, Jason Rossi, of course, previously in the last sim called him the pivotal player of the game to watch in that Super Bowl matchup, just because, how do you cover all the Chiefs' weapons? Now, the Buccaneers have a very diverse, very talented secondary, but it's a lot of young guys. We saw some mistakes being made against Green Bay. A guy like Sean Murphy Bunting, maybe he's not going to get the same calls, or for lack of a better term, non-calls he got in Green Bay last week or 2 weeks ago, or however long it was, because time is a false construct in pandemic times. So there is only so far you can stretch your secondary against the Chiefs, and you're going to have to keep 2 guys on Kelsey, keep 2 guys on Tyreek Hill. It's going to create a lot of opportunities for Sammy Watkins, but maybe, just maybe, if he is so chalky, maybe you go down a little bit and find yourself some Demarcus Robinson. I don't know why, just a hunch, but feels like the kind of game where Robinson finds a way to show up and have a couple 40-yard catches and really could be the difference between
a couple 40-yard catches, multiple 40-yard catches.
I mean, with the Chiefs,
and with Demarcus Robinson with Sammy Watkins back, mind you.
Yeah. I think it's feasible. I mean, if you look at all the guys the Buccaneers are going to turn their attention towards, I think it's going to create some space for those guys, for your wide receiver 3, wide receiver 4 types to rise up and roast single coverage. And Could be great for Robinson. Could be great for the McCole Hardmans of the world out there. Rough run from Mostert. It looks like he had a hole, but cut back inside. So when he should have cut inside on that earlier run, he didn't and went out of bounds and lost yards for it. Here, instead of cutting outside, he goes inside, gets stuffed there as well as Keanu Neal steps up and make play. 3rd and goal from the 7. Could be Kittle time. He is their primary red zone threat. Too much time.
Garoppolo. Are you just going to do the play-by-play and the color commentary? We got a touchdown on the board, ladies and gentlemen. It is Deebo Samuel. You called it out in the chat. You wanted to see Deebo get into the end zone. You got him. Yeah. Touchdown, San Francisco 49ers.
Deebo, 2.6%. You got 10-plus points for that play because you captained him. 30% owned overall. Very kind of boom or bust kind of guy in these sims. Went off at 7K in the flex. But this is going to be his first sim in his last 6 where he's had double-digit points. So if you decided to pick him up, said, you know what, the drought can't last, guess what? Good for you. You are probably climbing up the leaderboard in today's 2 p.m. showdown.
Well, Kicker Nation out there not doing too well. We looked like we were headed right straight for Robbie Gould field goal, and not to be. Look at the Falcons bringing it out of the end zone here. We got started at the 22-yard line.
Yeah, nor did kick returner Todd Gurley. Sure.
We got a handoff up the middle, Gurley. So, yeah, Todd Gurley, you mentioned that you thought that he was Hall of Fame bound and then the injuries happened. Where does he end up going here? Usually running backs like this go somewhere and become a reclamation project. They'll go somewhere to try to revive their career, a la Reggie Bush in Miami, Adrian Peterson in Washington. I guess he didn't have a choice. He was kicked off the Vikings for doing bad things. But, I don't know. I mean, where does he go from here?
It's a real tough situation. He's headed to free agency in a year where he only averaged 3.5 yards per carry, and you can make the case that that terrible Falcons offensive line did have something to do with it. But his yards after contact didn't go up. They were just as bad as they were the year before in LA. Yes, he got hit a lot closer to the line of scrimmage. His yards before contact have gone down each of the past 2 years, but he is not making guys miss. He's not dragging guys forward the way he used to, and he has been just much less of a receiving threat. And again, maybe you take the flyer out there. Maybe you look at his numbers and go, you know what, there's still some juice left to be squeezed out of this guy. He's only 27 years old, but he's got a lot of mileage on those legs. He will be somewhere. I don't think he's going to ride off into the sunset just yet. I just don't think he's going to be one of those intriguing pickups that we look up before the fantasy season and go, oh, Todd Gurley with the Falcons, bounce back potential. Yes, please. He's going to go from being like a mid-round season-long fantasy guy to a late-round flyer, I think. And I'm just not confident that he can be that guy anymore unless he can find, like maybe he's calling up Adrian Peterson. Maybe he's talking to his guy, getting that platelet stem cell injections into his knees and maybe going back to the man he was in the late 2010s. But it's going to be a real tough scene for him. He's not going to be one of the first guys to sign a contract this offseason. He's probably going to languish for a while. He's probably might have to wait until after the draft, after teams have their running back rotations mostly set and they realize, we need a third down back who can provide a little bit of veteran guidance and leadership. That's when Todd Gurley's going to get the call.
Well, one place he's not going to be is in the leading lineup in this contest so far. -2 rushing yards for Todd Gurley as we end quarter number 1. Hopefully you did not roster him for the purposes of this contest or the classic contest, because he's not doing too well right now. Obviously 3 quarters left. We've seen this story before, but as it stands right now, on track to be the BBM sorry, the BBNMK AR. If you want to get fun with it. So Matt Ryan so far still has not reached a point. Mostert's at 3.4, and then you got Ridley with 2.4 in the captain spot. He had that catch. Gurley now trying to get to positive yardage. I think he'll do that. You've got, of course, if you're just joining us, Ross Dwelly and Jordan Reed, both with catches. Mr. Ford asking, is your Christmas tree still up, Christian?
No, it's been down for a week now. Yeah, Kenny, you missed it. I had to stream from my phone while walking around my kitchen while the charter guy tried to figure out exactly what was wrong with my internet. So the DK Sim fan, the guys on hashtag Team Always Here, got to see a little bit more of our lovely Madison, Wisconsin abode than they normally would. More than just this impeccable China hutch behind me. And they did get to see our lovely, incredibly fake 7-foot tree, a post-Christmas purchase at Target some years ago. And now the tree is down. We've been doing a lot of remodeling, a lot of moving stuff around. We tried to put a rug down in our bedroom last night, but we had to flatten it out and get it underneath the bed. And it was a solid workout. After that, between that and the 2 hours shoveling snow yesterday, Kenny, I'm exhausted. My back is sore. My arms, as ripped as they are, very tired, very sore. And that's actually why I think Emerson called out of his noon sim. He saw how jacked I was getting from all the work I've been doing and knew he couldn't compete. So very sad day for Emerson, giving up the mantle.
Very sad day for all of you rostering Todd Gurley out here, man. Not doing well. He's right at 2 points so far. So yeah, what 1 quarter's gone so far, as Kickin' Club reminds us. Kickin' Club said, I feel pretty good about my roster, got Kittle and Gurley, and Kenny says he didn't roster either. Well, it's definitely not going well for you so far if you roster those two, I'll tell you what. So we'll just have to see what ends up happening, Kickin' Club. Can't remember the last time that fading me blind worked, but we'll see. I mean, it worked sometimes. We have Deebo Samuel right now as the top captain to have so far in the free contest we put together in the DK Sim Fam Friends League. 30% owned, with 5.8% captain. We'll get the free showdown numbers in a second. Ryan gonna get the ball away to Todd Gurley.
Gurley picks up
3-yard pickup. So there's another point for Todd Gurley.
Not too much more than that. With the Falcons sustaining a drive here, which is something they failed to do with the ball after kickoff to start this game. So if you did go deep on Atlanta, and it makes sense that you would. I mean, playing at home in a dome against, a pretty good Niners defense, much better than they were on the field because everyone here is happy and healthy as bang.
Oh, we got a touchdown. Ooh. And it's Calvin Ridley. Calvin Ridley, a popular option today, and he has found pay dirt. The Atlanta Falcons are on the board right now, ready to tie it up as that one went for over 20 yards. Calvin Ridley, 48.5% owned in the free contest, 9% captain. So dueling captains here. You got Deebo Samuel and Calvin Ridley around similar interest in those two.
Yeah, Ridley is one of those guys who really stepped up in a very big way and kind of makes you wonder what Julio's future is going to be in Atlanta. Now, obviously, it won't be this season because Julio is still very much under contract and would leave a lot of dead space. They wouldn't save any cap space by trading Julio Jones right now. So it would be a foolish move, but this is a team that is about $36 million over the 2021 cap limit. So moves are going to have to be made down there in Atlanta. It could be a Matt Ryan deal. It could be something better or worse. But this is a team that kind of needs to hit the reset button. The only place that we really need to do it is that wideout because they do have quite possibly the best 1-2 punch, the best receiving tandem in the league between Julio and Ridley. Ridley really looked like he is ready for undisputed wide receiver one bona fides, especially the way he played when Julio was hurt. Just a great year from the former first-round pick, adding a little more credence to the idea that every year you can go out and get yourself an Alabama blue chip wideout, you should.
Leave up the middle here, and time to tell you a little bit about my NBA value plays, because Matt R wanted to know, Kenny, who are your NBA value plays today? I'm going to keep this short and sweet, but if you're looking for some answers here on the NBA slate, I would recommend that you attack the Milwaukee Bucks three-point defense. They have the second worst three-point defense in the NBA. They have the 17th ranked defense according to defensive efficiency. So they have been really weak on that side of the floor. They might end up beating the Portland Trailblazers by, I mean, the people who tend to put out their predictions for scores, which are, universally sort of followed. They think that those people think that Portland loses tonight by double digits, and that may be true, right? They may end up losing by double digits, but Portland's certainly not going to lose by double digits because they don't get to like 115 points. They're going to score a lot of points tonight. I really love taking the Blazers guards. I know Lillard's not an option, not a value option, right? But go to Gary Trent Jr. You got to roster Gary Trent Jr. The guy had 23 combined threes over the last few games. He's my favorite value play tonight. And I also like Michael Porter Jr. because second night of a back-to-back. He's fresh. He hasn't played too much over the last couple games. And another terrible three-point defense in the Pistons, terrible defense in general. I think MPJ is going to get some big minutes. And when he's on the floor, he usually produces fantasy points for us. So I like those two value plays today. I mean, there's obviously a whole lot more that you can get into. But I was doing some targets for NBA snake draft formats. And those were the guys that I immediately had my eye on. As we get 3rd and 5.
Big pickup there, and it's Mostert again. So Garoppolo dealing, no incompletions for him, but only 85 yards on those 11 passes. So not exactly lighting the world on fire, showing us why he's only like 30% owned, why no one was scrapping to add Jimmy G to their lineup. Under 2 minutes to play here. Both teams have all 3 timeouts, so we should see, Niners cap off this drive, and we might even get a response from the Falcons as Garoppolo 12 for 12 now for about 90. I believe that was Pettis on that one. Maybe. Yeah, Dante's first catch of the game. 1 for 6. Pettis, I like seeing Pettis catch on with the Giants. I'm a little bummed he didn't fall through the waiver process deep enough to get to the Patriots. I think he would have been a lot of fun as a shifty slot wideout in Bill Belichick's and Josh McDaniel's system. But I can appreciate him in New York, where he's going to have all sorts of opportunities to shine there.
Really though?
I mean, he's going to get. There's not what I mean by that is there's not a lot of depth in front of him, and New York has already kind of shown that they hate Golden Tate for whatever reason. So it's like after
he's got a bad quarterback throwing the football though.
Yeah, but they're willing to throw the hell out of the football, even with a bad quarterback. And if you are a shifty inside receiver, you would probably get more looks than if you're playing for, let's say, a Rams team with Matthew Stafford, where you're throwing deep more often. So I can see the value there for Dante Pettis. He did have a nice touchdown catch to end the season, although he did get blasted right in the face by a Daniel Jones laser in Week 17. Still caught it, but one of those things that's not super encouraging to see. Like anytime you're wide out and you get just doinked in the face mask, it feels like it murders your soul.
1st and 10, Jimmy G got some time. He is going to go down, but he gets the ball out of his hands before he gets sacked. Clock winding down here in the second quarter. Come to the conclusion of the first half. Kennedy C and Christian D'Andrea. DeGen in the chat. Boss walked by. Had to hide this. Very funny.
Impressed that
a story that we can all relate to as George Kittle makes the catch, and the clock will continue to wind. I might end up seeing a field goal here, Robbie Gold Nation. Where you at?
Remember the old Greg Easterbrook's Tuesday morning quarterback columns where he used to build in the boss button on page 2 where like you'd hit it and it would show up like as just plain text, like a Word document instead.
Yeah, I did not know that. I remember the boss button for March Madness.
Yeah, that's it.
Baby, big time play. Not only does Kendrick pick up the first down, but he gets out of bounds. So we're gonna have time for at least 2 more plays. They get 1 play and then the field goal at the very least. It is Kenny Ducey and Christian DeAndrea on the call here. So happy that you can be with us here on this Monday afternoon. Please like, please subscribe, please help keep this train a-moving. Wow, we're going to get another play here. Yeah. Believe it or not. We're hurting a little bit in the like department, 138 likes. Hit that like button, like it up. I have hit the like button. 2nd and goal.
Yeah, it looks like Kittle was open at the goal line there, and Garoppolo just overthrew him on that one. Let's see if they go back.
We'll get a chance here for at least 1 more play before the field goal.
Oh, Jimmy, no. Oh, Jimmy, no, Jimmy. Well, there goes the last time out. Probably going to be a field goal here, a kickoff, and maybe 1 run before the half as the Niners stare opportunity right in the face and throw up down shirts instead. I did, yeah. Excuse me. Apologies
Robbie
to the Sim fan out there that had to hear me.
Robbie Gold on for the 36-yard try. It's right through. And here we go. So we're on the board with the field goal nation, 10-7. And kickoff coming up, and then we'll get halftime. We'll break down what's happened. We have the 2 touchdowns here. We had Deebo Samuel going to the end zone for 1. And the second one caught by Calvin Ridley. So both quarterbacks have a touchdown. Jimmy Garoppolo in this one, if you are just joining us. How unpopular was he in the free showdown? Robbie Gold was more heavier owned than Jimmy Garoppolo was. As we'll probably get the clock running out here. Nope, we'll get a couple more seconds on the clock, so we'll get maybe another Todd Gurley run. Someone mentioned in the chat, Gary Trent Jr. inconsistent. I would say his minutes have been inconsistent, but the fact that the Blazers are we're gonna get a Hail Mary. I'm sorry. Let's see you get some more points potentially here. What happens?
I do not think it was caught. It was incompletion, maybe? Yeah, it looks like Hurst almost came down with it, but the ball fell to the turf. So instead of getting some Hayden Hurst garbage time points, nothing to be seen there instead. And not a lot of action in this first half, but some very long sustained drives. Garoppolo, 16-18, 126 and a touchdown. Matt Ryan threw 1 touchdown pass to Calvin Ridley. Only 84 yards through the air for him, though, and nothing going on the ground. Mostert, 6 for 21, and he is blowing the doors off of poor Todd Gurley. 5 carries, 1 yard.
Yeah, 1 rushing yard for the Atlanta Falcons. Not too great. If you rostered Gurley and George Kittle, 2 catches, 8 yards. Not great. They're popular options on the sim. People always throwing darts with those 2 because they're talented. They do have decent ratings. You know, Kittle has a superstar trait, but not to be. Kendrick Bourne, 2 catches. The leading men here, Deebo Samuel, 5 catches for 37. And then we had the 2 catches, or a 3 actually, I think, for Raheem Mostert. Either way, both those guys have been good. Hayden Hurst, Jordan Reed, Ross Dwelly, all on the board with catches. Julio Jones has 1 catch, and that's sort of where we stand right now. 10-7. It'll be the Falcons kicking off to the Niners in just a moment here as we get ready to start the third quarter. And the ops team, our wonderful ops team, goes through and makes sure that we have all the correct stats before we start the half. For Angelico and Jared, working hard on ops. Of course, we have Drew and Brian helping us out producing the broadcast, and then Kenny Ducey here and Christian DeAndrea there doing the color commentary. Yeah, so I was talking about Gary Trent Jr. I won't talk about him too much more, but before we had to go to the end of the quarter, Derek Jones Jr. is out. Robert Covington sort of still on a minutes restriction. And again, the guy's just played, basically like 38 minutes a game over the last 23 3-pointers attempted. I mean, he has just emerged as the second fiddle to Dame. There's no CJ McCollum still. I think you fire this guy up. I mean, again, he has been inconsistent, but of late he has not been inconsistent. And I think the concern with him is always like, the minutes are inconsistent with Gary Trent Jr., not the production. This guy is a pretty good shooter. He's a pretty good guard. We've seen him in the playoffs do it, and exciting talent. So, yeah, I definitely think, all right, you don't need to be so quiet there when you're plowing the road, okay? So, yeah, I like him a lot. That's really the only one that I've sort of zeroed in on tonight. 5,700 is not even like the best value out there, but I guess, Anthony Simons too. Like I'd take a look at a lot of these Blazers here. Simons has been pretty important. Mostert gets dropped for a loss. Simons has been pretty important to the Blazers of late. He's put some crunch time minutes. He's got a great matchup. You basically just want to pick on that 3-point defense. I don't think Rodney Hood's played enough where I can justify rostering him, even though he's kind of cheap. But that's sort of where I stand right now. Love Trent. I'd go for Simons as well if you want a cheaper option as another run. What a great call there. A 3-yard run like Kyle Shanahan. Shout out to all of you, by the way, here in the Northeast enjoying or not enjoying this nor'easter. Got about over a foot, I believe, in New York.
Already?
As it stands right now. Yeah, right about a foot. That's sort of what it looks like outside my window.
Nice.
I think my sister who lives in Queens told me that it's up to 10 inches, but at any rate, it's right about around a foot. It's been just snowing nonstop, and it's been pretty tough. So thinking about all you who have to go to work, have to commute to work today through the snow. That's no easy feat. Someone very close to me, who I live with, had to do that today. Not fun. Not fun to commute when it's a blizzard outside. So,
I can imagine.
Especially when there's stay-at-home orders. This Falcons defense, Christian, has been balling today.
They've been coming up bigger than expected, which not something we say about the Falcons D that often. I mean, there's a lot that Arthur Smith is going to have to fix down there. The good news is he's very well equipped to take over that offense, restore Matt Ryan. I don't think Ryan's ever going to get back to those 2016 highs, but I still think he's a very capable quarterback, and he has that great chemistry with his wideouts. I think you can still win games. I think you can be a playoff team with Matt Ryan. They just need to do something about that D, which has not played anything like this D here that we are seeing in Sim Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Also, Kenny, Mercedes-Benz Stadium, way up on my list of stadiums I want to visit, not because I give a crap about the Falcons in any meaningful way, shape, or form, but $2 hot dogs, $5 beers, like they have pumped up the fact that their concession prices are the lowest in the league, and it very much makes me want to go there. Like all I want, and this is what I've missed very much in pandemic times too, because I don't get to do it at Costco anymore. Like I don't get to do it here at the Madison Mallards, where for $30-$40 you sit in the duck blind and it's all you can eat, all you can drink. I haven't had a good hot dog, a good outside ballpark or Costco food court hot dog in years now. It's been years since I have had a good taken out of a bin, out of the hot dog water, loaded with sauerkraut and onions and hot mustard. Like I have not had one of those at all. I miss hot dogs now. I miss hot dogs so much.
That is a huge catch for Hayden Hurst. I do agree with you on the hot dogs. I miss them as well. I miss, going to Yankee Stadium and, grabbing a couple of dogs, some dirty water hot dogs on the street, going to one of the establishments right outside Yankee Stadium. Stan's. I'm always a Stan's guy. I fade Billy's. I go to Stan's. You got to fade Billy's when you go to Yankee Stadium. Billy's is more of more of like a fun time, big establishment. It's the more popular one.
Okay.
Stands a lot smaller. It's got a lot more character to it. They're always playing emo music. It's one of my favorite places on earth. And I would give anything to go be in a crowded establishment right about now, especially, in the warm weather with some shorts on, sitting outside, rocking out to some MCR or maybe some good Charlotte or something that they have on there. Obviously they change it up, right? It's not just emo music, but they play all the genres, so they play all your favorites. I'm getting a little emo myself thinking about it. Brian said, I've been to the new Yankee Stadium twice, and I've seen 0 baseball games there. Well, that is a possibility. You get multiple sports now at the new Yankee Stadium. You got, of course, NYCFC plays there, and then of course there's a bowl, the Pinstripe Bowl, every year. So you had I'm gonna guess, I know nothing about Brian. I just know DraftKings is a Massachusetts-based place. I'm gonna guess that Brian went there to see the Holy Cross Pinstripe Bowl. Well, there's the BC one as well. Oh, I'm sorry. Holy Cross plays not in the Pinstripe Bowl. So both times BC played it, if that makes sense.
Ooh, big hole for Gurley here. And
what's the
guy taken inside the red zone. So Falcons about to turn this opportunity into some kind of points, barring a turnover here. No, I have a buddy, whenever he's home, he goes back for Christmas, and he lives in like Eastern Pennsylvania. So we'll go out and see that. He'll go out and watch the Pinstripe Bowl every year. It's just such a weird bowl to like make your destination. Like his annual tradition is going to watch a bad ACC team play a bad Big Ten team in the Pinstripe Bowl.
Brian said, I went to the old Yankee Stadium in 2002, saw A-Rod hit a grand slam for the Rangers. Yankee Stadium memories. I was about 12 rows back, and this was, I'm not trying to sound braggadocious. Like, I don't come from a very wealthy family. There was a very brief period where my father could afford to take me to a Yankee game in nice seats, and so I'm gracious that he chose to, choose good times over like spending money on something else, right? So we went to ALD. This was the year the Yankees blew their 3-0 lead. That we went to the ALDS. It was game 6, I believe, and that was the game where A-Rod slapped the ball out of Bronson Arroyo's glove, and crowd went absolutely bananas. I'll never forget it. I was only like 10 years old, or maybe I guess I was. It must have been 04, right? It must have been 04. So I was 11 at the time. I had just turned 11. 04 LCS. Yeah, Andrew just confirms it here. So yeah, it was a great time, and the crowd was chanting obscenities, right? They're chanting BS, BS. And another touchdown here for Calvin Ridley doing dance here.
And he does the Team Coco, the Conan string dance at the end. So a real win-win there as Ridley trending hard towards those Krusty Koff player of the game bona fides.
Never would have known what that was. So we'll get Koo on for the extra point. 2 touchdowns now for Calvin Ridley. Anyway, sorry to finish my long story that I'm dragging out. We were sitting there, and I was 10 rows behind first base. I saw it happen, and A-Rod slapping the ball to Bronson Arroyo's glove. So not only do the obscenities rain down from the crowd, but people start chucking garbage, debris on the field. So they had to clear the field. They had to get all the players off the field. People are just chucking empty bottles on the field, and I look down to my right, and I see an empty bottle sitting in the cup holder. That was my father's, and I chucked it on the field, and he just looks at me. He's like, "What are you doing?" And I was like, "I don't know. I just decided that I needed to do that because everyone else was doing it. So I was like, I need to get in on this. I need to chuck a bottle at the field." So I don't know if the people who let me into the Baseball Writers Association of America would have appreciated that I chucked a bottle on a field at a game when I was little, but that's about probably the worst thing that I've done at a baseball game. And I'll never forget it. That was a crazy scene. I also think I saw A-Rod hit 2 grand slams in the same game against the Mets. One was definitely off of a Soler. He might have hit a grand slam and a 3-run home run. I'm not really sure. Oh boy, what a big gainer here for Kendrick Bourne! Oh my God! That's Kendrick Bourne! Touchdown!
What a response there from this Niners team. Bourne only had 2 catches for 18 before that, but now he is on bonus watch with that 77-yard pitch and run play. And bang, Jimmy Garoppolo having himself a bit of a day. Would not be surprised if he's in the leading lineups now after that big second touchdown pass of the afternoon. As Ridley up over 20 points. Bourne, well, getting near the threshold now. Double digits for him after 2+ quarters. And now we got ourselves a ball game. Falcons behind again. Good news if you're out there and you're waiting for Julio Jones to step it up to come alive.
Christian,
the first
Christian.
Half. What?
Kendrick Bourne just ripped off a huge run. This is insane. Come on. We gotta sound excited about this. The people have been waiting all day long for Kendrick Bourne. The chat has been blowing up. Please, Kendrick. Please, Kendrick. React to it. That was insane. I don't want to hear about the coverage. I want to hear how excited you are about that play. We saw some fantastic football right there.
Well, actually, what we're getting more requests for, especially in the Twitch chat, is that we share more personal anecdotes.
Okay.
Which
well,
I am 1,000% in for. I agree with you, man. Nice baseball. I'm very, very, every day in Wisconsin is a gift, Kenny, especially the state's commitment to tailgating, to grilling, to bratwurst, to cheeses, fine cheeses, and proper malt beverages. So I very much miss being able to go to a Brewers game, hang out in the parking lot for a while, play some cornhole.
Looks like a fun place to go to a baseball game, especially. You ever go on did they let you on the slide?
They do, yeah. Bernie gets down the slide. Used to slide into an honest-to-goodness mug of beer, and now it's just like he just goes down the slide. Which, I mean, I get that must have been hell to wash out the Bernie Brewer costume after every game.
Oh, look at this. It's Todd Gurley finding room. Sorry to cut you off. Todd Gurley ending the half with a big run. He's up to 44 yards, Christian.
Yeah, after a real grim start. I mean, 5 carries, 1 yard after the first 2 quarters. 43 rushing yards in the third quarter alone. So he's got a shot, outside shot, if he can keep up the pace of the bonus. But right now, our bonus watch, guys, really, it's kind of Kendrick Bourne or bust in this one. As taking a look at our stats through 3, Garoppolo 221, 2 touchdowns through the air, buoyed really by that massive blow up from Kendrick Bourne. Your guy, Matty Ice, 16 for 18, 154, 2 touchdowns. So a good QB duel. And this one, we're going to see more passing from the Falcons. Trail by 3 heading into the fourth quarter rather. Gurley, 10 for 44. Mostert, after a hot start, had a nice carry in the first quarter. It really has been nowhere to be seen since then, at least out of the backfield. Through the air, Calvin Ridley, 4 for 42, 2 touchdowns. Debo, 5 for 37, 1 touchdown. Kendrick Bourne, 3 for 95, 1 good catch away from hitting the bonus and putting himself in crusty cough territory. As far as Babysitter Billy territory goes, Julio Jones got to be on the watch list right now. He is having a regrettable game. George Kittle as well. You called it out beforehand. Boom or bust. Georgie, 3 for 15 rather. Not a lot going on for him. He and Jones, if you combine them, they have fewer than 8 fantasy points total. Oof.
Yeah, it is really all about the speed guys for San Francisco. I mean, Kendrick Bourne and Debo Samuel have really lifted Jimmy Garoppolo. He really hasn't done too much of anything. He's just kind of given the ball to them in short yardage situations and let them run. And Jimmy G up to 221 yards and 2 touchdowns. This was not the game to fade Jimmy Garoppolo. More people decided to draft Robbie Gould in the free showdown than Jimmy Garoppolo.
Which, I mean, again, makes sense. Jimmy G in these sims, not very good. But, Kenny, I got to ask you a very important, very hard-hitting question. What's your favorite appetizer? The Twitch chat wants to know best bar food, best apps. And
absolutely, buffalo chicken tenders or or boneless buffalo wings. Yeah, I think boneless, because it's the thing. If you're in an establishment and you want to have, I don't want to get my hand, unless I'm going out to, like, someone's like, hey man, let's go out and watch the game tonight. Like, let's go out and watch March Madness every year, or whatever. Like, you're gonna sit somewhere for 4 hours and watch games, then I can get behind getting some real wings, or like if you're having them delivered to your house, right? But if I'm like just kind of out at the at night, right, on a Friday, and I'm trying to have some fun, and I don't want to get my hands. I want that buffalo. Like, to me, that is the perfect setting for like buffalo sauce and chicken, and I want that, but I don't want to really get my hands dirty. I hear you. I hear you, Flat and Drum Nation. I am so in on traditional buffalo wings. Don't get it twisted. I can appreciate both wings. I'm just saying there's a time and a place for boneless wings, and I think it is when you're not trying to you're not trying to, just wolf down some wings, right? Like in public, right? Like if you're out to dinner, you're out for a few hours with your boys, whatever, it's different. But like, if I'm just like ordering an app from a bar while I'm standing up, I'm getting boneless.
I think it all depends on how good the regular wings are somewhere, because you're always getting.
That's true also. Very true also.
Almost at a touchdown pass there. You're getting a baseline of quality with a boneless wing. It's always going to be kind of the same. It's always going to be good, but it's never going to be like otherworldly or great, or it's never going to be bad. Or like good restaurant wings or bar wings, like you can have awesome wings, you can have mediocre wings. And I think it all depends on where you're going. Like
if I'm going to a place known for their wings, yes, I will always get the traditional wings. And another touchdown for Calvin Ridley. That's number 3 on the day for Calvin Ridley. My goodness. Boy, it doesn't even matter who you put in your lineup. If you have Calvin Ridley in the captain spot, you are winning today. You have picked the right captain. Calvin Ridley, 42 DKFB in the captain spot. Drew says the one day I faded him. Man, you don't even have to have any of the other touchdown scores. If you could account for 3 in the captain spot today, you're doing a pretty good job. And then it's just kind of, maybe if you hit on 1 or 2 after that, but yeah, like my lineup kind of stinks, right? But then I have Ridley in the captain spot and Matt Ryan in the flex, and that's it.
Yeah, a crazy game for him. I feel bad for myself for only putting him in my flex and not in the captain spot. I got him. I have Bourne. I have a bunch of touchdowns in my lineup, and yet 15th out of the 52 in the Ducey and DeAndrea free roll, because Raheem Mostert in the captain spot, despite being a relative bargain, has been a relative disappointment. Let's see if he doesn't get the chance to respond here, maybe punch back, maybe get some of those, maybe breaks one off here, makes us all feel a little bit better for believing in him, and maybe somewhere Lash is out there wondering why his heart is so empty, and it's because we have yet to get that amazing Raheem breakthrough. It won't be on this play unless he's split wide. I don't know if you see him there.
Pass out to Dante Pettis, past the 30.
3 catches for him, so not a bad punt-ish play there. Kenny, my bar food, I'm wings all day. I'm wings till I die, especially if you can get a good one. Especially if you can go to a place that does like the whole connected. You get the flat and the drummy and the little tiny flapper at the end all in one. Amazing. Outstanding. Those are the best wings when you get to pull them apart and do a little bit of extra work. But living in Wisconsin has changed my perspective. I am a cheese curd guy all the way, especially up here.
Boy, what a throw by Jimmy G. You see him whip that in there to Debo?
So big-time connection to Debo there, and we are crashing towards a furious finish here. I am into this game, Kenny. After a slow start, both offenses coming alive and taking advantage of this game.
1st and 10 for Garoppolo. Time. Man, caught at the 46. That's going to be Debo again. Fantasy Hawk, what's going on? He's in the chat.
Dude, if you can get a good curd, like a light breading on the outside, and then a good dipping sauce, and you don't need a great dipping sauce. You can just dip it right in Frank's Red Hot. That's a great curd way to go. And Jeremy, I see, man, Culver's has decent, like for fast food curds, they're good curds, but like a good restaurant quality curd, a little dusting, a little flavor on them, and then old fashioned out here, they got this thing called Tiger Blue. It's horseradish, blue cheese, a little bit of mayo mixed together. Amazing curd dipping sauce. Outstanding. I cannot stand for a good cheese curd hard enough.
Jordan Lindenbaum running away with the free contest we put together, according to Choker. Jimmy Garoppolo, maybe you have something to say about that. No, we'll just get a complete little tiny catch for Raheem Mostert. Raheem Mostert really has had a pretty quiet day here, Christian. He has not done a whole lot for the San Francisco 49ers. What do we got here? Just about 10 fantasy points.
And I think that got him double digits in the flex there. And just nothing on the good, 21 rushing yards. So it hasn't really provided much of a dimension out of the backfield. It limited returns as a pass catcher.
2nd and 6. Kittle had a space and then he just went down. Oh boy, disappointing for Kittle owners over there. But a 1st and goal for San Francisco. So now we're in range here. We're under 4 minutes, and San Francisco could pull ahead by 3 points. You've got George Kittle without a touchdown today. Raheem Mostert with really nothing to write home about. He can get a touchdown here. He gets the ball up the middle, finds a little bit of room, gets down to the 5, and then only one receiver was on the field for that play, and I believe it was Deebo Samuel. So perhaps the option's limited. Also worth noting here that we do have 2 grabs, one grab apiece. Jordan Reed, tight end 2, and Ross Dwelly, tight end 3. As looks like Kittle on the field for this one along with Reed. And a run up the middle, and it's a touchdown.
Ooh, okay.
Mostert. So San Francisco in the lead. And Raheem Mostert now getting up towards 17 fantasy points. A much-needed turnaround for Raheem Mostert, the most popular option on this slate.
Yeah, not quite Calvin Ridley levels, maybe not even Kendrick Bourne levels, but the Niners counterpunch here, take a 3-point lead, and there's enough time to believe that San Francisco is going to get the ball back. Hopefully, if they're behind, we're going to get to see Jimmy Garoppolo take a shot at that bonus. He's at about 273 right now. Going to see Kendrick Bourne see if he can't get that 5-yard completion he needs to get to 100+, maybe even a little bit more. Dante Pettis, George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, who's having himself a good game. But, the story here, Kenny, Atlanta, down 3, get the ball back here, 3 timeouts, just under 3 minutes to play. Are we going to see the Calvin Ridley Bundy? Is he going to score his 4th touchdown of the game here? This is, again, slow start, awesome finish.
You're thinking about the ensuing drive already? We only have 2:55 left. Chris B says OT calling, and I think I like that call. But I also think I like the call that the Falcons march down the field here, kill off almost all the clock, and win this football game. That is my call right now, but don't hate the OT call as well. First play of the drive, it's going to go to guess who? Calvin Ridley for the first down. Now, updating you here on what's going on with the Falcons receivers. Russell Gage, 5 catches for 52. Of course, we have Calvin Ridley with 5 catches for 50 and the 3 touchdowns. Julio Jones has been very quiet. 2 catches for 20 yards. We often see Julio Jones rack up his points on the same drive. Will it happen here? Do they get Julio involved? Now they're going to go to Todd Gurley for the first down, and the clock continues to move. We're going to get down to the 2-minute warning here. The Falcons are going to try to work this inside a minute to score their touchdown. As we'll take a look at the other Falcons receivers as well. Might as well. Hayden Hurst, 3 catches for 40. And Todd Gurley, 3 catches, 22 yards, 21 on the ground. So no one on the Falcons offense is really racing after that bonus, but we certainly do have some guys in need of help. So we'll see who ends up getting the ball here. Matt Ryan with it. We're inside 2 minutes now.
That's complete. Past the 50.
You finally get a little Julio.
No, sorry.
Is that his third?
It is incomplete. That was a drop.
Oh, wow. All right, must not have been Julio then.
Minute
That guy
56.
get passes.
The clock is stopped, but we are now closer to the end of the game. Matt Ryan, 4 receivers out. Takes the snap. Screen pass to Gurley. He's got some room to get out of bounds at the 42-yard line. Todd Gurley.
Yeah, nice pickup there. So Gurley churning towards a decent day. Needs a few more points to hit his season-long average, but giving you about 15, 20 plus in the captain spot. And, the offensive play calling for the Falcons, they're taking their time here, but they're also, utilizing their short routes. They seem content to burn time off this clock, limit their exposure to any Jimmy Garoppolo comeback. And the way this is going, Kenny, this one does, I got the feeling we're heading towards bonus football in this one.
Let's see, 2nd and 7. The Falcons are knocking on the door here. They could very well score a touchdown and put this game out of reach with just a few seconds left. Oh, Matt Ryan's going to go for it all into the end zone. Jump ball. Touchdown. He caught it.
Wow.
Russell Gage for 6. An amazing grab with 1:20 to go. 80 seconds remain, and the Falcons take the lead on a Russell Gage touchdown. Just under 30% ownership in the free contest. Russell Gage marching some lineups off the leaderboard with the catch. $5,400 this guy was, and he was sitting at 10 fantasy points before that long touchdown. Now he's going to be well up over 20. Russell bleeping Gage.
Russell Gage.
Ice in his veins.
Blowing the doors off Julio in this sim, too. Crazy, but you were right about the wide receiver 3 theory, because that's got him up near 100 yards, and might not be done if the Niners move the ball as quickly and efficiently as they have. I mean, this could be another 77-yard Kendrick Bourne touchdown coming up, and we might see some more Falcons. This second half has not disappointed, and now we get to see if Jimmy G can breach the 300-yard barrier. He's going to be throwing the ball. About 75 seconds left on the clock. All 3 timeouts in play for both teams. So very possible this is not the last we've seen of the Falcons' offense in regulation either.
Wide receiver 3 theory, baby. Own those wide receiver 3s. Every single day, a wide receiver 3. Every holiday, a wide receiver 3. Every Sunday, a wide receiver 3. Of course, in the Madden Sims. They always go off, and they're always just beautiful. Chef's kiss, the price. 2nd and 6 for the San Francisco 49ers. Do they have a comeback in their bones? 1:12 to go. Clock stop, 3 timeouts. Garoppolo to the right side.
He gets out, too. And 293 now for Garoppolo. Barring disaster, he's going to get to the danger zone as Mostert 6 for 52 through the air, so nothing doing on the ground, but he does have that rushing touchdown. Has a lot of PPR points. Got you up around 20 in the flex, so he's had a solid day, just not a Calvin Ridley type day, not a Russell Gage of a day.
Big throw over the middle, caught by Kittle inside the 30. Garoppolo over 300 yards. Kittle now to 60 yards on 7 catches. Fantasy Hawks saying, I wish Pettis would prove that theory true, Deucey. Yeah, I got Dante Pettis in there as well. Let's see if he's got one big grab in him. Maybe the game winner. Under 40 now. Garoppolo, deep right side, caught towards the end zone. Kittle inside the 5, taken down. Clock ticks to 31. We get the easy 31-second timeout. We always get that one. 4-point lead for the Falcons. It looks like the San Francisco 49ers have a real chance here to put this game away, to put it out of reach for the Atlanta Falcons. Falcons do have 3 timeouts, so if the San Francisco 49ers score on this play, there are possibilities here. Dante Pettis, bottom of your screen. He's going to come in motion to the left. Garoppolo with the ball. He's got space in front of him. He's got all sorts of time. Now he's going to go down and take it down for a sack at the 16-yard line. 12-yard loss. Timeout.
Just awful. What you can't afford to do in that situation is take a sack, and Garoppolo did the dead end backpedal that ends in murder 9 times out of 10. Good news if you got those Niners wideouts, though. Good news if you got Kittle. There's not going to be a handoff here to Mostert. And again, we have Kittle. He's on the line.
Trip set for the Niners. Garoppolo, right side, caught. At the 10, taken down. It is Raheem Mostert. So now another timeout. Now the San Francisco 49ers are out of timeout. It's 3rd and goal. This could be the final play of the game if they don't get it in.
Yeah. If this gets stopped in the field of play, Niners have no chance to stop the clock. 19 seconds is real dicey. That is right at that borderline of how quickly they can get up and snap the ball. So
for the game, Garoppolo, short, game over. He threw it over the middle to George Kittle. The ball game is over. Another point.
It was a quick enough pass. They might be able to. I'm not holding out.
That's the game. That's the game. The Atlanta Falcons take it over the San Francisco 49ers, 28-24. George Kittle gets an extra 1.1 there, maybe 1.2 to end the game. 4-point win for the Falcons. Player of the game. I think it's pretty obvious for this one, Christian.
It's got to be Calvin Ridley. Although Jimmy Garoppolo put a scare into us, and Matt Ryan finished with 273 and 4 touchdowns through the air. But Jimmy G you can't make that decision in the red zone with the game on the line and be the crusty cough player of the game. I'm going to give the guy who had 3 touchdowns, Calvin Ridley. If you captained him, enjoy your money because you did okay. And for the babysitter Billy, not my kid award winner today, and Julio Jones on the milk carton all day for a guy who should be just unstoppable. His stats are incredible. He is an impossible human being, and yet here in Simland, let's look at the stats. I think it was like 2 catches for 20-something yards, just a nothing.
2 for 20. That was it.
Just a guy who is awesome, a guy I will stand for the rest of my life, a guy I would put up there as one of the top 10 wideouts to ever play the game. And yet today, shut down by Richard Sherman, nothing doing at home in Atlanta. So I am so sorry, Julio. You are the babysitter Billy, not my kid award winner today.
Heart goes out to Fantasy Hawk, 0.6 points from Cash. It's always difficult, and I think a lot of people probably got burned on either playing Kittle or Julio Jones. Both those guys didn't show up, and, neither did Todd Gurley, really. But anyway, that'll do it for us, for Christian, for our entire crew here on the DK Dream Stream. We'll see you at 4 o'clock. That's when I come back. You guys are stuck with me. I'll be with Professor Zach, ZT. I don't know what they call him, the professor. And then Prelock comes your way at 5 p.m. Shirag and Julian are going to break down the slate for you. I'm sure they'll have very nice things to say about Gary Trent Jr. and Anthony Simons. Then at 6 p.m., Packers-Texans football on Monday nights is back, ladies and gentlemen. It has been here, every week. But in case you missed Monday Night Football, we got some on the Dream Stream. Glash and Brandon Cristal have the call at 6 p.m. Packers and Texans. Chiefs at Broncos at 8 with Koff and Tommy Freeze Pops. And then your favorite Madden After Dark crew, Pats at Seahawks, Super Bowl rematch. It is Glash and Tommy Freeze Pops.
Big two.
Who else? Who else but Glash and Tommy Freeze Pops? Glash is going to use that time off from the 8 p.m. sim. He's going to probably grill up some chicken on his grill before the snow comes in. And then he's going to brag about it on the 10 p.m. sim with Tommy Freeze Pops. Should be a good one. Should be a great day of sims. And, of course, NBA Pre-Lock show mixed in there at 5. Christian, great to be with you as always, my man.
Always a pleasure. I'm glad that not only do we get to call a game, but we also got to talk about appetizers, baseball, everything that you, DK Sim fan, wanted to hear about. We are happy to share our lives with you, and we are happy that you are here to share our lives with us. So your lives with us. Either way, we're great. You're great. I will see you guys tomorrow. Take care.
And I'll see you in 50 minutes. Take care. Hey everybody, welcome in. Kenny Ducey and the Professor Zach Thompson, ZT, and KD. What's going on, Zach? How you doing? We're ready for Titans and Jaguars here at 4 o'clock on the DK Dream Stream. So glad to be with us.
That's right.
You excited for this one?
Yeah, AFC South. Lots of stuff we can talk about in the AFC South. These two teams have played 2 other times in our 2 tournaments, so it'll be the 3rd time that they've met up. And interesting, what might be a little bit of a surprise, Jaguars have won both previous meetings. So see if they can pull off the three-peat, take the whole 3-game set here.
So I'm not the person that, I'm not the person that you should be looking to for fantasy advice. You are the person that at the DK Playbook, you write up Madden picks all the time. So I want to know, and I want to hear from you, who you like in this contest. When you look at Derrick Henry, you think, right? No, Dalvin Cook's a monster, Raheem Mostert's a monster, Eckler, like, sure, just fire up, Derrick Henry. But I feel like it's not really worth it at that price. Am I crazy?
Yeah, I think you're crazy. Sorry, he's who I went with in my captain spot. He's just so reliable, and he's so involved as a pass catcher in these Madden 21 sims. He's catching so many passes. In Madden 2020, it was Henry and it was Deion Lewis who took all those 3rd down reps, took a ton of passes, and even took some of his rushing attempts. But now that he's the full-time RB1 and 3rd down back, he gets all the carries, all the catches. He is who I went with in my captain spot in our official league contest there. He's just so reliable. And I think there are
he hasn't boomed in a long time, though, right? I mean, 38 points in Sim 65. He hasn't gotten to 30 cents, I don't think. Or maybe once he got to 30 cents. That's 30 cents.
Okay. But remember that lately actually doesn't matter. Whether he's done it 4 times in his last 4 sims or 4 times in his last 20 sims, there's no correlation sim to sim. Each one is its own unique exhibition. So while recency bias is something you can kind of have fun and play with, and obviously if he's done it 20 times in 20 sims and 4 times in 20 sims, that's a big difference. But as far as whether he did it in the last sim or 10 sims ago, it has no impact, no bearing, no less or more bearing than it would more recently, if that makes sense at all.
Right,
we got some interesting uniforms going on here.
Yeah, someone, Brian, I think, said there's a puke color rush as we got a rollout here immediately for Minshew, and throws across his body. What a throw! My goodness, Gardner. Every time I have a Jaguars game, I fade this guy, and he just absolutely goes off. Gardner Minshew, have a day. Already. Brian saying golden uniform, golden throw right there. Could not agree more, Brian.
Nice. Very nicely done there. DJ Chark on the receiving end. What did you do with the receivers? I had a tricky time going through these receivers and kind of seeing any kind of consistency, to be very honest.
Yeah, I did have a tough time as well. I actually just wound up, I straight up went for a huge Titan stack here. So I'm going to get absolutely, I'm going to get killed if the Jaguars end up going off. But yeah, I decided to, just go for it here. And
I really like these Oilers throwbacks we've got going on for Tennessee. They've got the oil rig on the helmet there. I like it. Well, Houston Oilers action. But yeah, I actually went the other way. I stacked up the Jaguars. And Derrick Henry's my captain, but then I have Minshew, I have Eifert, and I have Westbrook.
Okay, yeah, I like that. I mean, look, it's just I'm just trying to play the contrarian game here. Maybe the Titans win this one after they've lost the other two. But yeah, I wanted all Titans in this one. So I actually put the Titans defense in the captain spot. Dangerous proposition against this guy, right? Because he's just, this guy just is Lamar Jackson. But, I went with the Titans. I thought maybe the Titans would stomp. So I went Titans D, Henry, Tannehill, A.J. Brown and Corey Davis, Tyler Eifert on the other side. The thing is, too, I couldn't decide between A.J. Brown and Corey Davis. So I said, you know what? I'll find a way to play them both, and Derrick Henry and Ryan Tannehill. And
there you go.
If I get burned by Minshew again, I get burned by Minshew again. So
I kind of went back and forth with Davis and Brown as well, and I actually went back and forth, and then said, "Nah, I'm gonna go the other way." I have Adam Humphries as my only other Titan aside from Derrick Henry.
Really?
Yeah, out of the slot. He does get not a ton of catches, but does usually get involved with multiple receptions. I thought Davis and Brown were kind of highly priced for their inconsistent production.
They are. Yeah. No, they definitely are. You're not wrong. I was thinking about, Titan sims that I've done in the past, and it's just like, what? Let me fire them both up. I love these guys.
Yeah, right. And you can't argue with that matchup against the Jaguars defense, which is usually a pretty good one to attack, as we see Chris Thompson with his second carry of the day, setting up 3rd and 5.
So I think that we have a little bit of potential there. But yeah, like you said, it's the Jaguars are really sneaky good in these sims, so it's always difficult to fade them. But I think the other thing too is I didn't really look into. I did think about Chris Conley to go with my wide receiver 3 theory as no way that was a catch. My goodness, D.D. Westbrook,
there he is.
Get out of here. D.D. Westbrook coming in at 9,300 in the captain spot, 6,200 in the flex. You mentioned that recency bias. It doesn't matter. The guy has not had a touchdown. He's had 1 touchdown grab in 6 sims. Gets one there, his 12th touchdown in Simland, and I'm not sure how he got his feet down for that one.
I don't know either. Yeah, the reason that I actually did go with him was because he has done very well in this matchup. The last time he faced the Titans, which was at the beginning of the Madden holiday season, he had 10 catches, 148 yards. So definitely a matchup there that they like to go to. They went to it a lot that day anyway, and went to it here for the touchdown. So Minshew to Westbrook, your first touchdown of the day, both of which I'm pretty sure we won't see with Jacksonville this year. I don't know, Minshew maybe as a backup.
That sounds pretty right. I mean, yeah, kind of sad. Gardner Minshew had his chance, didn't work out.
Yeah, he was fun.
He wasn't that bad. Yeah, I mean, he definitely had some fun moments. So it is always sad to see, someone who we know is been capable of making big plays in the past fall by the wayside. But such as life.
You think he's the backup this year? You think they keep him around as the backup? I think he's still under contract, right?
Yeah, I don't know what he wants to do. So it's pretty much up to him. I mean, I think that they would have him as their backup, absolutely. But if he really believes he can be a starter somewhere, I don't know who in the world's going to make him a starter. But maybe he'll go out and try to find an opportunity. It's just, I mean, unless you're going to go to the Raiders, I don't know what team you're going to go to where you're like, hey man, I could get a shot at the quarterback stinks. I could definitely beat this guy out for the job. Is immediately huge chunk play to A.J. Brown. I mean, you think about
maybe
it.
The Lions? No.
But that's the thing is that they're committed. I feel like to Goff. The Lions is a good call. I think maybe you could put them in that mix. But like all these teams are going to address quarterback this offseason, right? Like Jacksonville's going to address quarterback. The Jets are going to address the quarterback position. I mean, maybe I think the Broncos want to address it, right? They offered for Matt Stafford. You have the Jaguars, or the Panthers. So I feel like most of the quarterback situation is going to be settled. And then, like, Minshew is just going to have to sign on somewhere as a backup. Like, I don't think someone's going to go out and give him a shot when, he basically. I don't think that he could really start in the league.
Right. So Minshew is on his rookie deal for 2 more years in Jacksonville right now. I mean, that is as of right now.
Okay, so yeah,
he was a 6th round pick. So yeah, it's super cheap money. Maybe they cut him or don't keep him if he struggles in camp and they decide to go with Lawrence and a more experienced backup, a veteran type guy to kind of mentor him. But yeah, it looks like he'll be there for a couple more years before he anyway has a chance to move on of his own accord. Unless he does the Deshaun Watson trade demand, but I feel like he has slightly less leverage.
He can't demand the trade. Yeah, what is Congo Cab? Kenny, here we go. Stop it. We're good at quarterback. Congo Cab's my favorite person in the chat because every time you bring up the Raiders or Derek Carr, he gets so defensive. Derek Carr's not good. I mean, maybe he's not bad, but I don't think he's good. He's kind of right in the middle. And the Raiders, you're telling me the Raiders wouldn't take... First of all, it says something about you when Marcus Mariota looks better than you did, but like Derek Carr had some games this year. Yeah, he had some good games.
He did. They were the only team that beat the Chiefs at full strength and could have done it twice. I mean,
he had some games, absolutely. I wouldn't trust that guy to quarterback my team for a whole season. And I just feel like he's not a prospect anymore, man. Like, you know what he is at this point. He's just an inconsistent guy. Like, there's upgrades out there, you take them. If the Raiders were sitting in the top 5 this year, they are not thinking twice. They are taking a quarterback, right? Like, that's, I feel like, what the barometer is. So, I don't know. But Fantasy Hawk wants to know about tonight's NBA slate, GT. He's asking me. I'll give you a shot at giving a pick here as well. He said he has 9,300 for his flex. I immediately looked to Julius Randle. I know he's right at the top, but I wrote him up in my Snakes draft preview. But I
read
think
that. That was, yeah.
I'm not, you did.
I like that call.
You edited it.
I did. Yes.
I'm not worried about the back-to-back here. He's been fine in back-to-backs this season. And, we know Tibbs, like, he's going to play these guys. And, oh my goodness, Ryan Tannehill fumbled. Luckily, the Titans recover.
Yeah.
He's averaging 35 minutes a game on the second night of back-to-backs. And this is a fantastic
Tibbs has never really shied away from playing his players big minutes ever.
No.
Back-to-back or...
Yes, exactly.
Regardless.
So he's experienced in it, right? He's done it all season long. Yep. He's going to play big minutes, and he's got a great matchup tonight against the Bulls. They cannot defend down low.
Especially not without Wendell Carter.
Right, no Wendell Carter Jr. And I also mentioned that Randall has been hitting a lot of threes lately. Like that's very encouraging. Tannehill doesn't fumble that time.
Doesn't fumble that time and picks up the first down on 3rd and 11. Big conversion there for him, setting up 1st and goal from the 4. I like the Randall call.
Yeah,
I
huge
looked at your
spot as well for Tom Thibodeau. But other than that, who do you like up there? I mean, you got Zach LaVine against the Knicks. I mean, the Knicks never have in history been able to defend opposing guards well. $9,000.
It's true. I like Christian Wood in that spot against the Thunder. I'm a little worried that game could turn into a blowout because you never know with OKC, but I like that. And then I think it was you yesterday that wrote up Andre Drummond over on Playbook. Was that you?
Yeah, I've been talking about Drummond. Yeah, because against Minnesota, right?
Against
Same
Minnesota.
Thing. Great
so
matchup.
I played Drummond last night, and he did very well for me. 20 points, 20 boards against Minnesota, and he's in that same matchup. So definitely someplace you could go there. Naz Reid, I think, is still questionable with that wrist issue.
Yep.
But
So
Towns is out.
He's questionable, and so is Juan Hernan Gomez. So it could be a lot of Vanderbilt.
And a lot of Vanderbilt means a lot of Drummond, quite honestly. So I'm definitely, that would be somebody I'm looking at up there. I think that's a little cheaper, actually. He's at 8.6, but the matchup is pretty tasty right there. So that I would look at him. The back to back, it doesn't bother me for him either. Although obviously he does lose some time now that they've got Jared Allen there.
Well, Fantasy Hawk's not listening to us. He just thanked Alex in the chat for giving him Plumlee. Okay. Plumlee was the guy who spread out. You have $9,300, Fantasy Hawk. What are you doing? How much does Plumlee cost? Unless that's a different question.
Plumlee's
I'm pretty sure he's like in 5,000. Yeah. Jeez,
okay.
I mean, I hope that's not
just
the
sit
answer
on
to your
that 4K.
I'm
just gonna not use this 4K right here. Just
I'm hoping that maybe he's
maybe
paying down elsewhere to get. All I know is I love Damian Lillard tonight, and that was another guy who wrote up. But this is I spent some time previewing this matchup for another website this morning, so I read a lot into the numbers. But the Bucks, I mean, what we do know, like at this point, the Bucks defense is bad. They had a tough time last year in the postseason defending, as we got what is this, like a 20-yard field goal here?
Yeah, Derrick Henry had 2 runs from the 1-yard line, didn't get in, and I thought they were going to go for it. I was hoping they would go for it. You've got Derrick Henry, and instead they take the field.
Yep, so they're down. They're losing.
Serves them right for not going for it.
I love attacking the Bucks defense tonight as well.
Yep.
Gary
Trent's a really good play.
We got a lot of guys on back-to-backs here.
Yeah,
this isn't even a back-to-back. The Thunder played, or the Trailblazers played on Saturday, not last night, if I'm not mistaken, because the game winner from Dame was on Saturday. So you're not on a back-to-back. Fantasy Hawk.
That is correct. For the Blazers, they are not on a back-to-back. There are a lot of teams on a back-to-back. Huge hit there. Wow. Able to hold on, though, is DJ Chark, his 3rd catch of the day.
Of course, there will be the NBA Pre-Lock Show with Chirag and Julian at 5 o'clock.
That's right after this sim. So they'll have their
basketball things,
input and give you all the latest on who's in, who's out, because there are a number of teams there on that back-to-back situation. So lots of great NBA content. We're happy to continue talking about it here, but they'll be up after this game to talk about that as well. Break
81 yards
down from.
Yeah, they will. Sorry to interrupt there. I was just so excited about the quarter that Gardner Minshew had. But yes, every night, as we always do to break down the slate, they'll be on for an hour. You could ask them, as many questions as you want. They're here for you guys. So Congo Cab stacking up his Knicks. I don't hate playing a few Knicks, but I don't know. Tired legs. They haven't looked that good on the second night of back-to-backs. I just like Randall for the sheer volume there. But Chark, speaking of volume, he has the highest reception total with 3 catches for 71 yards in this one. AJ Brown 2 for 42. D.D. Westbrook, of course, just the 1 touchdown catch, which was spectacular. Titans knocked on the door. They got to the 2, couldn't get in, kicked the field goal with the Gostkowski, and that's about it so far, ZT.
Yeah, AJ Brown, a couple catches for 42 yards. We were talking about those Titans receivers. Corey Davis 1 for 12. So a long way to go, obviously, in this one. Definitely some people not on that stat sheet yet, including Eifert, who I know is in both of our lineups and pretty highly owned. And here we see Chris Thompson with a lot of space there, but not able to really get a ton. He had a bunch of space, but only gained 8 yards somehow. Not sure how that happened. But yeah, make sure you go over playbook.draftkings.com. There's lots of great content there you can look through for tonight's slate as well. Kenny's got some stuff on there. I've got my value picks for today on there. There's targets. There's all kinds of good stuff. Sharag's rankings, which he'll be here to break down and give you any lineup updates as we continue to follow the news, which, you know, it's always important for fantasy basketball when you're playing DFS to stay right on top of all the news. But this year it's just been crazy with people in and out, and the accelerated, you know, with fewer days off, just accelerated, not pace of play, but the accelerated way that they're compressing the season down has just been crazy to keep up with. And it's, I know we both have a lot of fun with it on the DK Live app, and you can follow at DK Live on Twitter, and the DK Live app there, where you can get the news as well as a quick little fantasy hit on what it should mean for your lineups.
Yeah, 8 games tonight, of course.
Yep. Should be a good time.
Plenty of injury news. We have, of course, D'Angelo Russell listed as questionable. The big news last night, Joel Embiid, he didn't play. Of course, maybe Sixers won anyway.
Yeah, Dwight Howard had a big game. Whenever Embiid's out, Howard's kind of that go-to. Even though he didn't start, Tony Bradley started, right? And
that's right.
Bradley had
Howard,
like 90% ownership in a couple of the contests. It's like, whoa.
Well, it makes sense. I mean, that was a great matchup from a rebounding perspective.
Oh, for sure.
Detroit can't. I think it was Detroit that they played. Correct? Maybe I'm not correct. No, it wasn't Detroit. It wasn't Detroit. It was Indiana. Yeah, Indiana can't rebound this year, so that was a great matchup for them.
Hey, there's Conley. You mentioned your
wide receiver three.
There he
Juan Hernan Gomez is going to play tonight, by the way. Naz Reid's still questionable, along with D'Angelo Russell. Nerlens Noel might come back for the Knicks.
They ruled Towns out again, right? I mean, I think we all just assume he's out now until we find out he's not. But
Grayson Allen's out. Nerlens Noel might come back for the Knicks. You've got Gary Harris out. Right. Steven Adams is questionable tonight. That could be a big loss for the Pelicans.
Yeah, that could be a big Jackson Hayes spot or Zion. Do you think they'll play Zion at the 5?
No, I don't think so. I think it's going to be Jackson Hayes.
I kind of like Jackson Hayes. His numbers are not bad. He just doesn't get very many minutes behind Adams.
Yeah, when he plays, he's good. I mean, that's just a good rebounding team.
That's true.
And then, of course, you got the Jokers questionable. AD and LeBron, they're questionable every game.
They are. I thought you meant Jokic there for a minute, or Jokic.
No.
I was like, the Joker?
Here's a good nugget.
No, he's fine.
Here's a good nugget. LeBron has been questionable 17 times this year.
He's played every game, hasn't he?
He's played every game.
There you go. So when he does finally miss a game, we'll be like, see, we told you. No, that's ridiculous.
I mean, first of all, I don't even understand why he's not, like, why he's still playing. Like, he should be taking time off, right? Isn't this the washed king? Isn't he supposed to be conditioning for the playoffs? Like, why is he playing in all these games? The Lakers are far and away the best team in the NBA. They have like 3 losses. Like, why in the world, 4 losses, I think now, because of the Pistons. Why in the world is LeBron playing all these games? It makes no sense. Back-to-backs, like, wasn't he the guy, or maybe it was Kawhi, that started load management? He was one of the first people to have load management, right? Why is he now playing every game? It makes no sense.
I think Steph had some too with his ankles early on in Golden State, trying to manage his workload. But yeah, he's definitely one of the first to jump on that bandwagon for sure, or that trend, if you want to call it a bandwagon, might be harsh. That trend of resting. But yeah, Kawhi probably took it to the next level with his load management.
Oh,
touchdown
for Gardner
Minshew.
This time he finds Shark. So we had Westbrook for one, Shark for the other. Yeah, you mentioned it, the Shark attack.
6.9% captained in the free showdown for DJ Chark. 36% ownership. We didn't mention some of this earlier, but Derrick Henry, who had 2 chances to score from inside the 1, 34% owned in the captain spot, 83% owned in the free showdown overall. So very, very high ownership on him, and he left everybody empty-handed, all 83% of his owners, and instead we got a field goal. And now they're down by 2 scores after that touchdown to Chark.
I am reading the chat. I'm laughing. Pyro says LeBron has nothing else to do. Everything is closed. And then, of course, I'm also cracking up because there's a huge argument going on in the chat about Jared Goff, whether or not he's good or bad. And Jordan Lindenbaum saying, well, if he was good, then why did they give up all these picks along with him? Because they wanted to get rid of that deal so much. Stafford just was the victim of a bad environment in Detroit. I just don't think that Jared Goff's a good quarterback, and I think that we know this now. Like he had some promise early in his career, and he has just gone the wrong way. And I don't know if that's because he wasn't given any.
Gone the wrong way? Like just
at least a year and a half. Like let's look at his game log from last year. The thing is, like, for me, I wonder if him being such a system quarterback almost ruined him. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like the lack of freedom to do what he wants to do, like maybe change the play, or you know what I mean? Like, I feel like he doesn't have any sort of say over like he just listens to the sideline and he runs the play. And I don't know if that's, I used to think that that's because he just didn't know, he wasn't a very smart quarterback, but that also just could be a result of him having to, just execute Sean McVay's plan every single play, every single down.
Derrick Henry. Yeah, big run up the middle.
Yeah, last year wasn't great for him either. 22 touchdowns, 16 picks. Was not very good. And I think that Kansas City Monday night game was the year before, and that was like peak Goff,
basically
right?
ever since the Super Bowl when they couldn't score. He's had some good games since then. He had a pretty good game this year. Was it against Arizona?
He was really good that year. Yeah, let me look. He was really good.
He had a few good games, but not an extended run. He's got turnover issues
ever since that Super Bowl.
Big deep ball from Ryan Tannehill.
Couldn't get it. Let me tell you the good games he had this year.
Arizona, right?
He had the Tampa Bay game. He beat Tampa Bay 3 touchdowns, 376 yards. But he did throw 2 picks.
Tampa Bay.
He did throw 3 picks. His quarterback rating was under 100. Not that it's that big of a deal. Like, we don't read only into that, but he did have better games by quarterback rating, much better games. But that one stands out as a good win, and that's not really a good defense, though. They beat Philly. He had 3 touchdowns in that game. I don't know if you really care about that. I mean, they're not really that good. 321 and 2 touchdowns with a pick in a loss to Buffalo. Again, not a good defense. 300 yards.
That was a
touchdowns.
Back and forth game. Then that one, that was a good.
Yeah,
one. That was a good game.
That was a very good game. They ended up losing that game. Blew it late.
Yeah, should have won.
The Washington game, 309, 2 touchdowns and a pick. I mean, they're a good defense.
That's a pretty good defense.
That was a good game. 20-point win, very, very commanding. 355, a touchdown and 2 picks in a loss to Miami, which by quarterback rating was one of his worst games of the season.
Because of the picks.
Yeah.
And probably a bunch of attempts. That was the one where I think Miami had all the defensive special teams touchdowns, and then he threw a ton towards the end of the game. And ended up with an insane amount of attempts. I don't have the game log right here, but it was a lot.
And then you're right about the Arizona game. 10-point win, 37 of 47, 351 yards and a touchdown, no picks.
And I think he ran for a score on that one
as well. Yep, there you go. One of his 4 rushing touchdowns on the year. I think it was a quarterback sneak.
It was a 1 yard. It wasn't like he did anything. It was not a Kyler rushing touchdown. Those are next level.
Right. But here's the thing, because they're comparing him to Matt Stafford before before we go any further, I just wanted to Matt Stafford is a guy that has had an incredible career. I think it's very difficult to dispute that he is much more. I mean, he's obviously much more accomplished, but I think that he is much better than Jared Goff. The track record, Jared Goff had 2 good seasons and 2 bad seasons. Matt Stafford has had pretty much he's had 9 great seasons, right? From 2011, when he had 5,000 yards, 41 touchdowns, 16 picks, to last season, really was still a great season. 26 touchdowns against 10 picks, over 4,000 yards, right?
And he was hurt and he had no receivers. So, I don't, to me, there is no argument that makes any sense that Goff to Stafford is not a huge upgrade. I mean, are people making the argument that that's not an upgrade as we see Derrick Henry with a catch down to the 1?
I think so.
Again. Really?
I think that's what they're saying. And then we got Brother Phil talking about how it's the offensive line's fault that Jared Goff is they got rid of his old offensive line and tried to build a new offensive line.
Yeah, no,
it's always the offensive line.
Stafford's a huge upgrade over Goff. And again,
no,
like you said,
David's saying no playoff wins. How is that an indictment on Matt Stafford?
Yeah, here's some good news for 83% of people. Derrick Henry just scored a touchdown.
That's right.
83.8% of people in the free roll have Derrick Henry on their lineup. 34% in the captain spot, and he now has a rushing touchdown. He did have a catch earlier on the drive as well to get him down to the 1 into position to get that score, to pull within a score as we get close to halftime here. Just under a minute left. It is now 14, well, soon to be 10.
If you're saying
yes,
Matt Stafford had great stats, but he never won anything, which is what many of you are saying, you're just a hater. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, the guy has been so good, and it's not his fault that the organization has not done right by him. I mean, they have wasted his career. If he had gone to any other think about it. First of all, think back to when they were drafting Matt Stafford. Yeah. The years leading up, remember the Lions were a meme because they just drafted a first-round wide receiver every year. They did not know what the hell they were doing. That team just refused to build a team. They had Dan Orlovsky as their quarterback right before he came in. This is not a good
running out of the back of the end zone.
Of course. And complaining about the Eagles ruining football by losing that game to the Giants, which I'll never get over. Look, you can look at it. I mean, that he didn't make it to the playoffs, or only had didn't have any playoff wins. I think they did make it to the postseason. But look, at the end of the day, he had, what was this? He had 4 winning seasons, and really, what was really amounted to 4. It was 4 of his 8 seasons there.
I don't think he's washed either. I mean, I think he's got several years. I mean, I know he was dealing with injuries last year, but he's only 32. He'll be 33 before, next year starts, but 33 seems like he's still got several peak years left.
Absolutely.
And he hasn't shown any kind of, okay, so the last few years he's been hurt, but not what we've seen this year from Drew Brees, just whoa, there's a cliff. For him, just where the arm strength is gone, and I know Drew Brees was playing through a ton of injuries too. I'm not trying to say he was not, or that, but just I think we've got a lot more left with Stafford. I think that NFC West is going to be insane. I don't even know. I think it depends on what San Francisco does at their quarterback spot, obviously. But the rest of that team is going to be good. You've got the Seahawks, who are always in it. And with Russ and that, the defense got better as the season went on. They're going to be right there. And then you got Kyler Murray and the Cardinals, who are on the rise. So 4 really solid teams. Obviously, they're going to beat each other up. I don't know if 3 of those teams can make the playoffs, but it wouldn't surprise me if 3 of those 4 teams made the playoffs next year, depending, again, on what San Francisco does at quarterback. Yeah. But if they land Deshaun Watson, how exciting does the NFC West become? And I know, Jets fan, I might not be able to say Deshaun Watson in any other team. That might get me in trouble. But if that were to happen, they would be I mean, or even if they come up with another one of the many quarterbacks on the move this offseason, right? Whether that's a Matt Ryan who's been rumored there because of his Shanahan ties, or if they fix the quarterback position, then it's going to be, that division is going to be nuts. It's going to be the opposite of the NFC East in more than just direction.
Yeah, they have to fix that quarterback position. I think everyone by now.
Boy!
Speaking of the quarterback position, look at that. Gardner Minshew, third touchdown of the day. This one going the way of Chris Conley.
48-yard touchdown. Minshew has hit each one of his top 3 receivers.
Bang.
At midfield with under 30 seconds left to go, and the Jaguars come back with another score, 21 points in the first half.
Double-digit lead for the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Chris Conley, people know, man, 46% on Conley and 3% in the captain spot. Bry Guy says it's the power of those gold uniforms. That must be it.
But yeah, there's a lot of wild stuff.
Sorry. Before
in the chat about
the,
Stafford. Sorry, go ahead.
Before Conley interrupted you, were talking about how the 49ers needed to fix that quarterback position.
Yeah.
Who do you think is a good fit there, aside from obviously Watson, who's a good fit everywhere because he's just awesome?
Right. What stuff? I mean, they have said that Sam Darnold will be great in the Kyle Shanahan system. And I'm trying to sell everyone on Sam Darnold because need the Jets to get Deshaun Watson. But yeah, I mean, it's all jokes aside, I mean, I think that he's a slight upgrade over Garoppolo. I think that he has the higher ceiling at this point.
I would agree.
And a weird but actually serious thing is if you look at how he plays, I'm gonna look up the numbers because I'm gonna look up his career splits real quick. But I'm
Darnold?
telling you, yes,
talking about Darnold?
I'm telling you, he plays better when he's on the West Coast. I have a theory that he plays because he's from California. He's a California guy.
Yep.
And he had that huge game against the Rams in LA, right? Like,
it's true.
So, I mean, in San Fran, his one game, he was fine. He had 179 to touchdown, no picks. His game in Oakland or LA, he's got two. He went 1 I think that was the game he got hurt in. 1-1 against the Raiders in his career, 501 yards, 4 touchdowns, a pick. Well, that's not even going to matter, right? Because that's just the opponents. That doesn't have anything to do with it. He's 2-0 in the Dome in his career. Put him in Detroit, right? I'm pretty sure. So in baseball, quarterbacks. Yeah. In baseball, you can look at like how players do in different stadiums. I'm going to do his game log and just look up what his best games are. I think
a long field goal attempt here. They actually had somebody back there to return it.
Didn't make it to him.
No, didn't
went over his head. 2 seconds left. So here we go. Andrew says second highest QB rating for Darnold among divisions is AFC West. So his best games by quarterback rating.
West Coast.
I mean, so let's see.
Interesting theory.
At the Rams, he had 207 and a touchdown in that win this year. He did have a lot of good games at home, though. I think that he's a warm weather guy. I mean, I really do. He's always had good games in the warm weather, so I feel like
he's originally from Cali, and then that's where I went to school too, right? Yeah.
USC, yeah. So I don't think that it's the worst idea if the Niners picked him up. Also, like I said, like the whole Kyle Shanahan thing. I'm gonna fix my camera.
Okay. Don't you think though that if the Jets do the Deshaun Watson deal, Darnold ends up going back to Houston, or do you think it's a separate deal altogether?
Absolutely not. Why would the Texans want Darnold? I mean, they're going to get the number 2 pick and take a quarterback, so they wouldn't want 2 quarterbacks, right?
All right.
That's
Chark,
why.
Look at Chark's numbers. 7 catches, 122 yards, and a touchdown for Chark in the first half. So already in the bonus. Chris Conley's at 59 yards. So he's within range of the bonus if he has a good second half as well. So Chark going beast mode here. 7 catches for 122 in the first half. And he does have the touchdown. If he had more of those scores, he'd be outscoring everybody. But 3 touchdowns. It's been spread around. It's been Minshew. But going off, have yourself a day, DJ.
There you go.
All right, go ahead. Now back to Darnold. Go.
Yeah. So, well, we're talking about that trade with Watson, right? Like, that's why I can't take these jokers seriously with the Giants fan. I mean, I don't think Giants fans are actually serious about getting Deshaun Watson, but I saw a Giants reporter who I won't name write an article about how the Giants need to go after Deshaun Watson and tweeted it out like 5 times. I mean, that's it's not just them, right? It's the Broncos people, like the people who are like, oh, the Broncos could put together an enticing offer. The Panthers, right? All these teams, right? Why in the world? And again, the only way that it would make sense is if Deshaun Watson said, hey man, I'm only going to, the Bears. I'm only going to the Panthers and the Broncos. Those are the 3, if the Texans had to choose between the 3, then it gets a little interesting. But like in a vacuum, when you're talking about a team being able to offer the number 2 pick with the Jets, the Dolphins being able to offer number 10 this year? Am I correct?
Dolphins have number 3.
Number 3, sorry, excuse me. And I think they also have number 13 or something.
It's actually the Texans pick.
Right.
The number 3 is the Texans
Jets,
pick.
Right. Jets number 2, Dolphins number 3. Like, you have a chance right there, right? If you're the Texans with those 2 teams, you have a chance to go get either the Justin Fields or Zach Young. That's it, right? Like, that's who you want. You don't want Zach Wilson. Sorry, you don't want from Brigham Young. You don't want Teddy Bridgewater. You don't want all these failed quarterbacks. Like, you're not taking a chance on a reclamation project. You're not taking a flyer on a guy. You're trading Deshaun freaking Watson. You want someone at quarterback that you are excited about. And why would you take in Darnold, who has 1 year left on his rookie deal? Drew Lock has 2 years left on his rookie deal. Start over. You start the clock over. You get a guy with 4 years of his rookie deal, and you try to build a team in 3 years where then maybe you get in year 4 a Super Bowl potentially run with your new quarterback that you love. Like, that's the formula that all these teams are using. I mean, the real formula, right, ZT, is build the team and then draft a quarterback. But none of these teams are really wised up to that yet. So what we have here,
the real formula is draft Russell Wilson or Dak Prescott in like the 3rd or 4th round, or the 2nd round, wherever they grab those guys late, and then the team's ready and you just bring them in instant success. Big Ben, similar, although a little bit higher draft pick. The team was there, they brought him in. But yeah, it's easier said than done, because if you've got the whole team there and you bring in a rookie QB and it is a miss, then you wasted your shot there. But yeah, it's very interesting stuff, and it's going to be a lot of fun to watch as the quarterback carousel spins here. But yeah, the 2 and 3 pick, I think the other piece of that, which further supports what you're saying, is the way you could get more or get a better package is if you got more future 1st-round picks, right? Like, okay, so maybe you get the next 2 or 3 years of a team's picks, kind of like what we've seen the Rams just give away all their 1st-round picks, but in the future. But if you do that, remember the team that you're trading Deshaun Watson to is then going to have Deshaun Watson. That's not going to be a great pick, because in theory, they should be pretty good. They've got Deshaun Watson.
Right. So that's why it's like, it's gonna be a late 1st rounder.
Exactly.
And that's why like the Rams pick, right? Like, essentially the Rams deal. Hey, Crooked Tooth, what's going on? Says hey to me. The Rams deal, right, is just gonna end up being like the Jared. I was saying it when it happened. The Jared Goff package, right? Like the 1st rounder and the 3rd rounder. That is the cost of getting rid of Jared Goff. Like, they could have traded Jared Goff for, Bud Dupree was the example I used. I think he makes probably $18 million. They could have traded Jared Goff for any random guy who makes $20 million, and the deal would have been Jared Goff for the guy who makes $20 million and also the 1st and 3rd round picks with Jared Goff. Like, it doesn't matter, it's the quarterback, right? So the deal, when you consider that's the price of unloading the contract, the deal ends up being basically because the Rams are going to be good with Matt Stafford. It's like, pick number 30 or pick number 28 for Matt Stafford, which is a great deal. That's essentially what it's going to be. So I think that it was a fantastic deal. But yeah, as we're talking about Watson, I think that the amount of people that are actually in play. Oh my!
Ball's out again.
A fumble, and the Jaguars have it at their own 36. Watson holds all the cards here, so he knows.
He does.
It's about.
And he's got the no trade clause. He's got the no trade clause, so I know.
That's why he holds all the cards.
Yep.
David says Ducey's a Goff hater. I'm just telling the truth up here. The only people I hate are Saints fans and Josh Allen, and that's it. Okay.
Not just to be clear, not the Josh Allen playing in this sim. The Josh Allen in this sim you're okay with, right? The superstar defensive end,
Buffalo,
Jacksonville
Josh
Jaguars,
Allen.
Josh Allen. Okay,
Yes.
just want to make sure we get the right one.
Josh Allen and Saints fans.
So why?
In terms of the NFL, that's it, right? Saints fans are insufferable. They blame every single hardship on the referees, and that's why I'll forever. I mean, my favorite moment, and I'm not even, and I'll remember forever. I was watching it with my friend. We both hate the Saints. We were watching the NFC Championship game when Michael Thomas had 3 catches and disappeared, so everyone can guard Mike. I love to bring that up every single time we have Saints. Michael Thomas, biggest game of his life, didn't even show up. The Roby Coleman play was one of my favorite plays ever. It was the best because it was the culmination of we had
awful
the
play
Saints fans
calling.
whining, and then the best part was the ignorance on the part of the Saints fans. That wasn't the reason that the Saints lost. They didn't lose because Roby Coleman hit that guy in the head and didn't get called for it. It was because they had a halftime. What didn't they have a 14-point halftime lead and they blew it? Why are you mad about that call? That was not the reason the Saints lost. The Saints just absolutely let the Rams back into that game. The Saints.
It was pass interference.
They were this. It doesn't matter. They were Super Bowl They were the Super Bowl champions going into the postseason. Everyone was like, "There's no way that the Saints are going to lose the Super Bowl this year." And they had the best team in the NFL, and they were up by double digits at halftime. And their defense absolutely folded. Their offense went to crap, and it was not one. That game was not decided by one play. It was decided by a terrible half of football. So that's why I thought it was hilarious.
That's all true.
Because
I actually agree with everything you just said, and it was pass interference, and it was decided by that play. Because if that's pass interference, the game finishes differently, and they would have won if they call that. If it was not pass interference,
no, it would not have been. It was not decided by that one play. They never would have been in that situation if the team actually played well. That's such a loser mentality when you lose a game and then you want to blame it you never even should have gotten. They never even should have had a chance to win that game. It's like the Packers-Rams game, right? The Packers should have won that game 2 weeks ago by 30 points. But the fact remains that offense went absolutely silent. The defense let Jared Goff back into that game, and the Rams were down one. These are the types of things that good teams don't let happen. You can't let that happen. You have to put the game away, and you have to take the responsibility when you're you have to be well, it never even should have gotten to that point, right? So, and
I agree with everything. But that play still decided the game.
No,
that play decided the game.
The Saints being bad for one half of football decided the game. But look, here's the thing. It was pass interference, okay? Bad calls happen to everyone's favorite teams, right? Your favorite teams, my favorite teams, everyone's had a call go against them. But the Saints supporters acted like that it was the most egregious call ever, that no team had ever been robbed of a victory like that before, right? And they whined and cried so loud that the league actually implemented what was proven to be a terrible rule because they just wanted to quiet all the Saints fans from whining.
Remember the parade? Didn't they do a parade? The next week they did a championship parade?
Exactly. They did a parade. Absolutely. Wendell Smith, I bet you never played football. You're right. I never want to risk a brain injury. I'll never be able to. My dad did not let me play football because his good friend broke his leg playing football growing up. He wasn't even thinking about the head injuries. But if you let your kids play football, that's a whole nother discussion. But it's a very dangerous game. So I'm very glad that I still have all my brain cells. But yeah, the 3rd and 2 here coming up for the Titans. We can talk all day about bad calls, but at the end of the day, it happens to every team, and you just got to get over it.
Yeah, even just rewind a couple years earlier when the Dez caught it conversation, right? That's a bad call. Dez caught
100%.
And so, yeah, there's always games decided by bad calls, and it sucks when it's your team. I would agree that the Saints fans did take that to a new. Oh boy, look at this formation!
What is going on here? They're just gonna hand it. Hey, it worked. They got 8 yards out of it.
Was that the swinging door? They had everybody out wide except for 2 guys on the line. I want a replay of that. That was cool. 2 linemen out wide in front, and then they didn't even run the ball there. They just ran it right up the middle. They didn't even do anything with that exotic formation way on the side. I want more of that formation.
I like that they
just go with it.
But it opened up the run for Derrick Henry.
That's what I mean. Yep. It opened up because you had those only 2 or 3 linemen there in the middle. So all the defense was focused on that other side, and you can get Derrick Henry one-on-one. It's always great.
That was like when the Colts ran that formation and they cleared it out. And it was just, remember that? You know exactly what I'm talking about. It was just the punter in the center.
It was the punter in the center, and it was doomed to failure. It was.
Yeah,
I don't even know how that was going to ever work.
That was like one of the OG Vine highlights.
Yep.
We got 3 quarters in the books. Gardner Minshew, 214 yards. Not a great 3rd quarter from Gardner Minshew, but didn't really have to be. Derrick Henry up to 95 yards and a touchdown now.
Knocking on the door to that bonus.
He's right there. He's absolutely right there. Drew was saying that play would have worked if they snapped it when the Patriots didn't have enough guys lined up over center, and then they ended up waiting, and then there were 2 guys lined up over center, and
it didn't work.
What are you going to do at that point? You're just the coach told you to do one thing.
Take the delay of game. Do anything except what they did. But yeah, it was one of the funniest moments. They should have run more like what the Titans or Oilers or whoever they are did there with that exotic formation where they had all the guys out wide, where they had enough blockers, and Derrick Henry does make a big difference.
So yeah, anyway, back to the original thing. Okay, I don't hate Jared Goff. Those are the only Saints fans and Josh Allen.
So why Josh Allen? Can I ask without, or are we going to get, is it just because he's good?
Well, it's like people hating Tom Brady, Yeah, it's because the Bills now, right? I'm just getting ahead of myself because I know what's going to happen, right? Like the Bills
it's
are
the AFC East thing, right?
The Bills are going to be. Oh, that was a great fantasy. Y'all call me a faux Jim Rome. Best compliment ever. I love Jim Rome. I'm a clone. But yeah, the Bills, right, are the new biggest threat to the rest of the AFC East, and I called out Glash over it because he's a Pats fan, and I was like, you're sitting there like, oh, good for the Bills fans. Like, he's sitting up there on his mountain made of 6 Super Bowl rings,
It's a pretty tall mountain,
looking down at the peasants that are the Bills fans, like, oh yeah, let them have a win, right? But the thing is, like, the Patriots dynasty is obviously dead at this point, and finally the Tennessee Titans are back into the end zone with AJ Brown. And now you have this, like, the Bills could definitely, like, it's scary how good they could be. So
AJ Brown, 31% ownership, 4.1% in the captain spot, and they are going for 2. Too bad they're not using their cool formation, but they are going to get
wide open. He had him wide open. Jonnu Smith.
Jonnu, and look at this. We got ourselves a game, 3-point game. Titans coming back with that touchdown and 2-point conversion. You said that the Jaguars had a really quiet 3rd quarter. You pointed that out, and they did. And that has allowed the Titans to climb back in, and we have ourselves a ball game. Minshew got Step it back up. The gold uniforms lost some luster there in that third quarter. Got to step it back up here now that it is crunch time in the fourth.
What a mustache.
What a mustache.
How much
it's
maintenance do you have to do on your goatee every day?
Oh, very little. Very little. I mean, I shave around it. That's pretty much it. And then about once a week, I'll trim it back because it gets too bushy. I don't want the big bushy.
Me neither.
goatee.
But then it doesn't come through well on the like when I cut it kind of short, my beard. It looks good in person, but it doesn't really come through very well on the sim. So I
camera.
almost feel like I need it to be. I feel like I need it to be a little thicker.
Mine comes in pretty dark, so that does help it stand out a little bit more. Yours looks pretty dark too, though.
Thank you.
I will say mine got some gray coming in there. I think because of all this COVID stuff. I don't know.
Oh boy.
Like, oh boy, that's gonna happen, huh? All right.
Brother Phil says 2 years ago, I guarantee you, Ducey was saying, "Man, you got to stack off in this offense." Well, 2 years ago, I was getting paid to tweet, so I wasn't talking about DFS picks. But I mean, look, it doesn't matter. Like, so first of all, right? This is why I love the Sim Fam, because we got one person criticizing me that I use too much recency bias, right? And then now there's this guy saying, well, like, why aren't you remembering that Jared Goff was really good 2 years ago and now you've turned on him? So, like, I can't win. Like, I'm either supposed to, like, stick with guys for 2 years or I don't get it. I don't get it at all. But the Greg Ward thing
it's all about what they've done for you recently, except you can never change your mind on anybody. And you have to stick with anybody you have the whole time. Yeah, it should be very doable. Screen
crazy,
for Henry
right?
here. Yeah.
The Greg Ward thing was like...
That was one of the shortest
he was
possessions
about,
ever. The Jaguars, how did the Titans have the ball again?
I don't even know, but they have a chance to win the games, ET.
They do.
But no, I want to absolve myself from Greg Ward here because, yeah, I'm getting ripped by one person who said that I said to play him during the middle of the season, I'm all about recency bias. I actually said to play Greg Ward at the end of the year when they made the quarterback switch to Jalen Hurts because he was Jalen Hurts' top target for a few weeks there. He had 5 targets a game for 3 weeks. He had 3 touchdowns in those games. So he was a good play. And that was my only point was like, hey, let's reset here. Let's figure out who Jalen Hurts is throwing the ball to. It's Greg Ward and Dallas Goedert. Both the guys managed to be great plays. This is going to get called back because of a holding, unfortunately.
It is. Yep.
But anyway, it's a fruitless endeavor to go dig out every single thing and try to respond to it. But I do get amused by some of them, like the ones that are contradicting themselves, especially as we get. Is that Henry or is that Blasingame?
That might be Blasingame actually. Or was that the fullback?
Take a quick look at my
Darrington Evans.
Darrington Evans, yeah. Number 32,
RB2. Derrick Henry must have just needed a quick break there. He's back in the game now in the shotgun. Trips to the top of the screen. That's Humphreys, Brown, and Davis up there. Put all 3 of their top receivers there and throw it to Derrick Henry.
Thought he was going to get a big truck there. Brian in the chat passing along Jordan's comment. He said, I said play Greg Ward too, and it ended up being a good play. Ducey stole my take. Jason saying, let's go OT.
Let's go.
Fantasy Hawk. Ducey thinks Mariota's a franchise-saving quarterback. I said that Mariota probably going to get a look from a team. And I asked Reed, we were talking about quarterbacks, where they would go. I asked Reed, where do you think Mariota's going to go? Because remember the last time he played, everyone was like, oh, this guy's going to get a starting job. And now that turned into, I call him a franchise-saving quarterback.
You think he's a starter in the league next year?
I mean, I think that a team that, look, there's so many quarterbacks, right? But I mean, I'd give him a look if I were out of options. Like if I couldn't land Stafford, I couldn't land Watson, I couldn't land a rookie. I mean, he was good. Like that. The thing is, this is not my take. Like I'm just regurgitating what every single person said after the Raiders lost a heartbreaker to the Chargers. Every single person, like for the whole week, was like, wow, Marcus Mariota was so good. Man, remember Marcus Mariota? He went like, top 5 in the draft. All of a sudden, like we forgot about him. He's really good, and he's going to start in the league. And then like, bam! All of a sudden, no one remembers that 2 months later. And now I'm the
Derek Carr
originator of the Marcus Mariota. Exactly.
Derek Carr came back, and everybody was like, Marcus who? Oh yeah, he's a backup. He's no good. No, it's going to be because he could be a starter. I would be very interested in seeing that. There's a whole second level to the quarterback movement this offseason. I mean, we've got Stafford and Goff and Watson and maybe Garoppolo, and they're talking about Matt Ryan in Atlanta, and I think they bring him back but maybe they don't. Maybe they reset down there. They've reset everything else except as far as the coaching staff and the GM. But lots of the starter movement. But then you've got like the Cam Newtons, the Jameis Winstons. Is there a whole nother layer, the Mariotas, right? Of players who could end up being decent. Maybe they're not your franchise, but maybe they're either a very strong backup, and especially if you're rolling with a rookie, do you want to get one of those really strong backups? We saw what happens if you don't. Cincinnati had a rookie without anybody really behind him after Andy Dalton went to Dallas, and then after Burrow went out, their season would. I mean, not that it was going that great before, as far as their win-loss.
Washington, low key. I mean, they did end up almost beating the Bucs, but like. There was no plan there. Like there was
nothing.
No one was even like really that confident in Haskins. But after Haskins, it was Alex Smith, who is a walking injury. And then what?
And then he got hurt. Shockingly.
Right.
Yep. Denver also ran out of quarterbacks, but that was a different situation.
Very different. I still like. I don't want to get too like tinfoil hat, but like, man, like, do you really think that if that were the Saints? Like if Drew Brees, Taysom Hill, and Jameis Winston were all in the quarterback room, and they weren't wearing masks, and they contracted COVID, do you think that like the NFL would let the Saints run out there with like a practice squad quarterback, like happened with the Broncos? You do think so? All right.
Yep, I do. I mean, they did it with the Saints running backs. The running backs for the Saints. The Saints running backs did the same thing.
But they ended up moving. Remember, there was that situation where it was like if the game was on. Receiver. But didn't. Well, that was for 1 week. But the playoffs, right? I think they scheduled the Saints game for a Sunday rather than Saturday, so Kamara would be ready.
Now I do think that is why they did that. Yes. But I totally think, especially a regular season game like that, if they violated the protocol and if they were all because of the protocol and ruled to be close contacts, I think that's what they would have done. I don't think it had anything to do with the team itself. Like, I think they would have treated any team that way.
So we're under 2 minutes. And the Jaguars just trying to put this on ice, and they do it with Chris Thompson. Touchdown Jaguars. Mr. Thompson making a late push to honor his brother, Zach, in the chat.
I appreciate that. Thanks.
Chris Thompson coming in at $8,400 in the flex. ZT mentioned that, again, recency bias, not a thing in these Madden sims, but worth noting that he did come in with 5 touchdowns in his last 3 sims. 83-yard drive, and they get it done.
Another probably former Jacksonville Jaguar after this offseason. There was reports that they're looking to move on from him as a third down back after he dealt with back and neck issues this last season. So probably done in Jacksonville. Got to think they're going to turn over most of that roster.
It's sad, man. I mean, I feel like he had such a great start to his career in Washington, and it all kind of went south for him with the injuries and then the new team. And I mean, you just kind of get lost there in Jacksonville. But the one thing I would say is they have the luxury of moving on from Chris Thompson. I mean, Dare Ogunbowale looked very good.
Yeah, he did.
And then James Robinson was like a revelation this year. So they're kind of set at running back. They don't really need to take a chance on a veteran like that.
No, I mean, at the beginning of this season, we thought it was going to be Fournette and Thompson, and it went a little different than that.
Right. I mean, but, by the end of the season, I think that, it was a hot take at the beginning of the season, but you probably would have taken the James Robinson year over the Leonard Fournette year 10 out of 10 times. And, of course, Lenny has been a different running back when the playoffs started. But
isn't it Jerome Robinson? No, that's the NBA player. See, my players, I'm getting them mixed up. James Robinson is the Jaguars running back. Yep.
Who is Jerome Robinson? Jerry.
Jerome Robinson?
That's what happens when you write up too many injury reports.
That must be what it is.
He's on the Wizards.
Washington. Okay. Yep.
First-round pick.
Too
in
many
2018.
Wizards reports.
Hey, he went to Boston College. We got some BC fam. Brian on cue. BC legend Jerome Robinson.
Oh
What's
boy,
that?
what
is going on here? That bounced off a helmet and it's caught. The play of the game.
No, the play of the game is still that other formation, but a 5-yard gain where you throw the entire width of the field is pretty epic.
That throw was thrown off Ryan Tannehill's back foot all the way across the field. It skimmed off the top of a helmet and was caught for a 5-yard gain. We have seen 2 spectacular 5-yard gains in this game, from that wacky formation to that throw. Absolutely incredible.
And he was pretty close to going past the line of scrimmage before he threw that too. He was very close to the illegal forward pass. 2nd
and 4, deep throw, Tannehill, end zone. Oh, and it's intercepted.
Second turnover of the game for Tannehill. This Jaguars defense came to play today. Yeah, as producer Drew points out, it was a 53-yard pass because it went from one side of the field to the other side of the field.
Unbelievable.
Football field is 160 feet. Wow.
So we're getting the kneel downs here, ZT.
Yep. Victory
the
formation.
Player of the game for you, is it the Jaguars defense in this one? Is it DJ Chark? Gardner Minshew had himself a wild afternoon. You had, of course, Chris Thompson finding some late success. Yep. Derrick Henry had almost 30 points. Where are you going?
Yeah, Derrick Henry did end up with a pretty good game because of that work as a receiver out of the backfield, as we highlighted earlier. Those 7 catches for 65 yards really do make it's almost like an extra touchdown, right? It's more than that because he's getting all those PPR points. So he turned out to be a pretty good play in the captain spot or in a flex spot. But player of the game definitely goes to Chark. Did most of his work in the first half, but 9 catches, 136 yards, and the touchdown out of him. So a big game. Did do most of his work early, kind of coasted in there with the rest of the Jags, but a big game from him, and he gets the player of the game award for this one.
What about the worst player from this one?
Yeah, the Not My Kid award, the LVP, whatever we're calling it, is also pretty easy. Tyler Eifert, usually so reliable in these sims, put up a goose egg, even with all the passing yards, even with the passing touchdowns from Minshew, who had a great game, like you said. Nothing for his tight end, Tyler Eifert, coming up totally empty, $7,400 down the drain for those that had him in a flex spot.
12th most owned player at 30.02%, according to the numbers passed along to us before this sim in the free showdown. So 30% of you you're shaking your fist at Tyler Eifert. Not a great performance from him.
Bagels.
But you touched on Chark. You got Henry with 65 receiving yards, 96 rushing yards. D.D. Westbrook had a spectacular touchdown catch. Chris Conley found the end zone. That is your that's pretty much the rundown on the leading lineup here in the free showdown. And we had a solo winner, not officially, Flash 329 with Jeff Swaim as his punt play, who had a catch for 15 yards. Conley,
Congrats.
AJ Brown, Gardner, Derrick Henry, and
It's
DK
the
Chark.
Swaim game.
The Swaim game. That's absolutely right. Well, hey, we gave out a few NBA picks, but you guys want to hear more about just why to play Andre Drummond and Damian Lillard, right? There's probably about 100 people you want to hear about. So Shirag and Julian are up next with NBA pre-lock. That'll run you till about 6 o'clock. Then we have Brandon Glasheen and Brandon Glasheen and Brandon Cristal. I call him Brandon sometimes to mess with him, but that's at 6 o'clock. The Brandon stack. Then we got Packers Texans in that one. Chiefs Broncos at 8 with Koff and Tommy Freeze pops, and then your favorite Madden After Dark commentators are back at 10 for a little bit of a Super Bowl revenge game. Pats Seahawks. Also, what was that, like week 3? They had that great game when Cam Newton got stopped on the goal line. Glash and Tommy Freeze pops. Glash will be fresh off grilling several pieces of chicken on his outdoor grill and bragging about it. So we got all those sims tonight. We got an 8-game NBA slate, and we'll start by breaking down some plays for that 8-game NBA slate for our entire crew. For Zach, I'm Kenny, and let's toss it over to Shirag and Julian. Hey guys, I'm excited for some basketball. I think you guys probably are too.
Thanks, Kenny. Thanks, Zach. What's up, everybody? Welcome to Pre-Lock Live. I'm being joined by Julian from the Playbook content team. What's up, brother? How you doing?
Doing well. Another fresh week. Another big Monday slate.
We do have to make a minor correction, though.
We already made a mistake.
No, Kenny Ducey was dropping us some incorrect
mistake.
Information. It's a 10-game slate. He said 8-game slate. It's a 10-game slate, and also Andre Drummond was a late add to the injury report and is now questionable. So please do not take any advice from that man.
Okay, so it was just 2 mistakes by Kenny. That makes sense.
Yeah, typical, right? But yeah, how you holding up, brother? Good weekend?
Yeah, it was a relaxing weekend. I didn't put out, you guys follow me on Twitter. I put out NBA all the time, mostly player props. I pretty much took the weekend off, which was nice. I haven't taken a full day off in a long time. And but the one thing that I did one thing. On Sunday, I just made a small parlay for fun. Clippers money line, Nets money line. It was about to cash. I was watching on NBA TV, Nets up 5 with 12 seconds left.
Yep.
Get out of there. A couple of heavy favorites. Make a little bit of money on a Sunday. Nope.
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 Russell Westbrook decides to hit a 3.
No Sunday. No NFL Sunday for the first time. Very, very relaxing. And then my evening was lit on fire.
Who was the one that threw the ball in? I didn't catch who threw the ball in there, but that was kind of wild because KD was going one way, then he crossed over.
I don't know where Durant thought he was going, and I don't remember who threw the ball in, but overall, just not great.
Yeah, so, but interesting to see Russell Westbrook hit it up. But we are here to take your questions, bring them all in the chat, Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, all the questions. We are ready for you tonight on this amazing 10-game slate. It's really interesting because we have 2 spots that are potential blowouts with 2 expensive guys in those matchups coming off monster performances. Giannis finally getting the minutes, 72 fantasy points. Jokic getting the minutes, 77 fantasy points. Both in really weird spots with the Nuggets currently favored by, what's that at? Where's that at? Oh, there it is. Currently, the Nuggets are currently favored by 8, and the Bucks are currently favored by 9.5. Any of those 2 guys coming into your bills tonight? I know you're more of a cash game, single entry type of guy. Those guys too risky for you tonight?
No, I like both of them. I want to roster both of them if I can. Jokic, I think, can do enough damage in shorter minutes against a team like Detroit, who allows the most DraftKings points to centers. Like Detroit's the team. Every time we're on here talking about someone, like the night that we were like, Capella's getting a little expensive. That was like the 27.25 rebound game against Detroit. There's so much upside there. I'm not really worried about it. And Giannis, the Bucks might be the biggest favorite on the slate, but Giannis has played at least 36 minutes, 35 minutes now in 6-7 straight games. He has 39 in those back-to-back big games.
Yep.
And should the Bucks be favored by 9.5 over anyone right now? They just lost. They spent their weekend losing to the Pelicans and Hornets. First game back from a long road trip, so this should be a bounce back spot. Portland's coming off an emotional win similar to Washington's win on
that Dame
on
Lillard
Sunday.
3 was beautiful. Oh my god.
Two teams down 5 with 10 seconds left, won on back-to-back days.
Pretty crazy.
Very crazy. But I don't think the Bucks are blowing anybody out. And Portland should hang around enough. Portland's a high scoring team, gets involved in track meets. Look at these Bucks scores. 114 to 126 lost to Charlotte. 126-131 lost to New Orleans. The 14-point win over Atlanta, like 129 to 115. I think there's going to be points in this game. I think Giannis is going to play his 35 minutes. And I think he's safe.
That's a really interesting call because I don't know what to do about the value on this slate. There's none of those guys. Like on Friday's slate, there were 4 players that were under 4K, basically under 3,500 that you could have put in because of that Kevin Durant sitting out, and then George Hill was out, and then ended up, with Norman Powell getting ruled out, ended up getting 4 people that were under 4K. And now I'm not seeing the slate as really setting up. I mean, are there any values that stick out to you off the top?
It's not great. Like, when you write up like cheat sheet, for example, you want to try and have a couple guys under 4K in there, and that's tough to do with a slate like this. Whiteside on Friday, I wrote him up, and he had 32 DraftKings points in 20 minutes. It seems like we know his role because he played 20 minutes again against Miami, but then 17 DraftKings points, which doesn't kill you at 3,600. But I think somebody like Whiteside is safe, and you hope you get the 32 instead of the 17. But the 17 still doesn't ruin your night or anything.
Right.
Outside of that, I mean, let me go back and see how things are moving. Dort is 4,200, and he was just 5,400, but he doesn't always get there.
Doesn't make sense to me because he hasn't got there for 4 straight games, but his usage and minutes are trending up. So is that the reason why he might be popping in some models? Like
he hasn't shot. He hasn't shot well.
14%,
which he's known for. If you watched any of those playoff games last year,
right?
But I still think he makes some sense. I like Theo Maldon a lot. He's been playing very well, starting in place of George Hill.
Yep.
And then what's going on with Denver's injury report?
Well, Gary Harris, that's the one I was going to bring up. What do you do with that Gary Harris news? I mean, that's basically sitting here with 30 minutes to go around. Will Barton, Monte Morris, are those guys catching your eye from there?
Yeah, Barton's coming off a really encouraging game. I wish he didn't necessarily play as well last game because now his salary is up and Gary Harris is out. You want him to play bad, get him cheaper. Now he has a good game. But I think Barton makes sense at 4,800, and I think that Morris. I think Barton's the better play. Point per dollar, but I think Morris has some appeal just because he's 3,800, and finding somebody that 3,800 on the slate is going to be pretty tough.
Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe attacking a showdown or a late turbo slate with Monte Morris just because you need some value.
Even on the main slate, like there's not much under 4K, so he's going to come in handy.
Right. Yeah, this is a really peculiar slate. You would think that with the 10 games on tap that there would be a bunch of guys that you could get under 4K, but really the only ones that are standing out right now are Hassan Whiteside and Monte Morris.
Yeah, the Drummond news will obviously affect things. Halliburton's been on a really good stretch, playing 30-plus minutes, but he's 52, so that's like, the more balanced route.
Yep. I like the balanced route for tonight's slate. When I was building my NBA rankings for Playbook,
I saw Zion as being the guy that I need to build around, and then just kind of filling in the mid-range guys just because of the lack of values.
Okay. See, I was thinking about Zion. I went with Giannis. I wrote up Giannis at power forward. I wrote up Drummond at center, with honorable mention to Jokic. Obviously, if Drummond doesn't play, Jokic is the guy. I wanted to write up Zion. I think Zion's a really good cash play because if you look at his game log, he's just under 8K, and he pretty much gets like 40 to 42 DraftKings points every game, and he got 40 against Sacramento in this matchup. It seems like he's just buying 40 DraftKings points.
Yeah,
I would
pretty
like
much
to see more ceiling from him. Like, I want to see some of those 50, 60.
It's there. I feel it's around the corner. I really feel it. Either tonight, like that, this game has one of the top totals, playing against the King, that's really setting up here.
Yeah, there's Pelicans and Kings is a good game script. That's a good matchup for fantasy points. I did write up just because of position. I think small forward's weaker. Brandon Ingram could be a GPP play, but he hasn't done anything. He has one good game in his game log recently. He's not hitting value, and he's still very expensive. But that's the type of game where you can potentially build a GPP stack or something like that.
Yeah, there's a lot of big men on tonight's slate that are kind of gravitating towards the top. I mean, Cody Zeller coming off that kind of, you know what you can get with Cody Zeller, 25 fantasy points. And then Jarrett Allen, someone you also have to consider with this Drummond news. If Drummond ends up sitting, Jarrett Allen becomes actually a value play because Nance is also listed as out.
Right. If Drummond's out, Allen's must play. Can't get around it. So
many big men. So many big men on this slate.
Yeah. So, fortunately, that's an 8:00 game. So we should know when lineups lock, where that stands. But we'll see.
Cool. Let's jump into some questions. We did touch on the Drummond news being questionable. So we got a question, Capella or Drummond? Leaning towards Capella because of the fact that Drummond is questionable, but not really liking the spot that much for Capella because the Lakers do have a big front court. And while Marc Gasol is not an elite rebounder, if AD ends up playing, I don't see how Capella can give you that 20-20 upside.
For me, it's if Drummond plays, I'll play Drummond, or I'll be on neither of those guys and playing probably Jarrett Allen and Jokic, and that uses up all your center space.
Yep. And then bringing it back together with another question, including Capella, over 13.5 rebounds, or do you like RJ Barrett over 17.5 points?
So 13.5 rebounds is fair for Capella. I probably wouldn't do that against the Lakers. It does project as a slower paced game, at least by Hawks standards.
Yep.
Whereas Barrett, that was the most popular play on DraftKings, right? On DraftKings Sportsbook.
Yeah, that was one of the ones that I tweeted out about.
Yeah. So look at his game. Look at his game log. He's gone over 2 in a row. He's gone over 8 of his last 10 for that number. So Barrett's been doing it. The Bulls aren't a defense that I would say discourage you. And he plays a bunch of minutes. So Barrett for me.
Yep. Speaking of the Bulls, we got another question asking about Zach LaVine tonight. He's 9K. He hasn't had that monster performance since the beginning of the month. What's your take on LaVine? He's a good play, but I don't see the upside while it could be just because the Knicks play at one of the slowest paces on this entire slate. Or the slowest pace.
Yeah. So I see LaVine a lot like I see Zion, except there's more plays that I'm interested in at power forward. There's Giannis and so on. Whereas at shooting guard, I'm not interested in all that much. I'll play some value. But I wrote up LaVine just because he's kind of the only guy I would consider paying up for, and it would only be in a tournament. But he's just like, Zion's 40 points. LaVine's pretty much 40 to 50 every time, and maybe it's a little bit lower of a ceiling against a team like the Knicks. So ideally, I'm not playing any Zach LaVine.
Makes sense. Question from Twitch. Is there any reason to play Richardson as a value and hope for improved play? That's Richardson from the Mavs. He did come in and play 35 minutes against Phoenix in that loss this past weekend. Is there anything to build off that? 4K.
The only thing you can say about him is he's cheap and you hope for an eventual bounce back. It doesn't seem like things are really working out with Dallas. He's not even averaging 20 DK points. So
yeah,
he's now appropriately priced, it would seem. Didn't do much in 35 minutes. Obviously, the ball is in Doncic's hands. He hasn't done much when he plays big minutes. You see that 41 minutes against Denver, 21.25 DraftKings points. So
yeah,
getting half a DraftKings point a minute while you're on the floor is not good. You can do a lot better.
And the crazy part is Kristaps was sitting in that game that he played 35 minutes. So you would expect that you could see a potential usage bump. I know he's been out for the COVID protocols and the conditioning might not be there, but 35 minutes, you got to get your legs under you.
Yeah, he has not been good. He's not someone that I'm looking at.
Sean Griffin asking, do you like John Wall tonight? 6,900.
So I'm probably playing mostly value cheaper plays at guard, especially if you're going to play Giannis and Jokic.
Yep.
OKC is a fair matchup. Wall's been doing fine those last few games, really in limited minutes, 30 minutes or less. He's scoring 35 or more DraftKings points. So
yeah,
he's been doing a lot without too many minutes on the floor. He's cheaper than he usually is. I think that he's a fine play. I think this is one of those ones that I say every week where, like, if you like John Wall and you want to play him in DPPs on a big slate, you should play him. I don't have necessarily a reason for you not to play him. I just think there's other plays that pop more.
Honestly, I'm looking at, you have to really consider LaMelo Ball on this slate. We have news that Terry Rozier is questionable, that we're still waiting for an update on that. And that game is supposed to go at lock. So the lock tonight is 7:30 Eastern. So might have to hang out a little bit longer and wait for that news. But if Terry sits, LaMelo coming off the brilliant performance of 55 fantasy points, I think he makes a lot of sense, 6,500.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you there. Let me see. So open up that game log. Yeah, I mean, he had a great game, obviously, against the Bucks in that win. Really efficient.
Yeah.
He's been really good, and he's another guy that I wouldn't necessarily talk anybody out of. The only thing is, well, there's two ways to look at this. He's up $900 since his last game, so you're not getting value in that sense. Also, a week ago, he was 7,900 within the last couple of weeks, so he's 1,400 cheaper than his peak. His salary's been everywhere, so
just like
he's going to be. So is his game log, though. Like anywhere
exactly,
from
just like his play. He's a tournament option more than a cash game or a single.
Clearly, he's a very young rookie. He's gone in his last 6 games between 12 and 55 DraftKings points. So he's a tournament play. Miami, never the best of matchups, but he just did it against the Bucks. So who knows?
So you can't really hate on that. Another question coming in: Theo or Quickly? Theo Maledon, who's coming off of nice 36 fantasy points, and then Quickly playing the Bulls, coming off 36 fantasy points.
Quickly has scored at least 36 fantasy points in 3 of his last 4. He's been doing some heavy lifting for the Knicks suddenly out of nowhere. So I think Theo is the safer play, and he also saves you $1,000. And Quickly is more the tournament play, but you can play both. I think there's no reason that you can't play both of these guys.
Yep, that makes sense. If Booker is out, what about CP3? Coming off monster 59-point performance, 29 points, 12 dimes against the Dallas. And now he's playing against the Mavs again, running it back. Do you think there's the upside there at 8,200?
Yeah, he's getting a little expensive. He was 7,600 last game. Obviously, he had a horrible game against Golden State to drop that salary. But 3 of the 4 games without Booker, we've gotten 56.75, 47.25, 59.25. And obviously in this matchup. So I have no problem with playing Chris Paul for as long as Booker's out. It seems like Paul's been doing He only averages 15 points a game this season, but he has a 32-point game, a 29-point game with Booker out. It seems like he's
Picking it up.
elevating his game from a scoring standpoint.
Yeah, his usage honestly is at the peak of what it's been all season long. He hasn't had this much usage at all. The only time that he really pushed this much or even went over like 25% usage rate was early in the season versus Sacramento, and that was around Christmas. So it's been a while since he's really pressed it.
Yeah, I mean, and we know why with Booker out. So once Booker gets back, Paul's going to be wildly overpriced and we can lay off. But for as long as he's out, I think he's fine to keep rolling with.
What if Booker plays tonight and you have Chris Paul in your lineup? What are your thoughts there? 8,200. That's a big salary exertion to kind of have to stick in for that 8:30 lock. What if you don't get the news until 8 potentially?
So you're obviously, if you play Chris Paul, you're going to want to play him either at the guard spot or at the utility spot so that you have a little bit more flexibility in getting him out. Ideally the utility, and then in terms of guys in his price range, like
I was looking at, I don't really see anybody standing out.
Fox is in his price range, but with what Halliburton's been doing, it's not quite as appealing. Brandon Ingram is in that price range. You could pivot to SGA, who's been a decent play with George Hill out. There's some options, and then more likely you're going to do some kind of 2-for-2 that you have to plan before lock.
Yeah, and if that news doesn't come before 8 o'clock, then you're missing out on SGA. You're missing out on Ingram and those guys. So that's one of those things where we really got to track that. If you're going to end up playing Chris Paul or even considering it, it's something to track for the slate tonight.
Yeah, I mean, as always, if you're gonna play anybody that hinges on whether it's that player's questionable news, like Drummond, or Paul hinging on somebody else's questionable news, you got to have a plan to get out of there.
Yep. Couple more questions. DeJounte Murray, good rebound potential versus Memphis?
Let's see. I can say that he hasn't been somebody really on my radar.
It's so weird because he's got 6 rebounds and 4 rebounds against Memphis already this season. And I don't know how I feel about that, because there'll be games where he gets 11 and then there'll be games where he gets 0.
Yeah, I don't really know if I would call it wait, did you say rebound game, or we're looking at a rebound prop?
It says, what's the rebound potential? What is your thoughts on his rebound potential? So my guess is this person wants to attack a rebound prop.
Okay. I thought it was like a
6.5
rebound
right
game,
now,
and I was
Murray.
like, he hit value last game with 34 DraftKings points.
6.5 rebounds over.
He averages 7.2 rebounds per game, and he's been all over the place.
Stay away from me.
I don't really know how you gauge if it's going to be a good or bad rebounding game for Murray. So
there's no edge. Remember, when Julian came on a couple weeks ago, he pointed out Jeremy Grant and Aaron Gordon. Why did he mention those guys? There was an edge there. You want to take an opportunity to see where there's a potential edge. And if a guy is just averaging this point and his player prop is basically his average, that's not really an edge.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on injury news. It depends on recent role. So, like, one thing I wrote up in best bets was Tyrese Halliburton's rebounding prop. If we want to talk about a guard rebounding, it's at 3.5, and it was at even money for the over.
Yep.
So he averages 3.4 rebounds on the season. So it is set at his number, which makes sense. Where I think the edge is that Halliburton's now cracked the rotation as a 30-minute guy. He's played at least 30 minutes in 4 straight games.
Yep.
So over those 4 games, he's averaging 5 rebounds per game. You go back his last 5 games that he has seen 40 or 30 or more minutes, he's gone over 3.5 rebounds in 4 of those 5 games. So now that I feel confident that he's going to play 30 minutes, I feel like there is an edge by about 1.5 rebounds to this prop, and that he's going to get 4, 5, 6 and cash that over. So injury news, role changes, those are where you would find that edge. And I don't see any reason that DeJounte Murray is going to have a different role Is there any big Spurs injury news or anything? I don't think so.
No, there's no big Spurs injury news where we have, the same guys have been out and basically seeing LaMarcus Aldridge delegated to a tertiary role. And then you also have to keep in mind that Derek White, he is available also. He returned over the weekend, played 21 minutes. So I think they're more focused on a guard game than they are playing bigs and running out with one guy.
Yeah, I don't really have. I feel like I never have thoughts on the Spurs. I don't have any today.
So we have some news. Finally, some news from the Heat. Tyler Hero is available. Gabe Vincent available. Iggy available. Avery Bradley's ruled out, and Goran Dragic ruled out.
All right.
So the big one is Hero being in and Dragic being out.
Right. So, what does that do for you? I guess Hero becomes a better play.
I feel like that's just an entire matchup where now that they're getting their usage rate guys back, Jimmy Butler was a solid play with Hero and Dragic out. But now that Hero's back, I don't really see massive upside for Butler. Yeah, he can drop 50, but you're already paying 8,400 for him. Just looks like a full-on stay-away spot for me.
Yeah, well, Hero and Butler played together on Saturday. And Hero did play 40 minutes, but he only had 27.5 DraftKings points. Jimmy Butler had 50 DraftKings points.
Yeah.
In his first game back. So the Heat are tough right now. The Heat are really tough.
Yeah. Not really totally feeling that. A couple more questions about value. Are you feeling Tillman or Barton? And then Jayshawn Tate or Sterling Brown with Nwaba out?
So out of those guys, sorry, run through all the options again. That was
Tillman, Barton, Tate, or Sterling Brown.
Tate, Sterling Brown.
A lot of, Tillman and Barton, you have to really consider at their prices. They're not.
So I was going to say Barton, but it feels like Barton for me.
Yep.
No Harris. We just saw him play 37 minutes.
Yep.
35 DraftKings points. He can get you points more ways. He's a versatile player. And he's playing the Pistons, and the Pistons stink. So,
yeah,
that's Barton for me.
And then Tate or Brown with Nwaba out?
Tate or Brown with Nwaba out.
Tate, 4,800, coming off 30 fantasy points. And Brown, 3,400, coming off 17 fantasy points in about 18 minutes.
Yeah. I don't hate either. Tate's obviously been hit or miss. I don't think I would play Sterling Brown.
There's not a lot of value, but yeah.
Yeah. I like that Sterling Brown is cheap. I'll say that. If you're going to play somebody at 3,400 and you have to, then somebody like Brown is fine, because I don't think there's necessarily another good play at that price. So if you're set on 7 other guys where your last slot is 3,400, then sure.
Yeah. Kyle Anderson, 5,800 against the Spurs. Not entirely feeling that. I haven't seen him. The only time I would really consider Kyle Anderson is if Morant was out.
Yeah, I have no reason to go to Kyle Anderson.
But yeah, it's really setting up for a slate where I'm leaning towards a balanced approach, maybe only taking one really expensive guy and then jamming in going. I like Tillman. I personally think Tillman makes a bunch of sense here. 4,800. He has a decent floor. He's been starting last 2 games. The minutes potential are there. He can get you 27 minutes. I think Tillman, Barton, those guys make a lot of sense. Go to the DraftKings playbook after this show. Check out my rankings. We will update it all the way until lock with the injury news and the rankings, but also go to playbook and check out Julian's cheat sheet. Combine those 2 together, and you should be able to make a really nice lineup tonight.
For sure.
But I had listed the guys that I was really looking at for values there. Theo, 4,300. Will Barton, 4,800. And then you have to look at Cam Reddish. Why do we have to consider Cam Reddish? Because DeAndre Hunter is out. He's out for, I think it's a week now, for sure a week, if not more. So does Cam Reddish get on your radar playing over 30 minutes in back-to-back games? One being an OT one.
Yeah, he's hit or miss again, like 9 for 17 from the field one game, 2 for 7 the next. So which Cam Reddish are you going to get against? I mean, and that's against 2 of the worst defenses in the NBA, Brooklyn and Washington, with the bad game coming against Washington. So going against the Lakers, the production probably falls off a little bit. We've also had Gallinari kind of working back into the mix now, and he's been not great, but like he can handle some of that.
Yep.
I don't know exactly what to expect from the Hawks here. So,
why is this line only Lakers favored by 6? What's going on here? I know they haven't been playing well on the road. They're struggling a little bit after losing to the Sixers. Then they lost to the Pistons and barely squeaked out a win against the Celtics. Is that why you're going to see a potential close line here?
Yeah, I just think a longer road trip catching up to them. And that's about that. I also think that Atlanta gets a lot of respect this year. They were a really hot win total over bet. I bet them under. I didn't exactly see why they were going to be so good. They've improved some, and I think the line reflects that. In the middle of a long road trip for the Lakers, I think it's as simple as that. Not too much else going into it.
We got another question from our crew handling on the back end. Is it a LeBron night? Sticking to the same game.
It's always a LeBron night in some capacity. But I don't think I'm going to play him on this slate.
Yeah, it's too big of a slate.
He had the big game in Cleveland, but otherwise he's done nothing better than just, reach value for you. So
Yep.
I think Giannis, I think Jokic, I think I'd rather play Zion. I think you can get a similar output for more than a couple grand cheaper. So I think there are different places to go over LeBron.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Like I said, I'm not really feeling paying up for a bunch of guys tonight. I mean, Dame kind of stands out just because he's Dame, and he's going to have a chance at a 40% usage rate, which is insane with McCollum and Nurkic out. But other than that, I don't really see Jokic coming off that monster game and Giannis coming off the monster game puts me in a little bit of a pickle, but I think they're more of like a 50-60 tonight.
That's fair. I wouldn't argue with any of that.
We got the injury report up right now. So basically looking at Terry Rozier, he's questionable. That's one thing we mentioned, reason why I'm potentially on LaMelo. Drummond, midday questionable, popped in. And then Steven Adams, he's questionable. What do you make of Steven Adams being questionable? Is there anything to do there? Or is it a guy that you're kind of fading? I mean, he played 30 minutes randomly. Like he does get some churn there.
Really quick first, I just want to update the Heat injury report because it looks like Dragic and Bradley are questionable. So those guys aren't out. Or remain questionable. So
they remain questionable. All right.
Do with that as we please. In terms of Steven Adams, not a guy on my radar.
Does that make the rebounding upside for Zion go up a little bit?
Mm-hmm. Adams had 18, 20 boards, and then he had 2 in those 24 minutes against Houston. I would imagine a larger role for Zion if Steven Adams is out of the middle, more to do in the paint for Zion, which against the Kings is a good thing.
Yep, definitely. This slate is really setting up where if Adams gets ruled out, it really sets up for Zion to finally break through with that 50.
That would be one of the things that if he's going to have that breakout game,
really have to
Adams would
that.
certainly help contribute to that.
Yep. And we have these, just remember, Gary Harris already ruled out. So you definitely want to look at that Barton or Monte Morris value. And then keep your eye out for this Devin Booker news. But also, D'Angelo Russell, he's been randomly questionable and then plays questionable, sits, no real feel on him. He doesn't always get it in there, but playing against the Cavs, yes, it's a slower paced game, but does D'Angelo Russell at 7,000 make any sense?
No, I was looking at him earlier. I just don't want to. It seems like if he does play that he's banged up, and that's the reason he's in and out of these games. So the only thing that I would be looking for is D'Angelo Russell to sit. And now we're looking at, it never seems to work out. But then you look at somebody like Malik Beasley, who his numbers recently are actually, they've improved the last 4 games. So maybe I was on Beasley too early. And then Anthony Edwards has gotten it together. He has 2 40-point DraftKings point games in his last 3. So there's another consideration.
2 starts, which is really interesting. They went with because of the lineup being kind of odd, they went Ed Davis to start in the middle, and then they've been running with 4 wings around him. And I think they continue that just because Naz Reid's banged up. He's questionable due to a wrist injury. So the Timberwolves, they're playing against the Cavs, but I don't really see any huge upside with these guys kind of starting to get priced up based on their good performances. And you probably just have to sit there and wait for Rubio, who's the cheapest guy there, or a Kogi, who's getting about 20 minutes and he's at 3,300. If Russell sits, maybe there's a chance there for a Kogi.
Kogi is one of those guys that you always like somehow get talked into, but he never can do much. 3,300, he's super cheap. So if you get the 19 DraftKings points, he got 19 DraftKings points last game without making a shot. 0 for 6 from the field in 23 minutes. So like there has to be some upside there if he can put the ball in the basket. 0 for 6 from the field. But then you look at his game log, 7, 6, 3. Those are DraftKings points.
Not real points.
I really wouldn't want to play Josh Okogie. But again, there's nobody else in that price range really on this slate. So if Russell's out and you tell me Josh Okogie is going to get 25 minutes, then sure.
Are there any player props that are jumping off the page to you for tonight's slate?
There's no crazy ones. There's none that I feel like I have to have. We'll see if that changes. But, I think Barrett points for obvious reasons. That's been a strong play. I spoke about Tyrese Halliburton rebounds. It's at 3.5. He averages 3.5.
Yep.
But his recent, since he started playing at least 30 minutes a game, he's been averaging 5. I think there's a little edge there. That's probably my favorite is the Halliburton rebounds. I wrote up Jeremy Grant assists in best bets. We've obviously talked about the points, but over the last 9 games, defenses have begun to adjust to him. He's averaging 4.1 assists per game over the last 9 games. His props at 2.5. So I think that's a reasonable one. And then I also did Zeller rebounds. It was plus money over 8.5 at the time. First 3 games back, he played 18 or fewer minutes. He did have 7 rebounds in 2 of those games, playing 18 or fewer minutes. So I think he can get to 8.5 now that he's averaging 30 minutes over his last 3 games, averaging 11.7 rebounds over those last 3 games. 8.5 is a big number, but I think it might be a little low for Zeller.
Yeah, and in Miami, we got news with them. Now Goran Dragic and Avery Bradley are available to play. So that's a jammed up backcourt. I don't really and actually solid defenders too. So there could be a lot more rebounds to go around here now.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what to do with Miami. And it also doesn't change just because a couple of guards get ruled in. It doesn't change anything about Zeller. He's going to play the same role as he would have before.
I think but they're getting their rotation back and guys coming in off COVID protocols and stuff. I just feel like there are more rebounds to go around in this game because they're solid defenders. And then you also have guys like LaMelo and Terry and Devontae who are not actually great field goal percentage guys. So there is a bunch,
That's true.
We have another question from Sean Griffin. Who takes over if Adams is out? My understanding is that it will be potentially Jackson Hayes, but he has not started a game yet this season. So what are your thoughts there?
You could go Hayes, or when Zion was out, Josh Hart slid in there. So Zion could become a center, even if it's not the starting lineup. The more predominant lineup could be Zion at center, and Josh Hart is another wing. Ingram, technically, I guess, is the 4 there. Hart slides to the 3. I guess that Hayes and Hart would be the guys that benefit the most. Although if Adams is ruled out, I might take a look at playing Zion rebounds.
Interesting. Just because of all the rebounds that he's
as a prop. I just think, he has 2 games and he has an 18 and 20 rebound game right there in his game log. I feel like that's got to open something up with that coming off the floor.
Yeah, that really makes a lot of sense. Are there any totals or spreads? We have a bunch of close spreads tonight. Any of them standing out to you on this slate?
Not really. This season more than ever, I've been locked in on the player prop market. I just think it's more profitable, easier to read. I thought the Bucks for sure would bounce back on Saturday night after getting mopped by the Pelicans, and they come out and lose to the Hornets. So it's tough to get a read on some of these teams this year. Just scrolling through right now.
And that makes sense because of all the COVID protocols and everything, the teams are randomly having to sit guys. You're not getting a real good feel unless you really know, like, hey, somebody's out and it's the massive injury news. I think that's the only way we should really attack slates is if there's injury news at 1:30 or at the 5:30 mark, whenever there is to attack those lines rather than sitting there and trying to break down the slate and say, hey, the Pelicans should win by 3 this game or whatever,
Occasionally I'll look to, like, when Kawhi and Paul George unexpectedly got ruled in on Friday, I bet the Clippers. I got them before it moved. I got the Clippers as underdogs.
Yep.
Do stuff like that. If it's available, I'll bet on a game. Sure. But for the most part, when we get news, I'm immediately looking to the advantage in the player props.
That makes sense too. Interesting. My usual go-to move on those is thinking about what is impact on the line, because when KD got ruled out,
right, everybody goes to the line, and while they go to the line, I go to the player props, and then by the time you're done with the line, the player props are gone.
Yep, tis true. All right, any final thoughts before we head out?
I just wanted to look up the number on Zion rebounds, and it's 8.5, but you're getting plus 115 on the 8.5. So
if Adams gets ruled out,
I'll probably fire on that, but I'll have it on Twitter if I do play it.
Sounds good. Jesse is coming up next, and then there's going to be Packers and Texans with Glash and Brandon on the call. Thank you, Julian. Thanks for hanging out. Hopefully we won't get any news right when we jump off. Trae Young is available. He was expected to play from my understanding. And that's what we got for today. See you on Wednesday.
Clear.
Nice job.
Happy Monday, everybody. Welcome to the DraftKings Dream Stream. We're starting another month and another work week with a 3-game late slate of Madden Sims. I'm Jesse Cofield. I'm going to be with you tonight as we bring you all the best that DraftKings has to offer. Paid contests for all 3 Madden showdowns and the full 3-game slate, including our featured Madden Stream 6K Monday Night Special. That classic contest is $10 to enter. Features 6K in prizes, including $2,000 to first place. So at 6, Packers heading to the Lone Star to take on Deshaun Watson and the Texans. We got Brendan Glasheen, Brandon Crisdall bringing you the action on that one. Then at 8, before the real life Chiefs play in the big game, we got their virtual counterparts heading to Denver to take on the Broncos. Kaufman, Tom Carroll on that one. Then Brendan Glasheen, Tom Carroll going to return for Madden After Dark. Going to be amazing. We're going to have Seahawks and Patriots. Before that, some notable stuff happening on DraftKings. Big game, of course, is coming. Not too early to start looking at your lineups for the NFL $5.55 million Super Bowl $55 million contest. $10 entry fee. You get a shot at $1 million grand prize. 1 of 3 contests with a prize pool of at least $1 million for the big game in Tampa. Head to the DraftKings lobby. You can check all that out now. And of course, we have a full weekend of DraftKings greatness planned. We got the DraftKings $250K tailgate weekend. Check out the lobby right now. We got a number of huge contests in there. And of course, always got stuff going on over on the DK Sportsbook. Make sure you check that out. But for now, I'm going to toss it over to Brendan Glasheen. Brendan, have a blast.
Hey, Jesse, thank you. Jesse will be with us throughout the course of the night. Brandon Cristal will join us momentarily. So we've got the Texans, again, still led by Deshaun Watson. Texans were in Simland last night. And the Packers lineups have locked, so I will tell you the winning lineup now. It's my lineup. Devin Funchess in the captain spot. Got both quarterbacks in there, Aaron Rodgers, Deshaun Watson. There is a report out, by the way, that the Rams, before they went after Matt Stafford, made a call to the Packers about Aaron Rodgers. The Packers did not even pick up the phone. That's the report. Brandon Cooks, Kenny Stills, and Jamal Williams. I'm a little recency bias is affecting me because there's no question. Kenny Stills made a long catch last night during the 8 p.m. sim, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to give Kenny Stills a chance. Will Fuller, on the other hand, broke my heart and did not do much. So Funchess captained, Watson, Rodgers, Cook, Stills, and Jamal Williams, who is the power back for the Green Bay Packers. That's the plan for tonight for yours truly. El Paso #1, Giggle Pigs, Joe. What's up, everybody? Big Brandon Cristal has now joined us. Hi, Brandon.
Hola.
How are you, buddy? Did you get a lineup in?
I did. I am good to go.
All right. Where'd you put the captain spot?
So I captained Funchess because last time I did, he played pretty well. I know he had a goose egg his last game out, so I think he bounces back. I went and checked the game logs. But then that allowed me to get both quarterbacks in, Brandon Cooks in, and then I need to double check who my cheap guys were at the bottom. But it feels like a winning lineup.
I beat you to it. I already told everybody my lineup was the winning lineup.
I'm in 7th place.
Yeah. Similar build, man.
Stills and Lazard are rounding out. I'm a little bit of a punt play there, but you never know.
So I think we have the same exact lineup with the exception of Jamal. I have Jamal Williams. You have Allen Lazard.
Well, Lazard definitely averages more points than Williams, but Williams could easily score.
Sure.
More easily score, I should say.
Yeah, power back, no question. All right, guys, we're underway. Texans hosting the Packers. What's up to M, David Israel, Mike Ament, Sean Preston, Barry, Edge 95. See you guys on Twitch as well. Corey, what's up, Corey? Hooligan, Banded, AM9 Sports. How's everybody doing? We'll start from the 25-yard line. Watson, 73% owned in the free showdown, and he rushes for a gain of 10 yards, almost 11. Luke Murphy, I hear you, buddy. I know. I'm just hoping Jamal Williams can be the punt play of the day. All right, so we are underway. We're good to go. Brandon Cristal is strapped on in, as I like to say. Brandon Cooks did not do well last night. This is true on the 8 p.m. sim.
Well, good. So he's going to bounce back, too. He and Funchess both.
Yeah. The Texans were in Simland last night. David, Georgie, Lewis, Daniel, Akeem. What's going on, guys? All right. So what have you made of the quarterback swap over the weekend? Is this your first time on since the big news?
Yeah, I didn't do anything yesterday, and all day long I've been doing other stuff related to my day job here in Denver to some degree. I mean, it's not super loud, but actually spent a lot of time yesterday trying to get all the details of how involved the Broncos were, and to varying levels and various reports. But the bottom line is the Broncos were one of the many teams that were interested in Stafford, but the Broncos didn't get as far down the road as clearly the Rams certainly did, and we can focus in on the Rams since they obviously won the prize, so to speak, depending on your perspective. But, the Niners were closer. The Panthers not openly, but it's been well reported, offered 8.
depends on who you ask. The Broncos never offered 8. Were they willing to, or 9 rather? Were they willing to offer 9? They never said yes. Just a first rounder, which could have meant different years, right? Next year, 22, 23 first rounder. It wasn't as serious is the sense I got talking to people on multiple sides of it. But when you look at it for the Rams, they're all in on Stafford, right? With this window with Donald and Ramsey.
Mm-hmm.
Is Stafford an upgrade? Probably. I would take Stafford over Goff if I'm drafting a team, but you're talking about a difference of, 6, 7, 8 years? I need to double check how old Goff is, but I know Stafford's, 32, going to be 33.
Yep.
At the same time, Brad Holmes is a GM, the brand new GM. He has a 6-year contract in Detroit, and his previous job, college scouting director with the Rams, he's the guy that was championing, at least by all accounts, championing Jared Goff the first time around. So he's maybe a little more invested in Jared Goff, both personally, professionally, emotionally, and wants to make it work. And because the Rams are eating a lot of that guaranteed money in terms of dead cap and actual cash, so Goff at 26, and I'm not sure when he'll be 27, but you're talking about at least a 6-year difference in age between these guys. I guess I kind of like the deal for both sides because of what else the Lions got. And if they can get more out of Goff than maybe Sean McVay thought he could, great. And the Rams got themselves Stafford, which is who they wanted, to keep this window open and maybe take another step forward, get to a Super Bowl and win it. And if not, then it'll be a complete failure on the Rams' part.
Jared Goff will be 27 on October 14th.
Okay, so he's 26.
Yep. I have a developing thought on this trade, and it's mainly about Matt Stafford. Wasn't it just a couple years ago we were all saying the same thing about the Vikings? They were a quarterback away. They've got the right coach in Mike Zimmer. Now, he's a defensive guy. McVay, more of an offensive mind,
Sure.
Of course. So this is a lot to live up to here for Matthew Stafford. And I know he didn't have great help in Detroit from a coaching standpoint. Had some decent weapons, if they stay healthy, of course. He's got a great setup here with the Rams. They had top 3 offensive line play all of last year. Watson taken off. He'll get the first down. The Texans did go for it on 4th and 1. It's a big pickup for Deshaun to the 20. He's got 47 rushing yards already. Am I crazy to think that I think Stafford's a better player than Kirk Cousins, don't get me wrong, but it's a very similar spot. Like, he's got a lot to live up to here.
He does. It really is Super Bowl or bust, and it seems like the Cronkies are probably okay with that. I think the chickens are going to come home to roost, so to speak, I believe in 2024 from a cap standpoint. So they're going to live with it now and pay for it later. And other teams have been willing to do that, but at that point, you're at the end of Stafford's deal if you don't rework it or give him any kind of new contract. But Donald's deal will be up, I believe. Rams will be towards the end of it. You'll be out of the Cup deal. You'll be out of the Woods deal. And so, and maybe you have to pay for all that in 2024, I guess is how it was presented to me. Actually talking with our pal Ross Tucker, who's a friend of DraftKings. He and I talked today for the Broncos Daily podcast. And he was the one that mentioned 2024 to me because I haven't done a lot of research beyond looking at it kind of right here. And you look at the top of their salary chart, Aaron Donald's making $27.89 million against the cap next year. Jalen Ramsey, 22.5. Stafford's only 20 against the cap. Cooper Kupp, 14. Woods, 13.875. Whitworth, 11. Brockers, 9 and change. Rob Havenstein, 8.5. So, and then I got to see where Goff is in terms of that dead money there. And maybe they can spread that out even longer. Or it just means that they have less money. I guess it's not actual money. It's dead money. They have less money against the cap. So if the cap is 180, in theory, they only have 160. And right now on paper, that's 193 that I just read you the top part of that. So they're, I guess in theory, 33 over. If they can only spend 160, the thing is you can just keep moving it around. You can convert Jalen Ramsey's money to a bonus. You convert Donald's money to a bonus. But regardless, their window, based on those guys that I named that are all vets that are getting towards their 30s, it's this next couple of years before Kyler and Arizona really figure it out with the Niners QB situation a question mark. And Seattle's always going to be Seattle. They want to take advantage of Donald and Ramsey. You got maybe the best defensive player and certainly the best corner, arguably, 3 of the top 5 defensive players in football. You got to go get it now and some good pass catchers.
Oh, yeah, I don't mind the aggressiveness. I just think it's a similar spot, and a lot to live up to. Now, this is a shame. They converted the 4th down, and now they'll settle for a field goal. Deshaun Watson going off, rushing so far, guys. 47 on the ground. Ke'Ini Fairbairn to put the Texans on the board. A long opening drive. Almost 6 minutes of game clock chewed up. I like this. Luke Murphy is asking, new microphone?
No, same microphone. Just sometimes you can see it, sometimes you can't. A new DraftKings shirt I have, though, that you'll be able to see in between quarters.
There you go.
Got sent that, my lone piece of DK gear. So I'm just going to wear it every time. Maybe I don't know if I'm turned up more, because I definitely have heard myself drown out before on some of the sims from time to time. That's usually my fault. It's user error.
You sound good.
David is it Gorgie or Gorgie in the chat says, imagine the culture shock for Stafford in LA. Look, Stafford's been rich for a long time. He grew up in the nicest part of Dallas. LA's not going to be that much culture shock. Is LA different than Detroit? Absolutely. But he didn't spend a lot of time in Detroit when he could get away with his wife, and they got a bunch of kids. So he's also not going to be killing it in the LA nightlife. I imagine he and Clayton Kershaw, who's got 3 kids, when they can get together, will probably go have a nice dinner since they're childhood pals. But I don't think we're going to see Stafford in a bunch of TMZ videos and photographs just living it up, the LA lifestyle. I think he wants to go out there and enjoy the warm weather, probably get a house as close to the beach as he can, because for his kids, that is a nice change of pace from living in Detroit. His kids aren't very old either, but I don't think we'll see him up and down the Sunset Strip very much.
2nd down and 4 for Aaron Rodgers. Packers in the road whites. Davante Adams, or as they know, it's Aaron Jones, out to the 34 of Houston. Aaron Jones catching that ball in the flat, 29 yards after contact. Big play.
I dropped from 7th to 97th.
Wow.
Have you filled out your NBA lineup with Koff tonight?
I have.
I have not. No way my man the Joker can duplicate what he did last night, but I'd like to see him try.
Let's see. Aaron Jones, 59% flex, 24% in the captain. Back to Jones, nearing the red zone. Another big gain. This time it's rushing 14 yards to the 21. Smash that like button, guys. We've got Jim and Asher from the Game Ops team. Asher hanging out in the chat per usual. Producer Mike. Andrew, our technical director. Rodgers going to spread him out with a minute left in this first quarter. And he'll connect with Mercedes Lewis.
Is it Mercedes or Marcedes? Or is it both?
I don't know. It's a good question. There is an A in his name, so you might be
Yeah, but lots of people just called him Mercedes. That might just be a habit, right? They see that the way it's written, and they're like, oh, it's got to be Mercedes, right?
Mm.
That guy's been playing in the league for like 25 years, give or take. He and Brady were rookies together.
He was one of my punt plays in the classic formats a week ago.
I do appreciate you on Twitter calling the Danny Amendola conversation with Nick Wright on his show on Fox Sports to my attention, because I don't follow the show on Twitter. You know, I see it if it's on, and I am up early doing updates if I flip it on. But I don't want to make it like it's a habit. I've known Nick a long time, like him. But the Amendola conversation, how about that? Not a big surprise. We know how former Patriots are, and it'll be interesting to see when Edelman leaves as well, how he acts and what they have to say. But for him to just call the Patriot way Tom Brady, saying Tom Brady is the Patriot way, basically, I don't think he's wrong. I just thought it was interesting.
All right, so before I get to that, it is Mercedes Lewis. I found it on nationalchamps.net. He played at UCLA.
Sure,
forever.
Not national champs.
Mercedes.
Okay.
All right, there you go.
All right.
You learn something new every day. This is not the first time Danny Amendola has slammed his old team, and more specifically slammed his head coach. Now, Tom Brady, I said his name, a quarter in.
I brought it up, to be fair.
He took the high road today, Brady, talking about what Belichick's meant to him.
There's no reason for him to not.
No, yeah, for sure. But yeah, Amendola not shy to. It's interesting how Brady's got his dad, Tom Brady Sr., his wife Giselle, Amendola, all these other people talking for him. But when he opens his mouth, he won't do it. He will take the high road for sure. Yeah,
It's smart. I think about Allen Iverson when he was here, and every time I'd run into him, hey, can you hop on with us to do this? Yeah, sure. Just talk to Jamal, who was like his right hand man, or talk to Gary, who was like his manager guy, or talk to the Nuggets PR. Yeah, I'll do it. And then you'd follow up. Hey, I said it. No, you can't do it. Oh, really? Okay. Well, so he's always the good guy. No, I thought I could do it. They said I couldn't. You find out he's playing pool at Dave & Buster's all afternoon.
And there's a touchdown for the
Packers. Lazard or Funchess?
I believe it's MVS.
Nah. Too rich for my blood.
35.7% in the flex, 5% captain in the pre-show. Yeah, I didn't play him either. Funchess and Cooks were the receivers I went with. Shout out if you've got MVS. Degenerate Gambler says BK Football Insider. Any advice on the Denver Nuggets? I know you mentioned his name. Jokic.
Yeah, the advice is it's hard not to play Joker. He's in great shape. He's averaged 25, 11, and 8. The only other player to do that through the first 20 games ever is the Big O, Oscar Robertson, in the 60s. Now, I get a back-to-back night is different than having the nights off like he's had for the better part of the last week and a half, right? There's not too many back-to-backs. They got Detroit coming in tonight here in, I guess, a little less than 3 hours, the Mile High City. But I have a hard time not rostering him. He feels like he's got to be a core player, close to it, right? Did you put him in your lineup?
No, I've got Drummond in there, and I know the Cavs played last night, but Drummond's just a little cheaper.
Yeah, sometimes it's about completing your entire roster, right? If you're going to not overspend, but pay up for Luka, Harden, KD, or Kyrie, right? You can only do so much for any of those guys that cost $9,500 and above, right?
Yeah. True.
Have you started looking at a Super Bowl lineup? I already put one in to try to win $1 million. I'm going to have to do a couple more.
Yeah. Well, I can't win $1 million, but I have.
Oh,
not
you can't, right? You can't. Well, I can.
First time playing Fortnite. Yeah, lineups for NBA lock at 7:30. Want to shout out some people here in the chat. B. Keat with MVS in the captain spot. JJ Fat put him in the lineup. David Garcia, Damon, Small Ben 7. Nice work, guys. There's a nice ball. Complete 2. Randall Cobb, the wideout 4, to the 46-yard line. Cobb is the slot receiver, so he will get attention. He had 75 yards receiving last night.
Is he ahead of Stills on their Madden depth chart?
No, so the Madden depth chart, Stills is the wideout 3.
Oh, okay, that's what I thought. That throw, that's a funny, if you watch it again, it's funny the way he's rolling left and like the arm movement doesn't match the body movement. But, you know, it's 2021. I get it. They still can't get everything exact. I'm not picking on our pals at Madden. It's just tough sometimes, I guess.
Jordan Lindenbaum has MVS in the flex. Yeah, guys, I saw that. Drummond is questionable. So maybe, I don't know, I got to do some tinkering.
Yeah, I haven't even started to build mine. I'll admit it to you, not to cough, because when I beat him, I always feel good. I do crowdsource a bit. This isn't just me going off the top of my head. There's some research being done and looking at other people's lineups and stuff online because I just don't have the bandwidth, I think, to dig into the numbers on the NBA side the way I can in football.
Mm-hmm.
And I did beat him the one time we played hockey, like I told you, so I'm undefeated there and retired.
Wow. And breaking news, Drummond is out tonight, according to Travis and Maui.
Oh, well. I know that Maui, Travis has a direct line into what's going on with Cleveland. That makes perfect sense.
Wow. Yeah, it just broke. DK Nation has it out now as well.
Okay,
Andre
so first
Drummond
Travis breaks the news and then confirmed by DK Nation.
There you go. Drummond out right when we brought him up.
I'm not saying that you have to flip him for Joker because you're going to have to make more than one adjustment.
I know.
Likely, but Joker, on top of that average I said, 25, 11, and 8, is also one of only 3 players since like 1973, with Bill Walton being one, Giannis being the other, to average a double-double in his first 20 games.
Emerson Latzia just texted me and said, dude, he knows I'm calling a sim. Wah. That's what Emerson does when I text him. Emerson and I are kicking field goals at a park somewhere on Saturday morning before Simland. So we're going to figure out how to stream that. That should be fun. Went out and bought a football and a tee today. And no, I did not deflate the football. So save it, all of you.
I've got a tee somewhere. You know, the good thing about having now a 14-year-old who's kind of played every sport along the way is stuff that I had when I was a kid that I then got rid of as I went to college and got older. I've now reacquired pumps and tees and basketballs and soccer balls of every size and gloves of every size and baseballs and lots of softballs because I play a lot of softball. But kind of covered. When are you going to the park to do that?
So we're going to go Saturday morning. We might hit up Harvard Stadium if the posts are up. There are a couple high school fields nearby that have posts up, so we could do that.
It's pretty cold, and isn't it a little snowy there? Is it only snowing in New York? It's not made up.
No, it's snowing here. It's going to be nice and sunny. I mean, not warm, but it will be in the upper 30s on Thursday. So, but I'll bring a shovel.
What are you trying to?
I think it will look better.
Like Vinatieri, yeah. What are you trying to kick?
I don't know. We haven't decided yet.
And it's you and who again? Sorry?
Me and Emerson.
Okay, so you and Emerson. What do you think the longest field goal you could kick is, or in this case, extra point, now that they moved it back in the NFL?
I'd be lucky to hit it from 25.
So 25 means that the tee is on the 35-yard line. And honestly, to get the kick better, you kind of need the block the way they have in high schools or used to. And Fells is killing it, by the way. I wish I rostered him. But y'all need to hold for each other, because kicking off a kickoff tee will not get you the same trajectory, if you will, when you strike the ball.
Oh. I didn't think about this.
I kicked a 30-yarder barefoot at Nebraska Stadium. Swear to God. I was in flip-flops, kicked them off, and went like Rich Carlos. Banged it through.
True.
My boy Gottlieb was in skinny jeans, and he missed his first and made his second from the same distance. But he was wearing sneakers, so he had me there.
He's Brandon Christel, Brendan Glasheen. We are with you for the 6 p.m. sim. I think you're sticking around for the next one.
I don't.
No,
I don't think I am. No, I got a bunch of doubleheaders the rest Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, I believe.
Yeah. Tommy Freeze Pops and Cough are here for the next one. Second goal from the 5. Watson.
Ooh.
Oh, boy.
It looked like he was trying to get it to Cooks, which is what I would be doing since Cooks is on my roster.
Dustin Ford in the chat says, got you guys streaming through the TV. Not sure why I didn't do this sooner.
If you don't watch anything else, then yeah, it's going to look bigger and probably awesome unless you have a great computer monitor that's huge. And you can hook it up to your surround sound.
Watson, easy money. Touchdown.
All right, well, so you haven't started to look at anything as it relates to the big game, as many people are forced to call it, including us here, depending on what we're talking about. So I'm curious, who do you love in the matchup to this point that you'll definitely roster?
Godwin.
In the flex. Okay.
Godwin.
Or would you even captain Godwin, depending on how many lineups you might make?
I captained Godwin in a showdown, the Green Bay game, and that worked out really well. I think
sure.
It was a specific total, but I could see more of the same in that regard. Cameron Brate, the only thing that worries me about Brate, I want to see the salary. I get nervous. I say nervous. I'm not that nervous, but I wonder about how many offensive snaps is Brate actually out there. Brock had a really good game against Kansas City.
Sure.
In the Week 12 matchup. And look, I am always one that loves to get the big three. Mahomes, Kelsey, and Hill. If I had to pick, I want to get Mahomes and Brady in. If I had to pick between the two, I think it's a Kelsey game.
Yeah, it might be. I think I have Hill in the one lineup I've made so far, and that's because he had 200 yards in a quarter. But something tells me they might say, maybe we'll double him and let everyone else try to beat us. And then the news today, DeMarcus Robinson's on the COVID list. He's not tested positive for COVID yet. So that means he won't practice all week no matter what. It just, if he continues to test negative through the game, he will play. It's question of how much. Does McCole Hardman get some more snaps? And where is Sammy Watkins and all of it? You know, if Sammy Watkins is healthy, and let's say that Robinson's there and Hardman's there's my captain. They have a similar problem on both sides. Let's say Antonio Brown's healthy, right? So you're talking about Gronk, Brait, Antonio Brown, and Scotty Miller to go with Evans and Godwin. And for the Chiefs, you know that Kelsey and Hill are out there every play they can be. But then if Watkins is healthy, we're paying him $8 million, and he was a first-round pick and certainly an impact player at times. Plus McCole Hardman, who was a second-round pick. Plus Robinson. You got to figure out your running back rotation. If CEH is doing even better with how well Williams has played, does Le'Veon Bell get a snap in the Super Bowl?
No kidding, right?
It's this is one. So I made this recommendation, just thought. I shared this thought, and then I didn't even follow through with it on championship weekend of making lineups have all 4 quarterbacks. And somebody did it and said they won money on all 4 contests. I think you need to come up. Look, it's the last football game of the year, so whether you're trying to win $1 million like me or just win a couple bucks here and there, throw a bunch of lineups out there to give yourself kind of coverage a bunch of different ways. Unless you just love your lineup and want to play it in 10 different games and think that that'll work. But I don't think this is a revolutionary thought. I'm just saying, with it being the last game of the year, maybe splurge a little.
Right. David Garcia says Pringle, the steal to watch.
Sure, absolutely.
Byron Pringle.
Pringle, Scotty Miller, people like that are likely going to be the difference, I would think, assuming they actually touch the ball. Williams, like having the guts to play Williams and then him being the guy who scores, not CEH. Rojo versus Leonard Fournette, that split. Does LaShawn McCoy catch a screen pass and take it to the house? There's a lot that, I mean, obviously there's a lot that could happen. I just want to see a good game, and I know we'll keep saying that all week. I'm still leaning Chiefs, but the more I talk to people about the Bucs D and the Chiefs O-line being vulnerable, like Ross Tucker again pointed out today, with them moving a guard to tackle, a right tackle to left tackle, who's your swing right tackle, or he's your swing tackle. Remmers is your third tackle. You're without your starting tackles, and you've now weakened your O-line by moving your right guard to right tackle.
Yeah.
So you're vulnerable in 3 spots with a really good pass rush. And JPP and Shaq Barrett and Vea and Sue, they're going to get after it.
It's going to come down to which quarterback makes the most, which quarterback blinks first in terms of making a crucial mistake. Because some of those picks that Brady threw against Green Bay were not on him.
Yeah, the one that looked like a punt definitely was. But yes. I think certainly when it's going off your receiver's hands, that's always tough for a QB.
Also, you mentioned Fournette in that split with Jones. Leonard Fournette's been fantastic.
I know. I captained him in the one lineup I've made so far, and I'll leave it at that. But it's not going to be my only lineup because I can't just rely on Fournette to be my captain.
Hey, Luke Murphy, there's Jamal Williams. And now I see you in the chat. Love it. Devontae Adams over the middle to the 19. Aaron Rodgers hit 118 and a touchdown. 10 for 10 passing. Adams with his second catch. Jamal Williams catching a pass the play before in the flat there. 12,476 entries in the free showdown. Right now, ATL Jags fan is in first place in the free roll. Rodgers fires, looking for Funchess. It's incomplete. Want to share with you guys at halftime the big contest, the big Madden Sims we will have available to you this weekend. We will certainly mention that. On 4th and 5, they'll kick a field goal, and we're tied at 10.
Wait, so no Andre Drummond, going back to the NBA as I'm starting to kind of turn the wheels a little to get my lineup in to take my $1,000 back from Koff. And and so no Drummond, you got to think JaVale McGee plays. A couple of weeks ago, JaVale McGee totally burned me, and it was literally the reason I lost to Koff. Like, he beat me by 10 or 20 points, whatever it was, and I played
Jared Allen, I think is the guy.
Yeah, I played JaVale, and I'm just seeing where somebody said McGee is a lock. And I'm like, yeah, I played McGee. He got zero minutes.
Yeah. He's a vet, man. He smells like a buyout sometime soon. Yeah, Tom's Microwave says Allen.
And hopefully Koff didn't pay attention.
Bad Boys of Pop says, yeah. Had to take a breather from Ducey over the weekend. The Bad Boys of Pop are back and plan to win big this weekend. Yeah, Jared
That's
Allen's
good.
only like $5,500. So.
Yeah, he's going to be in my lineup. See if I can find where Koff invited me 12 hours ago.
Darren Fells had a big sim last night.
He's got a good one going here. He's got 3 or 4 catches.
He had 3 touchdowns last night.
Look at
All
that.
3 of
Whoa.
Deshaun Watson's passing touchdowns.
How many people captained him? 2%?
Something like that. He was like 35% owned. Never mind.
And he was the captain in the winning lineups, I would imagine.
Yes. Sam Cohn, New Jersey. I just saw your message over on the Twitter. I'll get to it, pal. Good to see you.
I think I let my bias for both my hometown Mavs and the Nuggets creep into my lineup building because I roster Luka and Joker almost every time they're both available.
The freak of nature, otherwise known as Lord Silverman, right now in first place in the Deshaun Athlete Watson, because that's his new title on Instagram. He is no longer the Texans quarterback. He is now Deshaun Watson, athlete. Clean pocket, final play of the half. Come on, gain those yards. Help people. There you go. 87 rushing yards at halftime.
Yeah, he's eyeing that bonus. Last time I had a Watson sim, or a Texan sim, Watson hit the rushing bonus.
So there you go. 10-10 at half, but man, Texans already up over 100 rushing yards. So we'll go through the stats, and then throughout the week, we'll be reminding you of what we have on tap this weekend in terms of our tailgate weekend stream here at DK. Aaron Rodgers, 10 of 11, 118 passing and a touchdown, no picks. Watson, 7 for 10 passing, 71 yards, no touchdowns, no picks. Does have a rushing touchdown, 87 rushing yards. David Johnson, 5 for 15. Aaron Jones, 3 for 20. Duke Johnson, 2 for 5. And on to the receivers. Darren Fells, 3 for 38. Aaron Jones, 3 for 48. Duke Johnson, 2 for 8. Mercedes Lewis, 2 for 12. Adams, 2 for 30. Cobb, 1 for 17. Funchess, 1 for 17. Jamal Williams, Luke Murphy, 1 for 7. MVS, 1 for 4 and a touchdown.
My Funchess captain play not looking great through the first half, but it's only 10 points, so he could get the end zone here and could be the difference in me winning or losing.
Frankie, we'll get to your NBA questions. Thanks for being here. So here we go. Let's cue up the graphic here. Tailgate weekend stream here at DraftKings. $250,000 in total prizes over 2 days. Those big dates, the ones you want to look at, especially in Simland, at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. I will be with Adam Kaufman. We'll also have a special guest joining us, me and Kauf, at 2 p.m. Saturday. $55,000 in DK prize money, free to play. It will be a Super Bowl preview, the Chiefs and the Bucks. The other big one is Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, $20,000 in DK prize money, free to enter. The what if Super Bowl matchup, Packers and the Bills. I think Kauf's on that one with Kenny Ducey. And then Sunday night after the Super Bowl, I'll be with Matt LaMarca, Big Saxy, for the Madden Big Game Replay Sim, Tampa, Kansas City. Same rosters we've been doing since that December update, that holiday season. $25,000 in total prizes, in DK prize money, that is. And that first place prize, I know for sure, Sunday night, $2,500 DK money available. So that's awesome news. Smash that like button. Should be an awesome weekend.
Also, make sure to fill out the what's the contest, the big game giveaway or whatever. We're $55 million in prizes, $1 million to first place. You got to guess things like who scored last, who's going to score last, things like that.
If a touchdown is scored, you get a free entry. It's very.
What will the longest touchdown be? Will there be a touchdown over 20 yards? But you get the most right, and I think top prize is $1 million. That might be an easier way to win it than building the winning lineup. And it's free. Can't beat free. So far, all I have in my basketball line is Jarrett Allen. I'm trying to see if Steven Adams is playing.
More importantly, Brandon Cristal's head-to-head lineup with Adam Coffey.
I just got a text from him, 1 hour reminder, because too many times I just have stuff going on and I start to put it in and I don't finish it. And then that's it. $1,000 could have been his instead, or mine. But it's always another day. We played 3 contests the other night, 3 classics.
Yeah, he told me that. So I did the double, the 2 contests with him, completely different players. We ended up splitting. I almost got him in one of them.
That was the reason, because we split the first time. I was like, well, let's do 3.
Right, so you still get a winner. I like that.
Yeah. But what I did say, and we didn't end up doing it, was 3 distinct lineups, right? So it's 8 players in each lineup, so 24 different players. But I said maybe there's one value play that is an end of the roster guy, end of the bench guy who ends up playing a lot because, 2 starters are out with COVID or whatever. Mm-hmm. And you need to use them on all 3 lineups. But we ended up not doing that. I just think in future triple headers like that or whatever, trios.
Sure.
Do we know if Steven Adams is out?
We're being told he's doubtful for tonight. LaMelo Ball, the chat loving LaMelo Ball as a potential play because Terry Rozier is out tonight. Emerson chiming in. Yes, you're right, Emerson. Tailgate weekend really begins on Saturday at whatever time we decide to go to a park and kick field goals. Oh, Aaron Rodgers goes down. Whitney, merciless. Yarrow says, Koff probably has an itinerary every day. BK, he will send you a reminder in 30 minutes.
There's no question.
Which he does all the time.
No question.
He cracks me up really during NFL, and it's Sunday, and it's like 12, and he's like, oh, I just sent you a contest. Lineup's locked in an hour. I'm like, dude, I know. Games kick off at 1.
Yeah, you know what time the lineup's locked.
Like, NBA, I appreciate it, because I'm like, well...
Yeah, it changes every day.
Right. NFL, he's like, yeah, by the way, it's 12:20. The lineup's locked in 40. Then he'll send another reminder at like 12:50. I'm like, dude, I know. Like, I'm getting there, all right?
And I know I often say that we play for $1,000. I'll be honest, it's for a lot less. And it's funny that this is clearly just part of his daily routine, is playing against all of us, that it's almost like a drug addict that needs it. He's like, come on, lineup's locked, right?
Very worried about Koff.
Personality.
You guys are crazy that are in YouTube now and are not figuring out Twitch. I'm seeing Twitch, but apparently it's not like working out for you guys right now. So having a little Twitch prob. Working on restoring. It's been giving us issues this week, according to technical director Andrew. Devin Funchess with the catch. Packers to the Houston 41. Oh, yeah. And producer Madison is going to come out and help us out, I think. At the video, we're going to video the field goal thing. So.
I think it'll be great. I'll check it out when you post it.
Kylie, what's up? Thanks for tuning in. I am not him. Funches with another catch inside the red zone. Jenny from the league, love that username, says just give it to Cobb. Ooh, maybe a Randall Cobb revenge game. Unfortunately, the Texans don't have the ball. Yeah, also we had those cornhole contests available if you're interested. Smash that like button, guys. Let's try to get to 250. About 600 of you watching. Another ball. Is that him?
That is. But I need to get across.
To the 8. 3 straight completions. Rodgers to Funchess.
Let's get across that end zone. Come on, 11.
Come on, 11. I'm in 87th now. Lord Silverman is out of first. Luke Murphy says, yo, he got to stop it right now. Rodgers looking. Oh, Mercedes. Down he goes. He was doing better when we called him Mercedes.
It's all right. Setting up perfectly for Funches.
Emerson's forehead. Bunches of Funches. PGZ Man 666. Did someone lock Brandon Cooks in the kitchen? Brandon Cooks did a quiet sim last night. Somehow still had 5 catches, 60 yards. Rogers X Factor lit. He looks from the 13, shuffles to his right. He will fire into the ground.
He had Lazard there. Lazard's in my roster. On my roster. In my lineup.
Was it intended for Lazard?
Yeah, Lazard was the closest.
Oh. It's a terrible throw. But
Is Kuzma still starting?
Kuzma?
Yeah,
I don't know. I'll look.
I think he is.
Lakers. I don't
20
see
points, 39 points, 11 and a half, 11 and 17, 30, 29 and a half, 15, 33. If he is, he's a much better play. Most
guys.
nights.
Brandon is really, really struggling here to get his NBA lineup in.
I really just need one forward that's under $5,100. I like my lineup. I think
I
I'm
like
definitely
Will Barton.
got him in there.
Oh boy.
No Gary Harris tonight. Let's talk a little bit about Deshaun, though. Did you see where John McClain, Hall of Fame, right? Not to be confused with John McClain of Die Hard fame. John McClain, the Hall of Fame writer from Houston, been covering the league for 45 years. He said, even after Nick Caserio said we're not interested in trading the player, he said the deal, unrelated to Detroit and LA, that's a completely separate deal. We'll start with 2 1s, 2 2s, and 2 young defensive players that can be building blocks.
I saw that. Yep.
That's going to take a lot of teams out, or they're going to realize most of these teams don't have 2 young building blocks. And I'll use the Broncos as an example, as a team I cover. Bradley Chubb is certainly a building block. Started in the Pro Bowl, right?
Mm-hmm.
Trading Bradley Chubb for Watson straight up, I've got no problem with that. I don't think any Broncos fan would, and most football fans wouldn't. Deshaun Watson's the 2nd highest rated passer in the history of the game. But trading Bradley Chubb along with some other young defensive player, and you're not going to trade Justin Simmons also because you're just not going to do it. But let's pick a corner. Then the 2 2s and the 2 1s doesn't feel like that equal of a trade anymore. So I think that's where they're going to run into, and that's, I don't know if that means ultimately they'll have to settle for less, but you want to open your negotiation high.
Right.
And they did, but it's certainly a lot to ask for.
Yeah, but you know what? That was, according to that report as well, that's the starting point.
But that's how you need to open a negotiation, and then maybe you settle for 1 defensive player.
Right, exactly.
And a couple more picks, and maybe it's it's an interception.
Yep.
Yep. Jair Alexander, best cornerback in the NFC, maybe.
Nice play. Nice play. So now it's Green Bay ball at its own 9. So, DK Simpam, based on that report, oh no! A safety? No, he was down at the 1. Close. It's close. But Rodgers, I think, had 1 foot out of the end zone. Yep, he did. Close. Emerson's forehead wants Randall Cobb here. You're not the only one. Packers defense in Madden 21 land, 6 picks. So would you guys do it? The trade?
Are you asking the DK Sim fam or me as a GM?
You as the GM, and the chat can weigh in.
I'm having to think long and hard about it because here's the thing. As good as, again, using the Broncos as an example, Bradley Chubb, J.J. Watt, who we just saw on camera and we just saw there again, is as good a defensive player as we've seen in the last decade, right? How many Super Bowls has he won? Aaron Donald has won. I think he's going to win his 3rd Defensive Player of the Year this year, if I'm not mistaken, if not 4th. How many Super Bowls has he won? Khalil Mack. How many has he won? Von Miller won, but he had DeMarcus Ware, a Hall of Fame secondary behind him, or an all-time secondary, and he had Peyton Manning on the other side orchestrating, even though he wasn't playing great, and Demaryius Thomas and other Pro Bowlers around there.
Sure.
Emmanuel Sanders. It was a good team. So I'm saying all that to say franchise quarterbacks don't grow on trees. The Patriots know that from their entire existence till Tom Brady got there. Well, Drew Bledsoe, I guess. And they'll probably know that again. Every team knows that. Very few teams have been able to do what the Colts did to go from Peyton to Luck. The Packers certainly to go from Favre to Rodgers. I mean, the Cowboys had a nice big gap between Staubach and Aikman. It was Danny White. It was Gary Hogaboom. You can go team by team. Very few teams just have that seamless when we've got a great guy. Miami's still looking for it. They might have it in Tua. Chicago's never had one. With apologies to Jay Cutler or Sid Luckman, I guess, in the 50s. The Browns, right? Is Baker the guy? The Jets haven't really had one since Joe Namath. They're not easy to come by, so I think you move heaven and earth to get Deshaun Watson.
Agreed. There's really never too big of a price. I mean, look what I understand the first round picks the Rams gave up to get Stafford was more of a case because they had to give up. They were trying to move contracts. They were trying to move the Goff contract. But just consider everything the Rams did to not only acquire Goff, but then to get rid of him. You can't put a price on getting the guy you want at quarterback. I think San Francisco should do anything possible to get Watson. It would totally bury the momentum the Rams think they have, or if they do have it. Makes that division fascinating. Like, I would love to see this, like, chess match. So Kyle Shanahan sees the other young counterpart in the same state in Los Angeles. He's like, oh, that's great. We're going to go get Deshaun Watson for George Kittle and Debo, and our offensive line is getting better.
Brandon Ayuk.
We're going to be healthy next year. What's that?
Brandon Ayuk, who they took in the first round.
They're going to have to give
year.
up something, right? They're going to have to give up some pieces. But I do it. I go get that guy.
Well, they drafted so many defensive players. Now, a lot of those guys aren't necessarily still there. But the Kinlaw kid who they took last year, I would trade him.
Yeah.
Javon Kinlaw out of South Carolina. He'd be, if you need defensive pieces back, he would be one of them. So I think you can replace him. He's got a really high ceiling, but a really low floor because I just don't. He reminds me a lot of Chris Jones in that he just kind of takes plays off.
Austin Joe says, how many first and second round picks have the Browns spent over the years trying to land a franchise quarterback?
Exactly.
Yeah.
They're a great example. And so you can use the Browns. Really, just about every team has had a valley to go with any peaks they had at franchise QB. That's why we can name all of them. And that's why there aren't that many in the Hall of Fame. And only 35 quarterbacks have ever won a Super Bowl. It's not easy to find them. I know Deshaun hasn't won one yet, but to get a guy at 25 that's wanting his way out and you might be able to actually acquire him. Drew Brees obviously became a Hall of Fame quarterback, but he was coming off a shoulder injury. Deshaun's not dealing with any injuries.
Has he had a major injury? No, right?
Yeah, ACL.
What year?
Good question.
He was with the Texans?
He got hurt his rookie year. Was that an ACL?
I'll check that out. I mean, I know he's gotten bruised up and abused because of the lack of
November 2nd, 2017, he tore his ACL. So towards the end of his middle of his rookie year. He was 3-4 at that point when he tore it. Or they were 3-4, so I don't know which game he came in. So he tore it in the 7th game.
Nick Gonzo, someone who I feel like is super irrelevant in football now. Odell Beckham Jr. Should the Browns trade him? And my answer is yes.
What are you getting for him, though? I mean, yes, they should. I just don't think you're getting a lot back. You're getting a second and a fourth or something, maybe. And maybe not even that high, a third and a fifth.
OBJ's non-presence actually helped Baker Mayfield to spread the ball around. Now, could they have used him when the COVID outbreak hit? Of course. But I think Baker was...
Well, he would have been in that room, so he would have likely been out too.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I think Baker felt pressure to force-feed OBJ, and when he realized he didn't have to do that, play within the offense. If OBJ, I guess, can buy in on Stefanski's ideology and how he wants the offense to run, and he can be okay with it not being a 9 or 10 target guy, then sure. I'm not saying he's a bad player. I just don't think it fits. I think they were doing just fine without him. Build elsewhere.
because he got the bulk of his money from the Giants and the signing bonus, and he's already gotten all the guaranteed money and all of that, and the total guarantee even, for the most part, this is the last year you would need to roster him, whether you're the Browns or anyone else. So the Browns could go in and try to make it work and say, hey, look, we made the playoffs without you. You can make us better. Just don't be a jerk about it. And I don't know how much of that, some of it is Baker maybe just putting the pressure on himself to get OBJ the ball so that he doesn't have to deal with OBJ not being happy, right? So it's almost preemptive, but the offense suffers. So the team has an out, or if you were to trade for him, you don't owe him any guaranteed money. It's $15 million this year, $15 million next, or 15 and change, 15.75, 15. So you're getting one of the most talented receivers, but at age 29, 30, and 31 here in these coming years. I'm not sure who's banging the door down for him, but if he became available via trade, there's probably more than one team, so you're probably getting at least a second and another good pick for him.
You really think so, huh?
Because all it takes is another team. If not, you can offer a third, and it's who has the best third. But the second somebody makes it a second-round pick, then you have a bidding war.
Tevin says, I feel they should keep him if he understands Baker can't force-feed him. I just think Cleveland has other holes. It can upgrade its roster elsewhere.
You know who should trade for him, depending on how everything shakes out. And maybe you don't want him around, I don't know.
New England?
New England, sure. Yeah, and they have the room. Salary cap wise, I would say Jacksonville to give Trevor Lawrence a surefire target, but you've got those young guys, and you probably don't need to bring him in case he does become some sort of malcontent. So
OBJ, I think OBJ has the right intentions. I think he's been unfairly criticized just the last year or two.
Maybe
in
so.
New York, I kind of got it. He wants big, man. He wants sexy. He wants big market. Cleveland is not for him.
No, and Green Bay wouldn't be either. Playing with Rodgers would excite him, but
I think he honestly has tried. Now, of course, he got hurt this year, but I think he really has tried to give Cleveland a chance in terms of how he fits. But when it actually comes time to lace him up and get on the field, I think he's like, oh, I still want my 9 to 10 targets. I think Trevor Lawrence is way more mature than Baker Mayfield was coming into the league, but I think you'll see that all repeat itself if he went to Jacksonville. OBJ to Detroit, says Steve. Yeah, Fantasy Hawks was Packers.
When did the Saints?
I like that. Money. Baltimore's a good one. I like that.
When did the Saints get $58 million in cap space? I don't know. They had it
across the body. MVS. I love that, actually. Money. OBJ in Baltimore.
I got two cities that can afford him a little bit. They might rework his deal a little. But this is a team right now that's 10th and 9th in cap space availability. Like they have the 9th most or 10th most. The Dolphins, with a strong head coach there, veterans on defense that are going to challenge him in practice and I think keep him on the straight and narrow to whatever degree.
Miami?
I think he'd be or the LA Chargers with Herbert, with Keenan Allen, with Mike Williams, they could afford him. You know, Bosa's under contract. I guess it depends on if they want to bring Ingram back. But Ingram was hurt all year. So, and like I said, you can get creative with contracts. What do you think about that? Los Angeles Chargers have a three-headed monster. They have to decide what they're doing with Hunter Henry too. But if you could line up in three wides with Mike Williams, OBJ, and Keenan Allen, have fun trying to cover those guys.
No
I guess
kidding.
that's what you say about Cleveland now.
Yeah, that's a good one. Miami's a good one.
I think I like Miami more than LA. I think LA's a better football team than Miami, even though Miami won more games. Or more potential with LA's roster, especially if Derwin James is healthy.
Want to shout out Sean Preston. He says he's in second place. There he is, Mandor. Second place in the Deshaun athlete Watson. Lyndon Bob, not a fan of OBJ. Wendell Smith says OBJ to New Orleans, yeah. Oh, he was born in New Orleans? I didn't know that.
Yeah, he went to the same high school as the Manning brothers.
Yes.
And then he went to LSU. But I just don't know how the Saints created all that cap room. I understand Breeze, but they were $100 million over, and now they're $58 million under. Wonder if they turn Cam Jordan and Michael Thomas's deals into bonuses.
Do we know for sure what the deal is with sorry, I'm drawing a blank with Breeze? Did he announce retirement? Is that actually
no? So Breeze is still on their cap right now.
Okay.
And there's dead money, I think, even if he retires, but you can spread that out over more years, I think.
Sure.
You have Taysom Hill. There's no way you're bringing Taysom Hill back for $16 million. I wouldn't think. Hey, throw it to Funches here, A-Rod.
Come on, back of the end zone, open man.
Lazard, but he's out of bounds.
B-Dom Walk says, Glash, OBJ to the Celtics for Marcus Smart. That was good. Oh, man, that's funny. Guys, almost at 250 likes. Javi says, I'd take OBJ over what we have now. Javi, who are you talking about? What team?
You just have to know. Just guess. Titans. No, I'm kidding. Bills.
Ooh.
That's named two teams with Pro Bowl wide receivers.
I don't think OBJ wants to go to Buffalo.
Yeah,
I think Miami is a good one.
I don't know if Miami would want him, but you want a receiver that'll change the dynamic and allow guys like Jakeem Grant and Devontae Parker to have a little less pressure on them. OBJ's that guy.
Yeah.
And they have got the draft capital to do it, especially if they don't get into the Deshaun Watson trade.
True.
You know, I don't know what their cap situation looks like, but the Jets, depending on what they do at quarterback, they have the third most cap room of anybody. How about that? OBJ back to New York to play for the Jets.
Ooh. Him and Deshaun Watson, if that somehow comes to fruition.
That would be unbelievable. That's how that's where the Jets, if they do pull off the trade for Watson, they're going to have to get creative, and he will eat up part of their cap. Although, let me see if they're counting Sam Darnold's money. What's he count against? He probably doesn't count anything. $9 million against the cap. So.
I think that is so worth it just to get some buzz around your football team.
But your roster, and I talked to a personnel guy just because I made this comment the other day, maybe to Koff, maybe to you too. It's the worst roster in football, and I asked a personnel guy in the league, and he goes, yeah, they don't have a lot there. And the one guy, after I listed Becton and who am I missing? Becton and Quinnen Williams. He goes, well, I like Marcus May. Oh, wait, he's a free agent, the safety. Like, they don't have anybody. C.J. Mosley coming back. That's it. This roster is terrible.
I don't know about, I think that the Patriots might have a worse roster than the Jets.
Now when all those 8 guys come back, well, this is how you play the game. You say, okay, if I'm a GM of a team, how many players do I want from your roster? And let me just pull up. Like, everybody wants Devin McCourty. Not for a lot of money, but people would take him because he's smart. He's
I think
a vet.
Gilmore and then maybe the running back Damian Harris, and that's about it. And I'm saying I'm not even that big into running backs. I think Damian Harris is a nice young chip for New England.
Yeah, nobody wants Chung. I think Chung's been bad for a long time. Slater's special teams player. Edelman's 100 years old. Shaq Mason. I mean, you're looking at some linemen that people might like. Shaq Mason or Cannon. I don't know. Isaiah Wynn was a first-round pick.
Oh, Kenny Stills! Break the slate! 58 yards! Touchdown! Wow!
Yeah, maybe that Patriots roster isn't very good now that I look at it.
Let's go! I played Kenny Stills!
So did I.
Let's go! Stills owners! Stand up! Oh, my goodness. I had to look for a second. I'm like, wait a second. Brandon Cooks is 13. That's Kenny Stills. Unreal. Small Ben 7 hates it. Really hates it. Evan says Stills. Incredible.
I'm in 70th. I don't know if that's before or after that touchdown.
So I'm in 58th now. Stills 8% in the free showdown. 8.3 in the captain.
Cooks and Lazard both have goose eggs for us. For me.
Joe, I have Watson and Stills. Emerson's forehead. What's up with Stills? He has all of a sudden been better. What happened? He's the wideout 3. He had one catch for like 20 yards last night, and that's it. And he just did that. He's been kind of mediocre as a wideout 3. Nothing's changed.
I can't believe I'm going to get nothing from Cooks or Lazard unless Lazard does something here. Maybe he will. Maybe he'll be the hero.
I really do admire the reading into of our back and forth. So Pete says, how do the announcers always end up having the obscure play? No, look, it's when you've done almost like 600 of these things, you can talk about a bunch of crap, look at 18 tabs, and then, oh, look to my left, and there's just a big play, and you call the play. It's really that simple. There's nothing to read into. Just these conspiracy theories. How did they know that? You kidding me? Kenny steals $2,600. He barely does anything in these sims. Oh,
his value's going way up.
It's all right, Pete. I'm sorry, Pete. I went after you there. I just think, how do they know that? It's like, what do you think I do? I study flashcards before the sim, for crying out loud.
I thought he meant, how do we know to make to put Kenny Stills in our lineup?
No, I think he. Oh well, that could be it. I thought he meant like, how did they know they was going to score right there? I didn't know, but that was why it was fun. Rogers across his body to Adams. To the 28. Wow. So looking at Stills, he had 2 catches against Philly last night. 2, not 1. 2 for what was it? 2 for like 50? Yeah, 56.
Tonight he has 1 for 58. This happens to be a house call. Come on, Funchess or Lazard. Lazard's open on that crosser. There he is.
There you go. 1 for Lazard.
I'm creeping. Hey, I'm 69 right now, but I'm going higher.
Oh, well, Pete, we put him in our lineups because we were running out of salary.
Yeah, because I spent all my money on Funchess, Watson, Rogers, and Cooks.
Right. So there he was, 2,600, wide out 3.
Right, and because he had a couple points last night, his average went up. And Lazard, same thing. Like those guys score and it knocks their numbers way up. They're not way up, but noticeable. And it's better than rostering a guy that has half a point like you did with Williams. Was that a great play? Williams is averaging less than 1 point, and he's in your lineup. So if you're rigging this game, that's a surprise to me. That's a weird strategy.
They need a touchdown here. Rogers, touchdown!
Ah, MVS. Boo.
Oh!
Deshaun Athlete. Does Deshaun Athlete Watson with 3 timeouts have enough to get back into this? Green Bay is obviously kicking, but going for 2 would be a baller move.
Mikey Pierce said MVS TD for first place. There you go, buddy. I mean, I would like the sim to move along because, I want to tinker my NBA lineups now, too.
Oh, no, mine are done. Mine is done.
Hey, Pete, this has all come full circle. He rostered MVS, so he's happy.
There you go, Pete. That's a much better play than either of us. Aaron Rodgers hits a bonus, though. Goes over 300 yards.
Don't you find it interesting how the Sim fam knows how to play MVS and we didn't?
Yeah, David Garcia, captain MVS. Thus, I'm guessing you're better than 57th place, which is where I am.
All right, still 38 seconds, 3 timeouts.
You're not doing the late night sim, are you?
Oh, I am. Madden After Dark, yep.
So is Screech going to be the buzzword?
Why?
Because Dustin Diamond, who played Screech on Saved by the Bell, passed away.
Oh, really?
They've been talking about it in the chat. You missed it.
Oh.
I think to pay homage to legendary actor Dustin Diamond. Cancer. Lost the battle of cancer.
Does he qualify for like a silent buzzword or?
No, I think Kobe and Dustin Diamond are in different categories. Hey, look at that. Watson goes over 100 yards, so that's a bonus.
Tater Hater. Check out the DraftKings Game Center. There's plenty of options for real money Madden Sims. Oh, Captain Blood. I did not do that on purpose, but if I did, that's just sick. Watson, got to get rid of it. There you go. Darren Fells with the extension.
My family in New York and New Jersey, I'm getting a bunch of texts of all the snow.
Brandon Cooks has not done anything. This is very true, everybody.
Yep, 0. And he was captain 11.4% of the time, 41% owned in our contest.
Steve says, that's the only thing I don't like about these Sims. Listening to you guys talk makes me go back and tweak my lineups. Then I find out the ones that I had in there, I should have left them in there. LOL.
That's how it goes. All right, Texans last time out. It's going to be a long field goal for Fairbairn.
Fairbairn's not making this.
It's a 60-yard field goal.
56, 57. 56.
No, 36, 46, 54.
Oh, okay.
Or 53, actually, but it's 8 yards now, I was told by a kicker.
Ooh.
8 yards.
Ice the kicker.
Oh, they're icing him. So it'll be 53 on the game. It'd be 54 in real life. They now add 8 yards. It used to be 7. It's now 8.
Hey, Joe Reacher, I'm with you, buddy. There's a great energy in the sim. No chance he makes this.
I don't have him anyway, so but I'd love some free football.
I want to make my NBA lineup.
Oh, he had the leg. Plenty of distance for Fairbairn. You should read his whole name real quick. Oh, he didn't have the leg. But he was accurate. That's weird. It looked like he cleared it to the right. It's hard to tell sitting here in Denver, calling a game in Houston.
Oh, my God. Yeah, he's got a really long name. I forgot about that.
Super long name.
John Christian Fairbairn.
Didn't somebody have Reed? I think Koff said he had Reed pronounce it, and he did. Right? Because Reed's Hawaiian?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, you nailed it.
Thank you, Technical Director Drew.
I'm in 66th place. But I did roster still, so take that, DK Sim fam.
Tom's microwave. Emerson would have made that.
Who do you think is going to make a longer kick? Like, do either of y'all have a soccer background or a kicking background? I know you don't.
No, I don't.
Does Emerson?
No, he went to UCF, and Matt Prater did too, and that's about it.
Okay.
I think he's really excited he thinks he's told the chat since like day one that he can kick a 45-yard field goal.
Okay, I'd like to see that. If he does, I'll then go out and try to match it.
I really want to do this because I want to watch him fail. Like I'm going to be bad, but this is more to put him on the stage to do it. I want to see it.
They don't have the goalposts up, I don't think, anymore at the football stadium, where I'd see if I could go down there and kick it just because it'd make for a cool backdrop.
We're gonna have some production on this. We're working on the details as the week goes along. Let's see. M. Romero 25, first place in our free roll. Aaron Rodgers hit the bonus. Did Watson hit the rush bonus?
Yeah, it's why I called it out when he did.
Okay, good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah, he had 98, and then he ripped off that 18-yard rush.
Sweet.
18-yard run.
David Georgie, it's Brendan and Brandon.
Oh, Rob Rand is telling me that if you guys make from 45 or whatever, I have to add a couple yards because of the thin air in Denver. That's fine. Figure out what the adjustment is.
Ricky Robbie says Emerson said he had to buy special shoes, so if he doesn't have the right shoes, he will have excuses. I might just wear like boots. I have like these Under Armour hiking boots.
Why would you not wear sneakers? You want something that's going to shape to your foot so that it doesn't affect the shoe, doesn't affect the ball.
This is true. They're like sneaker boots, though.
Okay. I say the things that are the smallest, lightest sneakers you have, that are the most form-fitting to your foot. It might hurt the inside of your foot a little bit, whatever that part's called, but it'll be worth it because your foot will shape to the ball better.
Okay. All right.
If I do it, I'm going to wear my soccer cleats. Or at least I'll wear one football cleat and one soccer cleat, the way some guys I think they've finally gotten over that. Like, we'll just wear 2 soccer cleats now. It looks silly to wear 1 football cleat and 1 soccer cleat. Let's figure out. So the longest field goal in NFL history, 64 yards, was made here by Matt Prater and Jano. And then Jason Elam made 63. Tom Dempsey with half a foot a million years ago made 63. I need to figure out what the longest field goal is that wasn't a mile high. And then I'll add whatever that difference is. So if you guys make a 45-yarder, I'll have to make a 47-yarder to tie. If 62 is the longest. Let me see if I can figure that out. Just because I went in on this. I'll make the 14-year-old hold it. I'll make my wife shoot it.
Wow. A contest all the way around. So I think it's safe to say MVS is our player of the game. He had 2 touchdowns.
Well, he wasn't in your lineup or my lineup, even though we have inside information. So I can't really disagree with that.
35.7% in the flex, 5% captain. How about the not my kid? It's got to be Brandon Cooks.
Yeah, he had a 0, and he was definitely owned. Let's see, what was his ownership numbers? I'm pulling them up. Duke Johnson, Cook, 8.6 captain, 41.6% owned.
There you go, guys. All right, that just about does it for us. I will be back at 10 p.m. Eastern for Madden After Dark. We will have, let's see, the Patriots at the Seahawks. There is a contest available in the DK Sim Fam Friends League if you want to get involved in our free roll. The next sim, you'll have Adam Kaufman and Tommy Freeze Pops. The Chiefs, the virtual Chiefs. Get a look at them as you get ready for the weekend to make some sim lineups during tailgate weekend.
Yes, whatever happens in this game is exactly how you should construct your lineup for Sunday.
Exactly, yeah. Check it out. I mean, it actually isn't a bad idea to just get used to who's who and who's hot going in.
Who's hot going in?
Hey, you never know, man. I'm just saying. I give people credit that want to do their homework.
Sure, except that Mitchell Schwartz and Eric Fisher are in this game. So you've got better tackles protecting
No.
the
I meant to prepare for the Sims on Saturday.
Okay.
Gotcha. No.
Oh, okay. That makes a lot more sense. By the way, I looked it up. There's been 2 field goals. Jano and David Akers made 63 yarders at sea level. One in Oakland and one in Philly. So I only have to add 1 yard to whatever y'all do. Also, whatever kind of football are you going to use? You're going to use mini football? You're going to use college football? You're going to use an NFL? Paul Tagliabue, the Duke?
You said don't use a tee.
No, unless you're kicking off. No, get the block and or just use the ground because your foot's going to hit the tee.
This is true. All right. This is the football. I'm going to prove it to all of you. It's not deflated.
Or just have him put it on his toe, honestly.
This is the football. I got a Dick's today.
Okay, so you got a Wilson football day. Was it about $40 probably?
$30. Yeah.
Okay, so
I wasn't spending $80 on a football today.
No, I'll try to find a matching football.
Okay, there you go.
All right.
Size official.
Oh, as long as it's official. Okay.
Yep, went and got this today, because it's dumping snow right now. So I made sure to get to the store today. All right. That's enough of us. Like I said, I'll be back later. You have Koff and Tommy Freeze Pops coming up next. In the meantime, we were talking about this at halftime. It will be discussed throughout the course of the week. All those awesome contests we will have here on the Dream Stream for Tailgate Weekend, as well as other exciting ventures you can take on DraftKings and the DK Sportsbook. For more, here's Jesse Cofield.
Thank you, Glash. Yeah, coming up at 8, our next Madden Sim features the Chiefs and the Broncos. Adam Kaufman, Tom Carroll. Going to join the Dream Stream to call that game. That showdown is featured in the Madden Stream 1K Flea Flicker, 1K prize pool, $150 for first place, plus the free contest for that showdown has a $250 prize pool, $25 going to first place. You know the drill. Head over to the DraftKings lobby and get those lineups in now. Now, obviously, a lot of the sports world's focus, basically all of it, will be on Tampa this week in the big game between the Chiefs and Bucks. But there's still other sports happening around the country, if you can believe it. That includes the PGA Tour, which tees off in Arizona with one of the best events of the year, the Waste Management Phoenix Open. Here's Pat Mayo with a preview of the field for that tournament.
We're here to talk about Phoenix, one of the best tournaments of the year. There's going to be fans at this event. Not the 200,000 like you would normally see at the Waste Management Open. You probably won't see a complete packed stadium at the 16th hole, although it's Arizona. Who knows what they're up to? So you might see a ton of people on the 16th hole. I really don't know, but it's going to be the first time we're going to have spectators on the course in a very long time in the field. It's pretty good. We're looking at Justin Thomas making his return from overseas. There's also the Saudi Arabia pay-for-play competition going on this week. So that's where the reason that Tony Finau isn't in this event trying to avenge his playoff loss a year ago to Webb Simpson is because he's over in Saudi Arabia this week. It just worked for Paul Casey. He goes from the American Express overseas, gets himself a win. Jet lag be damned. Tony Finau is trying to accomplish that same thing this week over in Saudi Arabia. But in Phoenix, we got JT, Rahm, Webb Simpson, the defending champ, Xander Schauffele, Brooks Koepka, who's won this event in the past, Rory McIlroy playing for the first time ever as well at the TPC Stadium course in Scottsdale. And just the rest of the field, very good too. We got Sungjae, Berger, Hideki, Harris English, Kim, Scotty Scheffler, Matthew Wolff, Jason Day, Bubba Watson, Ryan Palmer, Louis Oosthuizen, Gary Woodland, Will Zalatoris, Ricky Fowler, Jordan Spieth, Sebastian Munoz, Matt Kuchar. He's a name. He's not really playing all that well right now, but has played well here historically. Davis Riley is going to be in the field for anyone who loves people who make birdies from the Corn Ferry Tour when there were a bunch of times a year ago. So he's not like some sort of scrub and just some loser at the back end of this field. Davis Riley's pretty legit. John Augustine is playing as well, was second at the US and missed the cut at the American Express. He will be in the field for Phoenix. As of right now, both Matthew Wolff and Charlie Hoffman are listed in this field as well. Keep an eye on them. Not that I have a ton of interest in Charlie Hoffman for this event anyway, although he has played well here in the past. Matthew Wolff is someone who should dominate at this course. So I'm curious to see where his hand is at right now, whether he ends up playing, withdrawing, but Hoffman's withdrawn from the past 2 events. You just can't realistically put him into a DraftKings lineup, knowing that, put it this way, if it was one thing, it would be Rory or Justin Thomas, a very top-end player, but Charlie Hoffman at best is like middle of the pack, like a middle of the pack sleeper. You hope ends up doing something. If he's just going to be withdrawing like he's fucking Jason Day, then all of a sudden you probably should just stay away from that guy, even if he is in the tournament. At least let him show a modicum of stability from not withdrawing from tournaments before you get into this.
Sunday, Kansas City and Tampa will battle to decide who will be the champion of the NFL. And while that's happening, DraftKings will be crowning its top DFS player of the year in the DraftKings Tournament of Champions. This contest features the best of the best in DFS this year. And right now, Adam Kaufman catches up with the only player that has 2 entries in the Tournament of Champions. Check it out. We have a very special guest joining us now. He was the winner of last week's DraftKings Millionaire Contest for the Charles Schwab Challenge. Gianni Demers, thank you so much for joining us.
No problem. It's a pleasure to be here with you guys.
All right, so how were you able to take down last week's Millie Maker Contest? I mean, what was the big play that put you over the top?
I would say it was Jason Kokrak. I was going into the last day, and he was only like 1% owned, and I knew I needed a big day out of him. And I was telling my friends, I said, if he pops, I'm gonna make a run, and he sure did. I think he shot -6 or -7, and all my other guys just didn't blow up too much, and I went up getting there.
So what was that sweat like for you? I mean, were you pretty confident the entire tournament, or did it come down to the wire like you said on that last day?
It was coming down to the wire. I was up like 20 points, maybe like 25 points, which is a lot of points to be in the lead with only a few holes left. And then all of a sudden my guys like Xander started to blow up a little bit, and then Colin missed. I think it was for birdie on the 18th hole. He missed a 5-footer to just make me like lock it up and win, and he missed it. And I was just like, oh my god. So then Xander went, and then he like had a really bad shot, and he needed to par, so I get the 5-point bonus. And my friend was telling me, he's just going to go for it. And I'm like, God, I hope he doesn't hit it into the water. So he wind up going for it. And luckily he parred and I got my 5 points. So that was a pretty big sweat, I would say. Yeah, it started all fall apart at the end.
Well, I got to know, I mean, do you usually enter PGA contests, or is this just something you decided to get in on because we're lacking so many sports right now?
Yeah, I don't play PGA much. I just started playing PGA maybe like the last season. Maybe I played it a few times, but there's nothing else going on. So I just, did my little research and put my stats together and just made lineups. And golf's fun too. You get to put in, your 150 lineups or whatever, and it lasts for 4 days. So you're not like auto drawn dead the first day. So that's what I like about it.
So what are your go-to sports when things are normal?
Definitely basketball and football. I love how basketball, there's all these points all at once so fast. And then football is just like, I love turning on Red Zone on Sunday.
Don't we all?
Yeah.
So it turns out that you're no stranger to millionaire contests. You have a number of top 10 finishes in our Millie Makers over the past year, including taking down our NFL contest on December 15th. We're not going to ask you what your secret is, but can you give us any insight into what makes you so successful?
Well, having a poker background, I go on feel a lot. So even though they have the projections and all that, whatever I'm feeling this week by looking at like the matchups and whatever is based on a feel, and then I just let like the model that I'm using to do the rest for me, and I just plug in what I feel that's right for that week and kind of make some changes and some like not take so many chalky guys some weeks. It just depends what week it is and the matchups.
So which one of these millionaire contests has been the biggest sweat for you?
The golf one was pretty sweaty, to be honest, but I would say the football one that I won back in December. I needed like everything perfect to happen. Like I think the biggest turnaround was Chris Conley. He had 0 fantasy points going to the fourth quarter, and he ended with 21. He got like 2 touchdowns, and I think he got the 100-yard bonus, I think, all in the fourth quarter. So that was pretty crazy. And then all my other guys needed to do well in that lineup, and everything just kind of just did it. Everyone did their job, and I just went up again. I think I won by 0.16 points.
Wow, that is sweaty. I'm sweaty just thinking about it.
Yes.
So not only did you win the $1 million for coming in first place this past weekend, but you also won a seat to the DraftKings Tournament of Champions Live final, which will take place at the big game in Tampa next February. So it'll be another shot at winning $1 million. So how does it feel to qualify for that seat and take another shot at $1 million?
It feels pretty good. I mean, it's nothing, I've played, big tournaments before, even in poker. But it's definitely a good feeling that I won a seat to it, and I have as good as a chance as anybody else with only 40 people, or I guess that's what it is. So it's pretty exciting. I will do my best, but I won't feel disappointed if I don't win.
So, there's another component to that. Who do you want to see at the big game in Tampa, and what do you think their chances are of making it there?
It's really tough. I mean, the Chiefs won it last year, so I mean, I like to see the Saints, and I don't know. I really don't know. It's a tough call with all this crap going on, if there's going to be fans or not. So it's really hard to tell. But I would like to see the Saints, I would say.
So
everyone to make it.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, there you go. Saints, Drew Brees. I feel you, man. So the PGA contest, as well as the live final in Tampa, are all part of our DraftKings Fantasy Tournament of Champions. I mean, what would it mean to you to be crowned the champion of this tournament?
It definitely would be a great feeling. I mean, just to win that and then win the Tournament of Champions is just like, a huge feat for anybody to do. So I would feel very blessed if I won that.
Hashtag blessed. Love that. Well, you've won a decent chunk of change, to say the least, over the last few months. Any extravagant purchases? Do you plan on making any after this most recent win?
That's kind of funny because you asked that, because before this tournament, I already bought a house. I just bought a house and closed on it like a week before I won it. And I actually told a friend of mine, I was joking around. I said, if I'm going to win the PGA coming up, and I'll buy another house. And I wind up winning. So that's pretty crazy.
So you got to be looking for another house now.
Maybe. I called my shot, Babe Ruth.
Gianni Demers, thank you so much for taking the time to join us.
No problem. Anytime.
Okay, now it's time for the DraftKings Dream Stream play of the day. You can claim a free instant prize up to $25,000 just by making predictions about the big game. Enter our free-to-play 55 million Super Bowl prediction challenge right now on the DK Sportsbook and claim your instant prize ranging from $3 to $25,000. Then answer questions about what might happen in the fourth quarter of Super Bowl 55 and compete for the $1 million top prize. Follow along in the fourth quarter and see where you land on the leaderboard. The pool is free for everyone, regardless of what state you're in. So for more information, go to the promos page on DraftKings.com. All right, obviously here at DraftKings, we're all very excited about the big game this weekend. One guy you've seen here on the Dream Stream all season talking NFL is Ross Tucker. Here he is now with a clip from the Ross Tucker Football Podcast as he looks ahead to this weekend's clash between Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs and TB12 and the Bucs.
You and your colleagues at Sports Illustrated all over the Houston Texans situation with, I don't know, 2 or 3 really well-sourced articles, specifically as it relates to Jack Easterby. I am fascinated by this guy. I can't recall another situation like this. And I guess I'll lay out 2 parts of it. Number one, a guy that essentially went from team chaplain to more or less running a franchise. That is highly unusual. The second thing, though, is to have a guy go from being sort of an unknown to being so vilified. And I'm not saying that that's because of your story, Jenny. I'm just saying you don't really hear anything positive. I mean, I go on the radio in Houston, and he is like public enemy number 1 to the point where I almost feel a little bad for him, right? Like, I never met the guy. Like, I think like he can't be that bad, but there's nobody kind of on the other side that's sort of more or less sticking up for him. So I guess I just wanted to get the background on how you became interested in him and started to do the sourcing to write the very, very well-sourced stories that you have.
Well, I think the first interest was sort of what you described, this unusual path from starting out as a team chaplain to becoming a character coach with the Patriots and to last season being the interim GM of the Texans after Bill O'Brien was fired. So it was a pretty fast rise, and we wanted to just, how did this happen? What was the route that he took? You know, what were things he learned along the way? How has this role grown? And I think what became clear was there are a lot of people who have different opinions across the spectrum. There are people who say he, performed their wedding and was a beloved chaplain and an important figure in their life. And then there were other people in Houston who described his playing a role in kind of sowing a culture of distrust and division. And that he had the owner's ear in Houston, and that really resulted in a lot of influence. And so I think there are people who have interacted with him or knew him at different points along his path. And I think that kind of determined the experience that they had in some ways, whereas people who knew him in Houston have had a different experience than perhaps the players that he was really close with in New England and had developed strong relationships across the locker room there.
Okay, so I'm glad you said that. So you have spoken with people that really like him, stand by him, and would put in a good word for him, so to speak.
Yeah, I think, in New England, it certainly was true that he built a broad-based, relationships all the way across the locker room. And yeah, there were players who he performed their weddings, was a counselor through difficult times, whether it be on the field or off the field. And I think his role has been different in Houston. So he has ascended to the top of the organization. And I think on one level that comes with it, you can't necessarily have those same locker room relationships that maybe you had in a different role. But also people in Houston describe this culture that, he played a role in creating there, which is what we wrote a little bit about in the story. And also, how that his relationship with the owner, Cal McNair, has really played a factor in a lot of the decisions they've made.
Right. Yeah. I mean, ultimately, in my experience in the NFL, the only thing that really matters is who the owner likes and who the owner trusts. And that's what's going to happen. I mean, it's probably a lot of businesses that are out there. I guess I'm curious in all of your research, and it was very well researched. Have you have you found out anything about Deshaun Watson and Jack Easterby, their relationship, how Watson feels about Easterby? Because I guess that's sort of, to advance the story, that's sort of the next thing that everybody's curious about.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. Watson's future in Houston has become so uncertain so quickly. And he signs an extension with the Texans in early September. Now he's put in a trade request, and we're wondering what the compensation will be. Houston has said he's their quarterback, but clearly he would like a fresh start somewhere else. And so you start to look at, how did this happen? And I think there's a lot of factors at play. And we described some of those in the second story that we did, in relation to how things were handled within the organization, how things were handled with the hiring process, asking for Watson's input in the hiring process, and then him feeling a little caught off guard when some of those decisions were made, learning things sort of along with the rest of the world. And you could say, okay, maybe a franchise quarterback is not usually involved in those decisions, but if you're told that you're going to be involved in those decisions. And so I think the question is really, who has the owner's ear? And, clearly Jack Easterby has the owner's ear. And moving forward, now they've got a difficult situation to sort through. You hit on this draft pick. I mean, Deshaun Watson is an MVP caliber player, even though the Texans were 4-12 last season. Look at the season that he had. He's a remarkable football player. He's an absolute success at the position. And now he wants to play somewhere else.
guys, 8 p.m. Sim is coming up, but don't forget we still got NBA and NHL contests available tonight, including a 5-game NBA Turbo slate. Lock it in just a few minutes at 8 p.m. Eastern time. You can still enter the NBA 25K pull-up jumper contest. $10 entry, first place prize of $5K. And there's an 8 p.m. Eastern showdown in the NHL featuring the Flames and Jets. Our NHL Showdown 8K Twine contest gives you a shot at a 2K top prize for just a $10 entry. Plus, you can wager on all these games over on the DraftKings Sportsbook, as well as PGA, college basketball, UFC, and more. All right, guys, it is almost 8 p.m., which means it's time for some primetime Madden action. So for the call of Chiefs and Broncos from virtual Mile High Stadium, here are Adam Kaufman and Tom Carroll.
Jesse, thanks so much. Tom Ace, you smell terrific. How are you, buddy?
I'm doing well, man. Unlike you, no snow out here. I can go walk freely outside in the cold if I want to, and I won't get wet.
Why would you want to?
I won't. I don't want to. I'm going to stay inside where it's warm. No, man, I'm doing good. Happy to be here on a Monday. A little Monday Night Football. Let's go.
Can't beat that. Any given sim day, we always say, in a little Monday Night Football, that's great, especially when you have a Super Bowl preview. It's the Chiefs and, Broncos. Yeah, not quite the same experience, but that's okay. We have plenty to talk about as it concerns the NFL, real and simulated. And so thank you all for being here with us. Lineups, of course, locking in a matter of moments. And so it is important that we get ready anyhow to dive into our contest. We have a minute to go, so I don't want you to give a big full reveal, but do tell me who stands out as a captain play for you tonight.
I'm thinking Sammy Watkins, because every time I do a KC sim, he factors in somehow. And he's not that top tier Chief, right? So you always kind of forget about him because you're thinking Hill, you're thinking Kelsey, you're thinking Mahomes. But then Watkins, he'll come in there and he'll surprise you. So I'm really leaning that way. And generally when I do Chiefs sims, I'm going super Chiefs heavy. And I don't think tonight is going to be any different. Although I will say this, Koff, I did a Chiefs sim on, I believe it was Saturday night with Jeff. Okay. And they got absolutely hammered by the Cowboys.
People were complaining about that in the chat pretty much since then. What kind of simulation is this? The Chiefs are getting destroyed in a sim.
It can
happen.
It was crazy.
Happen.
Zeke ran all over them. So I'm tempted to put a Bronco. I think he had 3, and he was just throwing people off of him. And I'm tempted to put a Bronco running back in my lineup because of that, but I don't know, man. It's tough not to see these juicy names. And if I'm thinking Watkins for that captain spot, I'm going to have room. So I don't know.
Well,
what are you thinking?
I'm just excited in general because the last 2 sims that I did had 2 ridiculous performers. There was a Rams game. Bobby Trees went 8 for 200 plus and a touchdown.
Whoa!
So he had, and maybe it was even 2 touchdowns, I'm trying to remember, but he had like 65 points in the captain spot. It was absurd. And then the very next sim, Aaron Jones of Green Bay goes for 70 plus in the captain spot because he scored 3 times and had a whole bunch of rushing and receiving yards. He went bananas. Lineups have locked. So here's what I've got. And this, may be how I decide to go when it comes to building a showdown lineup in the actual Super Bowl against the Bucs. And I say that only in terms of the captain spot, obviously not the rest of the build here against the Broncos. Travis Kelce is in that top spot. We know he is a reliable performer in real life, in Simland, all the above. The man can catch a football, folks. So I've got him as captain. He is surrounded by none other than Patrick Mahomes. I'm sure if you splice those words together in some specific order, that would have made sense. Mahomes, along with CEH, who I have no interest in rostering in the real-life Super Bowl, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, who does, he's a little inconsistent in Simland, but he's always obviously capable of scoring a touchdown. And then Demarcus Robinson, a good pay-down option. Also have Harrison Butker. The only Bronco that I've got in my lineup is Jerry Jeudy at $6,400, getting about 11 points a sim. What's the rest of yours look like?
So Watkins, like I mentioned, he got the captain spot for me. Then I got the big 3. I got Hill, I got Kelsey, I got Mahomes.
Nice.
Then I went with the Chiefs DST because the Broncos stink. And I'm shorting the Broncos here as much as I possibly can. And I said the last time that I had the Broncos, I will roster whatever defense is playing them. So I'm sticking to my word. The Chiefs defense is in my lineup. And then my one Bronco, I went with the Hamler. Got to go with the Hamler because it's a great nickname. I was going to go with the Hamler or Jake Butt because Jake Butt.
Yeah. I mean,
obviously. But
yeah. But.
So I went with the handler, and so I got $0. I got $0. Oh no, I got $500 left. So there you go.
Hey, sometimes you got to have a little extra loot, lying around here. So as we get ready to kick off here at Virtual Mile High, which is a fun place to go if you've never been, by the way. Chiefs, Broncos, Denver. BK can tell you all about that. So one thing to note, it wasn't just that Cowboys game. Producer Mike says the Chiefs just 2-6 since we restarted the Madden 21 season, of course, after our holiday tournament. So they have been in a rut, man. They have been in a rut. We'll see if they can start off strong with Patrick Mahomes. Yeah, Patrick, not Pat. That's Dad. Number 15 out on the field, leading his squad, getting ready for a second real-life Super Bowl. Quick handoff to CEH, only gets back to the line of scrimmage. Mahomes in the larger free roll. We'll get to our contest. About 81% owned, 16% in the captain spot. In our much more quaint, if you will, contest that we have for the group, which does feature an almost full 170 entries, and I am 30th right out of the gate. T.Y.
Congratulations.
Sim. Thank you, Sim, as I like to call him. T.Y. Sim is in front along with S.W. Block, because they both have both DSTs. That's the difference currently, obviously. It is the heck yeah, it's a Super Bowl preview between the Chiefs and, free roll. Mahomes is 84% owned, only 7.7% in the captain spot. Kelsey, captain in 19% of lineups, Hill at 20%. So people unwilling to pay all the way up for Patrick Mahomes here in this one, at least in terms of that top slot. 3rd and inches from the 37. After a nice run by CEH, they'll go right back to the well, and he gets the first, keeps the drive alive. 3 early, 14 yards for the rookie.
I have to imagine the Chiefs are due here, right? 2-6 over their last 8.
That's what people say all the time.
You have
the
to
Chiefs
imagine.
are due.
They're due, man. They're due. I mean, come on.
Fantasy Hawk says, go right ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say, real life Chiefs are just basically unbeatable from my view. I mean, they have been over
everyone's
past,
view.
Basically 3 years, right?
How many games
at quarterback?
How many games have they lost the last 3 seasons total?
Man, I'd have to look at it, but it's less than 2. You can count it less than. You don't need more than 2 hands.
I wonder if you need more than 1 hand. Truthfully, well, what did they go 15-1 this season? And obviously haven't lost.
They went 15-1 this year. They lost 4 games last year.
All right, well that would be 5.
And they lost.
Clearly,
they
didn't go undefeated the year before.
Right, and they lost a playoff game to the Pats. They had 2 losses this year, Michael said.
2 losses, 14-2. All right, fine. So you don't need more than 2 hands. I think we can feel comfortable saying, but you do obviously need more than 1. Fantasy Hawk says, Cough and Freeze Pops, the A-team. Fantasy Hawk, you know how to make me blush. Thanks, buddy. Asher, our man from Game Ops. Guess who's back? Back again. Herb says, sweet, just got here. Cough and TC. You betcha.
Yeah.
4-yard loss off the sack by Von Miller.
Yeah, they lost 4 games in his first year as the starter, along with that playoff game. So, it's less than 15 losses in 3 years. Okay, we'll say that. They don't lose much with this current iteration of the Chiefs. It just doesn't happen.
J.E. Freeze Pops, good evening, men. Kaufman, hello. Old Man Dog Fan. Butker, as Rossi says, respect the kickers. You got to respect the kickers. Respect the kickers.
I got to respect his commitment to the kickers. Look, I'm a kicker fan. I spend a lot of time with Morton Anderson.
Yeah, name drop. Love it. 3rd and 7 from the 45. Pass to the left. Completed. Feet in bounds. However, just a 1-yard pickup. 4th and 5 on the way.
Next week.
With the catch.
There we go, my man. Next week, we're going to have Jan Stenerud on the podcast with Morton Anderson. 2 of the all-time greatest kickers. The only 2 kickers in the Hall of Fame. One of the all-time great Chiefs, Jan Stenerud. And we're going for it on 4th and 5 here in the first quarter.
Love the aggressive nature on 4th and 5, as you said. And he got it out to the 31. 1st and 10 on the way. Mahomes with the completion to my captain for 13, Travis Kelce.
I love it. Let's go.
Nice
Let's
aggressive
get a touchdown here on the
AI.
first drive. Yeah, let's do it. Keep it rolling, baby. It's kind of realistic, too. I mean, the Chiefs are not afraid.
No, sir. So a 1st and 10 as we approach the midpoint of this opening quarter. Producer Mike, Drew, our technical director, Asher, Jim, great game op squad, and of course another completion there. Mahomes stays perfect. 2nd and 1 after the 9-yard pickup. Tyreek Hill, his second grab, has 19.
There you go, Tyreek. I'm feeling good about my lineup right now in the opening drive here, Koff. All my dudes getting touches here. Now all we need is a little Sammy Watkins touchdown to cap it all off, and Papa will be happy.
Tyreek Hill, tough fade for me, especially with the 40-plus touchdowns in Simland.
Oh,
CEH,
wow.
though, is the man I chose to roster, and he gets inside the 10. 5 early. 1st and goal. He's got 35 on the ground.
Yeah, I wonder how much he'll factor into the game plan in the Super Bowl. I know he's been banged up, obviously, but he's going to be there.
I wouldn't go near rostering that guy. I'm not even sure.
I'd be
We were
very
talking
curious.
about this earlier in another recording that I did with our friend Tweak and Moose, and I wonder how much, like you said, I mean, how much does he factor into the game plan? I wonder if he's even the lead back. Maybe it's Darrell Williams.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can't imagine he's going to get too many touches, right? He's just... I'm surprised he's even dressing. He's a rookie, and they've got plenty of firepower.
Yeah, I get him dressing. Oh, I mean, you feel like you know what you're going to get, i.e. not much out of Le'Veon Bell. CEH obviously had the flashes earlier this year before injuries, rookie wall, whatever you want to call them, took over as pass completed to the left. Can Kelsey get him? Touchdown! Captain! Oh, my captain! First of the day, Mahomes, who has about 2,000 passing touchdowns in Simland, finds Travis Kelsey to put the Chiefs ahead 6-0.
The Chiefs are back!
And if you respect the kickers, Harrison Butker's going to come on out for an extra point.
Hey, get a little PAT action in there. Not mad about it.
26th touchdown for Travis Kelsey.
One thing the Chiefs have struggled with this postseason, though, is extra points. Butker missed a couple of them in the AFC Championship. Hopefully that doesn't bite him in the Super Bowl if you're Butker. You have this reputation.
Simland can promise you that. There it is, 7-0.
Through the uprights
the ball
here.
with 2:46 to go. In truth, 113 passing touchdowns from Mahomes. He has double-digit running touchdowns as well, to his credit, in Madden 21, which is pretty incredible. You know, I'm at a point. I'm only at a point because it is Monday. Super Bowl is 6 days away. It's coming up on Sunday. I'm just now starting to think about what a lineup build is going to look like for the Super Bowl, for Showdown, obviously. And I have not studied the salaries. I haven't pined over it and created dummy lineups or any of that I'm sure a lot of people in the chat have. I'm guessing you haven't either. For me, that's much more of a, day of thing.
That's totally day of for me, yeah.
But I think
because I'll forget. I'm too dumb. Yeah. Speaking of dummy lineup, I'm too dumb to remember.
I'm not going to construct anything in advance, but I think about it. I think about it a little bit. And it's really difficult to know. You look at both sides, and it's not unlike, say, the Bucks and Packers or even the Bucks and Saints. This is similar in that you just have loaded offenses on both sides. Who are you willing to pay up for? And if you're going to pay up for a Hill, a Kelsey, or, heaven forbid, a quarterback in the captain spot as opposed to paying down for a Robinson, or if you like Watkins, or one of the you're gonna
Scotty Miller,
take a total flyer on a Scotty Miller, then you got to consider obviously how much room you're going to have for yourself in your flex. Like ultimately, not unlike right here in this game, talking about having a tough time fading Tyreek Hill, you got to decide who you're going to fade in that Super Bowl, man. Not easy. I'm curious what the chat is thinking. I mean, there's some good value options there. Like you could get a Cam Brate at cheap. You could. I wouldn't totally dismiss the notion of playing Ronald Jones, not because I think he's going to do anything, but the salary.
He can break one, though. He can totally break one.
He can. Would it shock anybody if Rojo scored a touchdown in the Super Bowl?
No,
wouldn't surprise me. I mean, I don't think he's the lead back. Like, obviously, he's not the safer option. That's Fournette. But it wouldn't be at all shocking if he is involved, because Bruce Arians is somewhat unpredictable when it comes to the running backs. So Yeah, I don't know, man. A lot
and
of
I know
questions,
Fournette's sort of the hot
about.
hand. He's sort of the hot hand right now, but Ronald Jones for periods of the season was the guy. So yeah, that's a good call. I was watching SportsCenter with SVP last night, and Bill Barnwell was talking about a guy like Sammy Watkins. And I know he's in my captain spot here, but we're talking about real life here.
Hello!
Wow!
Noah Fant
Okay.
all the way down to the 3.
Noah Fant, someone I had in my lineup at one point, took him out to get another Chief in instead. Maybe I made a mistake.
Fantastic pickup for 39. Gets inside the 5.
So there's options top to bottom here. Like, even if you're paying down, you still feel good with both of these offenses, right? Like, I feel like...
Yeah, I don't think we're getting a 10-3 game.
Right. It's just an embarrassment of riches here. You're not going to see a repeat of the last Brady Super Bowl.
Melvin Gordon. No, I don't think so either.
What was it, 13-3?
13-3 that game, but that was another one. That was I remember being out there for it in where was it, Atlanta, I believe, and it was just such a, that whole week we're talking about two of the best offenses in the NFL, and this thing is going to be a showcase. You're going to get 30 points aside, 16 total points, 16 points. Now I don't think we're going to get a repeat of situation of that. I really don't, but we're definitely hyping it up the same way, no question.
Yeah. Well, I know hindsight's 20/20, but both of these offenses are better than both of those offenses, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and I know the Rams were this heralded offense back then, but like, stack that roster up just on paper against both of these, it's not even close. And the Patriots, it was always Brady and Gronk, and then sort of just the pieces filled in around it. So I feel confident saying both of these offenses are better.
Melvin Gordon couldn't get it done the first 2 drives. Now he's going to try in the air, and no, sir. Steps out of bounds at the 5 with 5 seconds left and a 4th and goal. If you roster Brandon McManus, now might be your time, because I don't think Denver's going for it.
I like your Cam Brate observation for the Super Bowl.
He's getting
volume,
it's early.
Man. He looks to him in the red zone at this point.
He does. It's Rob Gronkowski. Like, between the two, I'd fade Gronk. I think that's where I'm thinking right now.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Gronk has been used as a blocker throughout the postseason. Not that he was this supreme pass catcher in the regular season, but the postseason, he has like 2 catches. He has primarily been used as a blocker, and Brady is, kind of funneling his way to Brady a bit.
Mm-hmm. Totally. Gronk has not been a major part of that offense. For people that haven't paid attention to the Bucs, and they just have been paying attention to the storylines. Oh, Brady and Gronk reuniting in Tampa. Gronk really hasn't done much this year. He's had some flashes of the old Gronk here and there, but generally speaking, a non-factor as far as pass catching goes.
Nobody really standing out so far in this one, by the way. Hill, Kelsey, each 2 for 19. Kelsey has the touchdown. That's the difference in this game, and for those 2 players, obviously. Fant, the 1 for 39, but we'll wait and see if we get a touchdown here, or more than likely a field goal. McManus is owned in about 15% of lineups in the larger free roll. Brother Phil says, cough, the 2 teams I hate for showdowns, KC and New Orleans, for the same reason. You can build all these different lineups, think you got everybody covered, and then it's the 3rd tight end and the fullback and the 5th wide receiver that give you touchdowns. Yeah, who's playing the Shermanator in the Super Bowl?
And watch, he'll be the one guy that wins everything, right?
Right. I want to see him in that leading lineup.
There's always that one guy where you're like, oh, man, really? Really?
Yeah,
and
always. So, again,
this is going to be a Super Bowl
Scotty
where
Miller is 100% going
to
to score a touchdown in the Super Bowl. He just is. He just is. Right. And I'm not going to roster him, but he's going to score a touchdown. I promise.
And he's good. That's the thing. We're joking about Scotty Miller. He's legitimately a really good player for my money.
A lot of it, in fairness, a lot of it is going to depend on whether Antonio Brown is able to play in this game.
Yep.
Because obviously Scotty Miller legitimately, never mind being good, he actually becomes a good play if Antonio Brown doesn't go in this one. If Brown goes, then it's like, who's going to roster Scotty Miller? And then he still scores a touchdown.
Brady likes his underneath the defense guys. Tyler Johnson, another one people throwing out. He has like one really, really nice catch every week. And then the announcer will always say, yeah, I was talking to Tom earlier this week, and he's like, I got to work the ball more to Johnson, TJ. But then he doesn't, and he only gets one catch every week.
Congo Caps, that's why Gronk's going to kill KC. They're going to think he's blocking. Look, I'll say this about Rob Gronkowski. Do I think he's going to have a monster game or even a really good offensive game in the Super Bowl? I don't. Would it surprise me if he scored a touchdown? It wouldn't. And a large part of that is, look at the history. Look at the fact he's been there before multiple times. Look at the guy who's throwing him the ball. There's plenty of familiarity and trust when it comes to Tom Brady. It's the only quarterback he's ever worked with on a regular basis, obviously, save for, any time that, Brady's been out with injury or more likely suspension, because those two things really very rarely happened. So Gronk is, there's a trust factor there in the red zone, in the end zone, and so that again, it doesn't compel me enough to play him, but I certainly wouldn't overlook it either.
Mm-hmm. Totally, yeah. I mean, me and you, of all people, are never gonna be surprised by anything that guy does. He's a freak of nature, and he helped this Patriot dynasty have a second life. So yeah, I mean, you can't be shocked if that's the way it happened. I like Chris Godwin, man. Leslie Galloway on YouTube saying they're going to captain Godwin. I know he's more on the pricier side, but he's sort of like that next level down from the super high priced guys, right? He's not in the captain quarterback territory. He's not Tyreek Hill. He's not Kelsey. He's not Mike Evans. Godwin's sort of right there, right underneath all those guys. And I think, and Brady loves the guy. And he's really, really freaking good. And he's been huge for them all season long.
Mahomes throwing on the run, completes it. Nice big gain out of Tyreek Hill. No, pardon me, Demarcus Robinson was
There he
looking a
is.
little hillish with that footwork. Robinson with the catch out to the 40. AE812 says, should have known it was these guys commentating because I was engaged in what they were saying. And that's what's up. That is what's up. Thanks for hanging out with us. Appreciate
Thanks,
you.
Mom. No, I'm kidding. McCole
Thanks,
Hardman, another guy that I'm looking
checks
at.
in the mail.
Yeah, seriously.
Dad's burner account.
He obviously had that really bad fumble against Buffalo, but then had a big impact on that game afterwards. I could see a little bit of that momentum carrying over for the Chiefs. And again, he's sort of one of those second tier guys that you'd probably be like, damn, I wish I had Hardman in my lineup.
I do think, though, especially, the fact that it's a showdown just automatically makes this true versus a classic contest. But on top of that, so many of these popular plays, and we all know who they are, and the intriguing value plays, we know who they are. The guys that everyone's going to think about fading, we know who they are. Like, we've outlined a lot of it. So when it comes to the Tournament of Champions, which is, of course, if anyone doesn't know, this is the huge DraftKings contest that is going on Sunday. When I say huge, I don't mean in terms of number of people who are participating. There are only 40 entries, 39 people, one person has 2 seats. Huge in the sense that obviously $1 million is on the line, and that person will be crowned the king of daily fantasy sports for the last calendar year. So there are bragging rights attached to monetary rights and whatever else obviously comes along with it. It's something really, really cool that DraftKings is doing and has been building up to this point in conjunction with the Super Bowl. With only 40 lineups for this contest and this game in particular, I really wonder just how familiar these builds are going to be. Like what the overall point difference is going to be from, say, let's say your 10th place lineup to your 30th place lineup.
Yeah, it's going to be fractional.
I think there's going to be a lot of overlap here in this particular showdown.
Mm-hmm. Totally. Yeah, the differentiation is going to be key at the bottom half of your roster. There's no question. Although maybe it comes down to which guy people threw in their captain spot, and the rest can look sort of the same. It's going to be razor thin when you're only working with 2 teams.
I mean, Zep ball out to the 2, and that time Tyreek Hill. I do wonder, part of it may be, as we all know, like, you want to take flyers to try and win GPPs. Is it going to be, is it going to be ultimately that couple of people that say, you know what, Tyler Johnson, today's Tyler Johnson's day, and he's going to be in the leading lineup ultimately?
Maybe that's the way to do it. Maybe you just got to go with your gut. Don't even look at any of the research. Just go with your gut.
Herb says you guys are making me second guess my lineup. Yeah, CEH touchdown. Herb, that's not what I want to do, but I kind of do want to do that because this is the time to think, man. Now, don't psych yourself out. Don't overanalyze, but this is the time that, you got 6 days. This is the time to break it down. This is the time to, when you got us and Moose and Reed and Zach and whoever else that's going to be along during the week, like, ask your questions, man. Ask any sort of questions that you have as it relates to that game, that lineup build. Maybe you're taking part with 500,000 people in huge GPPs. Maybe you're playing smaller, cash contests. Maybe you're doing head-to-heads like I'm sure a bunch of us will do on Sunday. It's you want to know how to approach this thing. Now, ultimately, your strategy is going to differ based on whether you're trying to, get those outlier plays and win a GPP versus just going with what you believe is the safest, best, most productive lineup because you're trying to win a cash contest. But and we all know how that works, obviously, if you're out there listening. But I'm so curious. Maybe because of the Super Bowl, but I feel like it's more so because it's these two teams in particular.
Yeah, it's the matchup is so intriguing.
It's so curious what that lineup is going to look like when all is said and done. The winning lineup.
Right, like even if daily fantasy wasn't a factor, this is an incredibly fascinating matchup. But then you throw that in the mix, and it becomes even more fascinating because of everything we've talked about so far. It's just two grade A teams when it comes to DFS talent. It truly is.
Jordan says, first time I faded CEH the past few games too. Yeah, 29 touchdown in Simland for CEH. And I don't mind telling you folks, as we got a nice, healthy run out of Melvin Gordon, 3 for 21. Considered playing him. Another great value play. Didn't. Went with Jerry Jeudy instead, who's 1 for 28 so far. I am sitting 4th out of 170 right now. Mr. Golfenmore is in front, however, marginally in front of M. Romero 25. And then you got Miguel 84. And then this guy right here, just 4 points off the lead, admittedly nice and early.
I am 89th, but at one point I was really high. So I'm going to just hang my hat on that. I don't remember where it was. It was somewhere in the 20s. That's high for me. But look, if the handler gets involved here, I'm going to be in good shape. Start working into the handler there, Locke. Come on. Enough of this Noah Fant stuff.
Locke is 5 for 5 for 76, though, and Fant, his second grab. Demarcus Robinson and Daniel Kilgore placed on reserve COVID list today, says producer Mike. Should be able to play Sunday as long as they continue to test negative, but it could affect their practice time this week. So that's interesting. And
that affects snaps.
To be mindful of. Yeah.
You are not going to play a guy in the Super Bowl if he doesn't have the correct preparation. I mean, I think that's huge news from a DFS perspective, in my opinion.
Don't forget, you also have the Duceys of the world who don't want you to forget about Sammy Watkins, man. Sammy Watkins fan club starts and ends right there. Automatic play in the Super Bowl, Sammy Watkins. Gordon gets out over 30+, 2nd and 1 from the 25.
I'm telling you, when you have a guy like Bill Barnwell telling you that on SportsCenter last night, and then you hear Kenny Ducey echo it, I mean, come on. How do you not have Sammy Watkins in your lineup?
Mike says, good, I know who to fade now. Yeah, you do. 2nd and 1, about 2 minutes to go, opening half, with Tom Carroll. I am Adam Kaufman. We got Jim, Asher, our Game Ops crew, Mike, Drew, our great production squad, and of course, all of you out there watching along with the 500+ that are hanging out here on YouTube. Smash that like button. Can we get you to 300, huh? 300 likes. Turn that thing blue. Let's go. Jordan says, all right.
There we go.
Super Bowl Sammy. Vince says, DeMarcus Robinson and who? Daniel Kilgore. Vince. So probably not someone that you were thinking about.
Robinson, though, definitely a guy people thinking about for the bottom part of their roster. So let's not forget that, people. We want everyone to be a winner on Sunday.
Hyro says, this was earlier, wondering if BK got his basketball lineup in against me, because apparently during the last sim I was interrupting him. Mike, I assume you were producing. Was this a situation? Was this a problem for BK that he was having trouble multitasking? Look, if people got their lineups in a little bit earlier, I wouldn't have to text a reminder to fill that slot.
I like the reminder text. I'm a busy boy. I need
right.
the reminder text.
That's what I figured. Honestly, if I would appreciate it. If someone invited me to a lineup and I wanted to, and I could fully understand this, if I wanted to wait until a little closer to lock just to see what the activity is, the minute projections, or guys ruled out last minute, totally get that. I mean, oftentimes I'll put a dummy lineup in just in case I do forget, so that at least I have something in there and I don't take a zero. But if someone wants to wait till a little bit later, I get that. I still appreciate the reminder. I want. I
like a reminder.
I want that little nudge.
Hey, so you and I, not to talk about our personal NBA head-to-head here, but we went ball v ball.
Did we? I got LaMelo. You went Lonzo.
Yep, I got Lonzo. You're currently beating me in the ball v ball head-to-head.
I
went Lonzo.
I deliberately don't even have any of my NBA stuff open during the sim. I'm not even going to look until after the sim. That being said, I actually like both the Ball brothers tonight. I only went with LaMelo, but I think they are both good plays tonight.
That's what the experts over at a DK Nation told me to do, and that's why I did it, and that's why I check it every single day. And there you go. You got Adam Kaufman, one of the DK. I believe he's called the Jay-Z of DraftKings. I mean,
yes,
you got to listen to a former NBA owner when it comes to building DFS lineups.
Got to. Lewis says, PK said that you were hooked with your NBA. Yeah, I am. I love the head-to-heads, man. I love it. I'm hungry for it. Got to do it every night. Every night. Got to do it.
Big boys got to eat.
Big boys got to eat.
The thing that I hate whenever I build my lineups is I definitely, I start building that always. My win-loss record is terrible. But when I'm looking, when I'm starting to build my lineup, I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll save some money here. I'll save some money there. And then I'll have 4 slots left, and the average value will be whatever it is, $3,200. I'm like, how did this happen?
Right. Yeah, it happens in a hurry, man.
And then I have to go back, and then 5 minutes later, my sheet's empty, and I got to start over again. And I'm like, what happened?
Well, listen, I think, and I would say this to anyone, I think you're doing the right thing. Check out what the experts at DK Nation have to say, and read those articles and see who the recommended plays are. I think that's the right way to go about it.
Yeah, you have.
As I always, follow the people that are more tapped in than you are. That's what I say.
The people that do this for a living do it for a living for a reason.
That's right. Second 11, about a minute and a half left here in the opening half. 14-6 after a second Brandon McManus field goal, by the way, while we were yammering on. Timeout on the field here.
It may be a good idea to get a kicker in your lineup here at Mile High. I'll bookmark that for another time.
Captain Blood says, cough. BK and Glash both lamenting NBA versus you. One of them had Drummond when the news broke that he was out. Again, you got to stay on top of that stuff.
Yeah, dude, you're a Drummond honk. You have Drummond. Oh my God, he's been killing me too. I had an awesome night, and then Drummond would just go off, and it ruins.
There was that one a few days ago. He put up 70 points.
I was so mad.
Game.
And then every time I see him, I'm like, oh, should I put Drummond in? Because Koff always beats me with him. But then he's so expensive for what by the time I notice his name.
Yeah.
I'm like, there's no answer.
I do enjoy playing Drummond. There's no doubt about it. There are just some guys that I really like playing, and some guys that I generally hate playing. Like Aaron Gordon, I hate playing.
Oh yeah,
Colin Sexton,
stick away from a
I
Magic
hate playing.
player.
And it doesn't mean these. And Gordon's obviously not playing for a while. He's been ruled out. He's got a serious injury. But yeah, like Sexton, he was in my lineup at one point earlier today, and then I took him out, and he probably goes for 50 points. We'll find out. But there are just there are just those guys that I don't trust. Like I play them and they put up.
But Koff, the thing is, all the guys I like,
points.
I can't fit them all. That's the problem.
Well, that's how the salary cap works.
That's why I hate it.
Fumble. Broncos have it.
Oh my God.
Time
This
to
is
get
why I'm a
interesting.
tears guy, Koff. This is why I'm a tears guy.
I know.
Just
Ignore
give me
that
the
salary.
names, throw them in the tears.
We got a 1st and 10, less than a minute left, opening half here. Incomplete. Fantasy Hawk says Tatum is on my hate playing list, Kaufman. That I don't understand, Fantasy
Yeah,
Hawk.
he's been
Very rarely
killing it.
has Tatum had a bad game this year. Now, he's not always going to get you that fire emoji, but I don't think has he even had one game where he's hit you with the snowflake? Like, he's pretty consistent.
Him and Jaylen Brown have both been awesome this season.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Locke, ooh, ugly pass, completes it, and probably wishes he didn't. Now they're going to use the timeout. No
In my
benefit there
season,
whatsoever.
My season-long NBA fantasy league, one guy has both Jaylen Brown and Tatum, and he's in first place by many points.
Is that right? I was offered, so I have Tatum in my season-long league, and I was offered Brown in a trade earlier.
Brown
this
for Tatum?
year. No, it was Brown. If I remember right, I think it was Brown and Zion for Giannis, because I have Giannis.
I'd keep Giannis, but
yeah, I didn't do it. But honestly, it was tough. Like,
no, that's a very good trade to consider. But I think you made the right call. My thing with trades, people always when they play year-long fantasy with me, they're like, dude, you never trade, because I always feel like I'm losing the best player. If I'm losing the best player in the trade, I don't want to do the trade.
Sure. Which obviously, if you're getting multiple players and you're losing one, you're automatically knowing that you're not getting the best player there.
Correct. Oh wow!
Look
Big
at
gainer.
this, Kelsey. Oh, he's still up on his feet. Look at a little Gronkish there for a second. Gets down to the 47. Chiefs aren't using a timeout. 18-yard rack. Mahomes closing in on 200 passing.
Let's see if they go no huddle here.
Hot.
Mahomes is hot.
Too bad Denver couldn't take advantage of that opportunity. Really in a good spot there for a second.
That's the Denver Broncos for you, man.
Apparently.
And we get the timeout. Let's see how much time they let go off the clock there.
Vince says, actually, I think I would have taken that trade, Kaufman. See, here's the thing, Vince, and I get it. I debated. You got to remember, you can't just do a 1-for-2. It means you got to drop somebody off your roster.
Yeah.
So really it becomes, do I want to do, let's say, like, who was the worst player on my roster at the time, probably? Harrison Barnes, maybe? So,
and he's having a good season.
Right. So, do you want to do Giannis and Barnes for Tatum, or rather for Brown and Zion? That's what that effectively becomes, because you're going to have to drop a guy. Or even, do you want, let's say it wasn't Barnes. Let's say it was like Jaren Jackson, who I've been holding on to even though he hasn't played yet. Or Kemba before he came back, when I had him stashed on IR. Like, these are the things you got to think about there.
Mm-hmm.
Not easy.
Yeah, I hate fantasy trades for that reason, because I just am always worried I am going to make the wrong decision, man. I don't trust myself.
I trust you in all facets of life. I am top 7 right now, and the reason I frame it that way is because I'm 7th. Saying top 10 would not do me nearly enough credit. 14-6 at the half. Mahomes 165. That's what it is. 165 passing. A touchdown. Locke is at 76, so he has about halved Mahomes' production so far. 14-6 again. KC in front. So Edwards-Helaire pacing toward a bonus, 8 for 46 with a touchdown. Gordon is at about 40 rushing as well. Lindsey, not so involved, 1 for 7. We will look at the pass catchers here. Kelsey, 4 for 50. He is pacing exactly for a bonus with his touchdown. Hill, 4 for 41. CEH, 3 for 16. Robinson, 3 for 41. Fant, 2 for 48. Watkins has 2 for 17, 1 for 28 for Jerry Jeudy. Our leading lineup is Mr. Romero, 25, who has about a 1.5 point advantage. That is where things stand at this moment. We want to tell you a little bit about what is happening this weekend. I'm sure you've heard, but we can't tell you enough because we're excited about it. It's going to be awesome. So here's the deal. This is not your usual Dream Stream weekend, folks. This right here is a super weekend in honor of the Super Bowl. Yeah, you get it. So join us this weekend. We're getting ready for the big game in style. The DraftKings $250,000 tailgate weekend, an action-packed 48 hours. That's right, a 48-hour stream. I'm kidding. That's not happening. 48 hours, though, of coverage, obviously spread out over Saturday and Sunday. A big game buildup and plenty of shots to win your share of $250K in total prizes. It kicks off on Saturday. Some highlights that we have planned for this super weekend. 2 p.m. Eastern Time. We will have on Saturday a Madden sim of the Tampa-Kansas City matchup, a Super Bowl preview in Simland with a $55,000 free-to-play showdown contest. And you guessed it, folks, Glash and I will be on the call together. We are excited. And then at 4 o'clock, we will have a live stream of the American Cornhole League's Pro Singles Tournament, and there is a $50K free-to-play pool available now on DraftKings. And then we get to Sunday, folks, 1 p.m. We will simulate a what-if matchup between Buffalo and Green Bay with a $20,000 free-to-play showdown contest. I will have you for that because heaven forbid I miss an opportunity to call Aaron Rodgers in a Super Bowl. And then, if you are hungry for more, we will serve up the biggest event of the DraftKings Big Game Smackdown featuring the best of the best, folks, the number one ranked eater in the world, Joey Chestnut. You can join in a $100,000 free-to-play pool available now for this Major League Eating competition. MLE event, okay? It will feature 8 different football watching classics, including pepperoni pizza, boneless wings, chili, sub sandwich, cheese balls, pigs in a blanket, jalapeno poppers, an 8-layer dip, maybe Forest meatballs. Any number of things are going to be available to you. It's going to be unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I am so psyched for that.
He's all about the cheese balls. I know.
I'm telling you, man.
I read it.
I'm telling you, when I was talking with Emerson about this, I think that I could do the cheese balls, man. You just pop them back. It's like air. You don't even think about it.
Just inhale. Don't even chew.
Exactly. Just turn the vacuum on, man.
What, are you worried about your larynx? You'll be fine.
And it's funny because Emerson was talking with Joey Chestnut about this, name drop for Emerson, and he was saying the cheese balls were the thing he was most nervous about because you get that weird, like, I mean, I don't know if you've ever just gone absolutely ham on a tube of cheese balls before cough, but you tend to get a little chalky. You can get a little bit of that weird film that really just builds up on the back of your molars there when you're really crushing some cheese balls.
Sure.
But I don't know, man.
No, it's true.
I think of all of those, that's what I could power through.
It does get aggressive on the backs of your teeth.
Exactly.
Like you said, those rear teeth just
Need
that
to
build up, that never mind between the chiclets there, the build up on the tops of the teeth that you feel like you need to scrape off with a toothpick, your fingernail, a brush,
tongue.
whatever tongue isn't even probably going to do the trick. That's true. That is aggressive.
Got a spork back there.
Makes me nervous just thinking about it.
I'm all in. I'm excited.
I don't know
for
the last
Joey
time
Chestnut.
you went ham on a tube of cheese balls.
College, baby. Come on.
I tell you what, I know I feel like doing this weekend now. Just going ham on a tube of cheese balls. You kidding me?
That's the way to do it.
So anyway,
baby.
folks, Saturday and Sunday, we're going to have a lot of fun. And there are some special plans that I'm looking forward to all of you experiencing that Glash and I will have with us for our Super Bowl preview. Expect a lot of viewers for that one. Hint, hint. We got some surprises on the way. But we will be monitoring the chat, YouTube and Twitch, just the same as always. And again, just a gigantic prize pool too, free to play. So get on in there. I don't even think I will make a contest for me and Glash and our friends and family here in the chat to play, just because I want us to be so glued to that significant one with so much on the line. That's going to be
That makes
a great
sense to
time.
me. CEH needs a little Jake Butt action. He's been quiet.
Well, not yet. Punt for Denver. KC getting the ball back. Not much of a Broncos drive.
Oh,
Only about
nice.
40 seconds. Nice
There you
attempt.
go.
I don't
Good
like
tackle
this.
there.
Herb said just a little bit ago in the chat that LaMelo's the only guy in his lineup that's got the snowflake emoji. Don't tell me that. LaMelo's not doing well?
Now I gotta check.
Come on. I'm trying not to check my lineups.
You're crushing me, but I still have Joker to go later.
Well, here's the other. I mean, like, crushing you is all well and good. I like to hear that. But minutes remaining, man.
Yeah.
Player minutes remaining. That is significant.
I've
where
still
we
got
stand with that?
I've got over 30 minutes left over you.
Okay. I was afraid you were going to say like 150. So that makes me feel a little bit better.
Yeah, you should. You should always feel better when you're playing me off.
I got
We
head-to-heads
both, we
going
both
with
got
you, Drew.
Halliburton. I got the snowflake from LeBron. Not great. Rudy Gay's giving me a big offer right now.
Ooh. So Mike says, producer Mike, and again, you got TCAK, Jim, Asher, Drew, Mike. Mike says, did you hear Glash and Emerson are going out on Saturday morning to have a field goal kicking competition? So I saw a little something on social media about this. They were both posting pictures. Glash went out and I think bought some
Yeah, it looked like he bought a kicking tee.
football equipment, yeah. But it's good to know that he's adhering to COVID protocols and going shopping for a football and a kicking tee. But anyway, putting that aside, Glash, what is this going to be part of the dream stream? Is somebody going to get out there and film this thing? Is it just mano a mano? Are like Rossi and whoever else?
Chick-fil-A on the line?
Yeah, it's Chick-fil-A. What's at stake here? Mike, tell me more. I need to know more.
Here we go.
Mike says he heard that Madison is going to go and shoot it. I'm sure she's thrilled about that.
That does sound like a blast.
Be happy to watch that.
Legacy lock? No, I will not play you in NBA. I only choose to be embarrassed by those I know.
Hit the like, folks. Closing in on 300. Getting real close. Smash that like button. Be gentle to it if you don't want to smash it. Either way, just, turn the thing on. We appreciate you. Chubb. Bradley Chubb with the sack.
Like he fumbled for a second there. Bradley Chubb's very good. Broncos are bad, but he is very good. And when Von Miller's healthy again next year, it's going to be an exciting duo.
Bill confirming. He said last sim, Madison is going to film it.
All
right.
Well, I have Glash next sim here, so I'll
You
definitely
get
be
the
sure to ask him.
details. Maybe I'll tune in a little bit.
I'll tee him up if you know what I mean.
This
You
guy.
see what I did there?
This guy, yeah, there he goes. Teeing him up. 2nd and 14 completed. Not a huge gain. In fact, no gain. Right back to the line of scrimmage on the catch for CEH. Jay Mills says it's going to be sub-zero this weekend. They're crazy. I haven't looked to see what the temperature is this weekend here in balmy New England, but I'm sure it's not going to be comfortable.
Definitely going to want to wear the snow gear. Oh,
Whoa.
nice grab.
Yeah, out to the 15 Hill, keeping the feet in. 221. I don't know if you've noticed here, but Mr. Patrick Mahomes, perfect. 22 of 22 here midway through the third.
What a beast.
I want to know, I want you to get some details if
Yes.
if you'd be so kind.
I will do some investigative journalism.
Well, I want to know what is involved in this field goal kicking competition. Are they going from You know, is it a best out of 10 from the 35? Are they trying different distances? What, you know, there are a lot of different approaches here.
Also, and maybe you
know
know the answer to this, Koff. I don't. Do either one of them have experience kicking field goals in the past? Because if they've never done it before, it's incredibly hard.
No experience or talent.
And the ball is going to be extremely hard. The ground is going to be hard. Like, they're not putting themselves in a position to succeed here.
I'm pretty pumped to see the footage, I'll be honest with you.
Like, it might get really, really ugly. Madison might want to wear goggles.
Leap for that. Oh, CEH ran right into a tackler. I have seen, I mean, have you seen people do this? Like, I have seen people, friends of mine, you know, try and do that. It's cliche. Try and do that field goal kicking story and go out and
they're awful.
I mean, embarrassing.
I've seen it many times.
So bad.
Yeah, it's hard.
And by the way, I'm not claiming that I would be any good at this. I would be terrible about it. Terrible. Yeah. I cannot kick a football to save my life, let alone like let's line up for field goals from 30 plus yards or something like that. Forget about it. No chance.
It's an incredibly specialized skill.
Yeah, Rob Rance. Emerson says he makes 45-yarders regularly.
No
of course that's
way.
What he says. That's why we're sending a camera out there to show him missing from 15.
There's absolutely no way he hits 45-yard field goals regularly unless he played in high school and none of us know. And was good in high school. A high school kicker is not hitting 45-yarders regularity unless they're going to college.
Oh, CEH can't get it done out to the 1 on the 1st and goal. They'll probably go back to him. I do believe, like, let's say they're going out there and lining up for 30-yarders, something like that. I do think they will both successfully kick them. The question is how many tries is it going to take?
All miss. They are going to both miss every field goal they take.
Come on, CEH.
0 for 0. All of them.
No, I want to know how many tries it will take. I think they're going to get there. I don't think they're going to leave until they get there. I think it's going to be one of those situations.
They might have to with how cold it is. You're going to be kicking in the dark.
Jordan says, I think I once tried to kick a 20-yarder. I wasn't even close.
No, it's extremely
Obi-Wan here. Ew, no talent? Wow. Speaking of talents, what's your talent, Krusty?
Wow. In your face, dude. Got to give him an answer. Get out of here.
Obi-Wan, I think I'm pretty good at monitoring a YouTube chat. I'll tell you that right now. You just love to hate, he says. That makes you a bleeping hater. And he wrote hate, H8.
Michael saying the closest that Emerson got to a field goal was going to college
get
with
there.
Matt Prater.
Yeah! Touchdown, CEH, second of the day.
Former Bronco Matt Prater.
CEH zoned about 11% of lineups in the captain spot and is up over 30 points. Doing real well.
Yeah, he's having a day. He's catching the ball well. He was pacing towards a bonus at halftime. Now he's got a tud. I think this is his second tud.
Did you read this comment? I apologize if I missed it, but it's worth repeating anyway. Legacy lock, whoever's holding the ball for Clash needs to Charlie Brown him.
I would love to see video of that. Do 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 do.
Okay. 21-6.
It's my Charlie Brown music for you.
Love the aggressiveness on 4th and goal to rush for that touchdown, by the way. We have just seen some absurd AI on the KC side here in this one.
I love it.
From the 4th and 5 from midfield earlier to rushing 4 straight times to CEH. Field goal? We don't need no stinking field goals.
Hey, it's
No
realistic,
way.
man. This is what the Chiefs do.
Got a solo leader in our free roll currently. I'm sitting 32nd. I would have thought I'd be better, to be honest. Boston Joe says, BK said he was kicking 30-yarders barefoot in college, if I recall. There's just no chance in hell.
I am in 89th. That seems about right.
I don't know. I mean, I shouldn't say no chance in hell. Like, BK, I know, is a big soccer guy, so maybe he was a really good soccer player. And if that's like, if you're an experienced soccer player, I will buy into him going out there.
Oh, what a catch!
Hello, far sideline, daylight gone, touchdown, Denver! What a score! 81-yard pickup all the way to the end zone
Hamler!
for the Hamler, KJ
Get me
Hamler.
up! Get me up the contest rankings! Get me up! Wow. The Hamler going ham. Here we go.
Nice.
Where am I landing here in the contest?
How about a quick 15 for Hamler? 1 catch, 81 yards, touchdown. New leader, 3-way tie, in fact, in our
I jumped up to 64th.
Primetime free roll. There you go. I fell to 79th.
Yeah.
Hamler.
I'll beat
Jimmy
Coughlin
says, stop.
something tonight.
Hamler time. Hamler time.
You are pulling away from me in fantasy DFS NBA tonight, my friend.
I'm not looking until the end of this sim.
Let's just say it's 92 to 57.
I have like 10 head-to-heads going right now. 92 at the moment? How many minutes
You have 92.5 with 240 minutes remaining.
Oh, keep it up, boys. Keep it up.
I have 57 with 282 minutes remaining. LeBron needs to get that snowflake away from his name. He was questionable.
Every LeBron performance is also a snowflake.
Rudy Gay, are you out? Were you ruled out last second? Why do you have 0? Like, what happened here?
Well, now I feel like I need to ask TD Drew here. Drew, how are we doing in our contest? Someone says, first CD ever bought as a child was used CD shop MC Hammer. Hammer, the first song on CD. Hello, another touchdown. While you were busy staring at NBA, DeMarcus Robinson. One big touchdown after another.
Let's go. We're ending this third quarter strong here, boys.
On a bang. We're going ham on cheese balls, folks. Robinson, post-game celebration planned.
What a grab. Nice. And that's a bonus for Mahomes and for Tyreek Hill. I guess he had already
he had already hit it. Yeah, he was at 99 going into the drive.
All right. The Chiefs are done with the losing ways, bouncing back after that tough blowout loss to Dallas.
Bonus for Robinson, no surprise there.
Let's see, that Mahomes Tud pass might have done me wonders here. Nope, dropped me.
Wonders
the other way.
Wonders. Boy, oh boy. All right, 28-13, about 30 seconds to go here in the third quarter. Twelfth touchdown for Robinson. Not bad. Not bad.
Good thing to remember for future Chief Sims. As the clock winds here as we head towards the end of the third quarter.
I just wanted to watch it wind. I wanted to see it happen with everybody. 3, 2, 1.
And here we are, fourth quarter, baby.
Jordan says, crap, I have D-Rob in the main showdown, but only have Hamler and Koffs. Jordan, I got to know. And I guess it's, and this is not a criticism, this is just me asking you a question. Because I see this all the time from you, the different, differentiating lineups, obviously. Maybe you just figure like, what the heck with the contest that I create, because obviously there's no prize money to win. So if you win, fine. You don't, fine. Like wherever you fall, it doesn't matter. I'm just curious why you go with the different lineups, man. Like I feel like I'm built to root on the same lineup anywhere that I've got it. You know, I don't want to have the different lineups. That would annoy me. It would annoy me if like the lineup that I really care about does poorly and the lineup that I don't care about does really well. It would bug me. I wouldn't be able to sleep at night.
It's sound logic by you. I get it. Makes sense to me.
Yeah, he says, yeah, he just likes playing different lineups. All right.
Hey, preferences are preferences, man.
Mm-hmm.
CEH needs some butt in the fourth quarter. He says, butt now.
Gotta find it.
Gotta find some butt here. Searching for that booty.
Yeah, gotta look around. Just trying to find it.
Like a pirate looking for that booty.
Searching for the butt. Glash in the chat. Cough. Hey, Glash.
What's up?
Hey, buddy.
Glash, I'm gonna be
Glash.
grilling you next sim about this kicking contest. I have a lot of questions.
Oh, Glash says the Pistons Nuggets just got postponed.
Oh, thank you for telling me that, because I have Nuggets in my lineup. Oh, I got to go make a change.
I hope that change.
You know,
I don't have
nothing
anybody in my
locked here.
lineup from that game, so fortunately.
Thank
I'm
you for
actually
helping
okay on
me.
that. Hey, I'm glad that he popped in to give us some knowledge.
There you go.
Glash, while you're here, buddy, you should enjoy the sim for one. It's 28-13. We've had many a big play. It's been very exciting. We also were talking a little bit about your field goal kickoff competition, whatever exactly this is called, on Saturday it's taking place. So what we've gleaned so far is that you and Emerson are going head-to-head and that Madison is going to be filming this. We need to know more, however. What are the terms of this showdown? What is the competition? What is happening? Is it a best of 10 from a certain distance? Are you guys changing distances? Is Chick-fil-A on the line or something else? As we have a pick here for KC, taken back all the way to the 15 and deeper, almost the 10 to the 11. Thompson out after the pick. So the Chiefs prime position for another score. Glash, we need to know more. Could you give us a little bit more detail in the chat? We would greatly appreciate it. The chat would appreciate it. It's not just us.
Cuff, there's no other late games, so I'm screwed.
Oh. I'm sorry to hear that.
Well, I guess I'm just going to put them back in my lineup and let them get zeros. Congratulations.
Yeah, that's annoying. I honestly did not know there were no other late games. That's really annoying.
That stinks. All right, cool. I guess I'll lose again.
Especially the people that paid up for Joker, man. Like you in particular.
Yeah.
But anybody in that's a tough go. I mean, Joker's, not a cheap play, folks.
No, and he's averaging like 60 points a game, whatever you want to call it, per play. I don't know. Just what the heck. It's a weird year.
More. Kelsey, can you get in? No, down at the 2. Glash, thank you for providing us that information.
No, but he's
Glash is upset that he also had Joker.
Yeah, exactly.
And he wants a reimbursement. Listen,
I kind of do too.
Listen, COVID is unpredictable, folks. It is ruling out games left and right. Although I can't remember a game being ruled out that late.
It must have been a really late positive test or something. I don't know.
Or the contact tracing, they just didn't have enough available players. That stinks. That stinks. Sorry, Glash. Tom.
And Tom.
I said Tom. Yeah. Woj just tweeted it. Contact tracing with the Pistons is the reason for the postponement. Just minutes before tip-off due to an inconclusive coronavirus test result for Detroit. See, that's extra annoying, actually, because it's like you've got Joker, and it's on the Detroit side. So the game isn't even not being played because of the Nuggets.
Correct. And both of the players I had were Nuggets. I had him and Will Barton.
Yeah, Drew said he had Grant Millsap going against me tonight. Again.
Yep.
Gentlemen,
Koff just
sorry.
avoiding the late game, cashing in, smiling ear to ear. You guys can't see it, but my God, he's loving this.
What's a guy supposed to do?
Yeah.
I saw it the first thing I did.
You know what you're supposed to do.
The first thing I did was
you have Venmo, Koff?
The first thing I did was look to see if I had any of these guys in my lineup, and I don't have guys from either game. We were in safety territory, and Gordon gets out to the 9. I'll tell you this, though. I hope that's true of everybody I'm playing tonight. I hope all you guys have some Nuggets and Pistons players.
It's kind of a small slate of games. It's almost shocking that you had no one from both of those teams.
Yeah, it wasn't deliberate. Again, I wasn't avoiding that game. It just I saw better options elsewhere. I mean, you got to remember it's a 10-game slate. Like to not play guys from one game out of 10 is not unusual. If I had totally avoided the game and it were a 4-game slate, then sure. Glash says your instinct's supposed to be to pay us.
Yeah, I think that's the case.
So you know what happened? Funny story. Let me tell you a funny story because this game's
let me sit you
anyway.
down on my lap here by the fire, and I'll tell you a story.
Yeah, let me tell you a little tale. So BK and I, and this happened with me and somebody else as well. So there was one night where we were set to go with NBA, and I, like an idiot, this is what started me building dummy lineups just to have something in there. So what happened was, for these two people, BK and another guy in the DK office, I hadn't loaded my lineups. I hadn't built my lineups until just before lock, okay? And that was my plan. And I ran out of time setting my lineups, and they locked. And I had already reserved the spot, so I was, they like free win on the other side. I had literally no players rostered on the other. So they just, they beat me like, whatever, 250-0 or something, like clean win. And, I texted them both. I was like, well, this sucks, obviously. like this, and they said, they both said to me, actually, I don't remember if BK said this. The other guy definitely said this. They said, like, that's messed up. How about like send me a contest for tomorrow. I won't put in the lineup. It'll just even out.
I like that.
All right.
Yeah, I like that too.
And so I was like, okay, I can do that. But then like a half hour later, I was like, that's stupid. I mean, as much as I would love to just get my money back, like there's no pride in this win for you right now. There's no pride for me in just taking a free win against you. So how about we do something different? How about we go head to head in a sport neither of us knows really well? We'll do NHL. We'll just do a classic NHL build. Okay. So I said this to both of them. We'll for the same money that you would have given me back. We'll do like a double or nothing situation, basically. We'll just do NHL. So at least we still have a sweat. We still have something to sweat, right? And so both of them then beat me in the NHL. So I was out double the money to both of them just because I screwed up and didn't have a lineup for the NBA. Then I was ticked. Then I was livid.
No, it's totally on you, right?
But I could have taken the free payout.
You should have taken the free payout. Yeah.
But there was no pride in that. I was like, I'm just gonna beat him in NHL and it's gonna be worth it. It's gonna be fine. And then I lost to both of them.
And I'd like to state for the record that if I'm being given an option here, I would take the free payout as well. Glash is saying he's going on strike. He's not calling Madden After Dark.
Well, that's going to be a problem because neither am I. and only one of us is assigned to be there.
I was gonna say it looks like it's gonna be a freeze pop solo mission here as I.
Flashes, you are the worst, just complicating everything even more. That's not remotely complicated. As we got a Melvin Gordon touchdown, it wasn't complicated. It was me saying instead of taking your free money, how about I'll play you in NHL, and at least if I beat you there, I'll get my money back, and if I don't, I don't. But I was confident I was going to, and I didn't. I lost to both of them. Because, like, at least I occasionally play NHL DFS. Neither of them had a lick of knowledge. They're just picking players, like close to their hometown teams, and I lost.
Here's the thing: Glash is not wrong that you're definitely making it more complicated. But yeah, I understand. I understand what you're trying to do, but it is more. For the record, it is more complicated.
I guess it's only only more.
It's not.
No,
incredibly
but listen,
complicated.
No, but listen, it's only more complicated in the sense that I said, how about we just go head to head in NHL instead of you giving me free money? That's as complicated as it got. So it was as complicated as them having to make a lineup. Glash says, I literally can't with this guy. Glash, I'm gonna FaceTime you the second the sim is over, and you can air any sort of grievances that you have with me.
So how many people, Koff, how many people are you going to now beat, like locked in, you will win now because of this?
I have no idea. Do you want me to look at my
Yes,
contest?
I want you to look right now because I'm fascinated.
All right.
And I think the chat will be
in this one.
The chat is invested in this now.
All right. So let's see. I'm going to open all of these up. Okay, hang on. I'm going to open them all up into separate tabs just because it'll be easier than clicking in, clicking out, losing my place, and all that stuff.
I love it.
And what the heck, we've got the time. Oh, actually, that's an NHL.
And while you do that, just checking in on the sim.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Broncos, if they get a stop here, it's still a ball game.
So I have nine NBA lineups going tonight. So let's see how many people.
And it's the same lineup for all 9.
Correct. Yeah. Let's see how many people are. Yeah, Jordan. Same lineup for all 9. Let's see how many people are afflicted on the other side. Okay, so. Yeah, this person's really screwed. This person had Millsap, Joker, and Barton.
Oh man.
This person has Barton. And that's one contest. That was a 3-man winner take all. Okay.
Gotcha.
So this right here with the this is our last minute NBA with the DK Sim fam. There are 2 lineups ahead of me currently that both neither of them has a Detroit Denver player.
Okay. There you go.
All right. So we will close that one out. This head to head with Drew, our technical director. He has Grant and Millsap. So, yeah, should win that one. BK has Morris, Grant, Barton, and Joker. That should be a win. Okay, my buddy Mac, who I'm going against. All of his players are in action currently.
Okay.
Bry guy on the 1s and 2s and 3s and 4s and 5s. He has Morris postponed. Freeze Pops, Joker and Barton. Glash, Barton and Joker. Rossi, all of his guys are in action. He also avoided that game. And so that's all of them. So I guess out of all of them, that was 2, the last minute NBA contest notwithstanding, that was 2 direct head-to-heads where their opposing lineups are not impacted. So is Glash telling me then that I'm supposed to just feel bad and pay out like 7 people?
100%.
Because you guys dealt with the postponement?
As one of those afflicted, I agree with Glash.
Priv in the chat. Damn it, please don't FaceTime. I've been trying to watch The Bachelor for 20 minutes and it keeps getting paused because of this. Glash says you have a problem, too obsessed with your nickels and dimes, and you're not doing what is right. Get the hell out of here. What is right?
It is. That is the right thing to do.
Truthfully, how would Glash be feeling? Oh, Pasternak just scored his 2nd goal tonight. He's captain in one of my NHL showdown head-to-heads. How would Glash feel?
Not even happy for you.
Would Glash would just feel compelled to pay me and like 7 people back because a Detroit contact tracing situation? Please.
It's tough to put myself in your shoes because I'm never successful in DFS.
I'll say, hey, Glash, here's what we can do. Let me make it complicated for you.
Oh my God!
And
No, I know where you're going here.
No, I don't think you do. I'm not going to say NHL this time. Here's what we can do, Glash. Here's what we can do. Double or nothing. Next NBA head-to-head, we will do for double the normal entry fee. If you win, you get your money back, and if you don't,
that is so bogus. It is such it's so absolutely bogus. It's so bogus. Oh, I hate it so much.
Oh, this is too good.
Because you're gonna beat him. You're gonna beat him.
He's been on a decent run against me. You can ask him during Madden After Dark. He's actually won some about me recently. He goes, "I'm done. I'm done playing against you. I'm all set."
Oh my God.
That's your choice. That's your choice. If that's the decision you're gonna make. See, Jordan says, "I got to admit, I like Goff's style here."
Of course, yeah. It's savvy because you know you're gonna win.
How do you know? How do I know I'm gonna win?
Because you know.
You guys probably thought you were confident tonight playing Joker.
I felt great. It was first time I've ever put Joker in my lineup. I was like, I'm finally gonna do it.
Right.
And then the fat guy can't even play.
Yeah. So how? No, he slimmed down this year. So how
He's
can
still
you
fat though?
So how can you possibly know that you're gonna win? That's exactly the point. Maybe I will go against Clash and deal with the exact same situation. Contact tracing.
Oh man. Because how
about this, Clash? All right, Clash, if you're going to be a baby about this, how about this? And Tom's not being a baby. Drew hasn't said a word about it. How about this, Clash? Here's what we'll do. We'll do a head-to-head tomorrow, and I will give you one free spot. I will have one automatic out, okay? I will roster one player who I know. I'll roster Marcus Smart or something. I will roster one player that I know won't play, and you will have an extra spot on me. Do you feel better about that?
Probably not. I'm going with CEH.
Okay, good. I wanted to know.
Bonus, 2 touchdowns. They got the dub. He gets the wooden nickel.
Lewis Koff is getting so much joy from
It's
this.
amazing.
Wrong. Who is your babysitter really not my kid award going to?
Sammy Watkins, because I hyped him and I had him in my captain spot and he didn't do anything. So that's who I'm going with. That's my story. I'm sticking to it.
Herb says you got to take that, Glash. You got to take that.
No. Don't do it, Clash.
Don't do it. He'll beat you with 8, Clash. He
will. He will.
Don't do it.
Don't do it.
This is too much fun. Okay. All right. Well, here's the deal. Just one for me tonight. Can't wait to listen to Glash coming up during the 10 o'clock. God, I can't believe I'm going to have to listen to this now. Patriots and Seahawks. I'm sure there'll be some Tom Brady talk in that one. There should be, because he once played for the Patriots and he beat the Seahawks in the Super Bowl. I will have you for the first 2 sims tomorrow with Reed T. Fowler, Rams Panthers for the first one. I'm going to ask Reed is an upstanding man. I'm going to ask Reed tomorrow what he would have done in my situation. And Christian, Ravens Vikings, we will have you for first the nooner and then again the Madden matinee. So thanks to Mike, to Drew, to Jim, to Asher, to everybody. Others have gone quiet on their advice. I'm eager to hear from them. Jesse standing by. Tom Ace coming back from Madden After Dark in about 45 minutes. Good night, everybody.
Oh, man. Yes, Madden After Dark still on the way at 10 p.m. Patriots Seahawks, as Kaufman mentioned. Glash, Tom Carroll on the mic. That showdown is featured in the Madden Stream 3K Flea Flicker. 3K prize pool, 1K for first place. We got a free contest for that showdown, $250 prize pool, $25 to first place. You know the drill. Go to the DraftKings lobby, get your lineups in, do it now. And while you're doing that, Don't forget to also check the DraftKings Sportsbook, where you can find a very exciting free pool for the DraftKings and Major League Eating Big Game Snack Down event happening on Sunday. Some of the biggest names in the MLE, including the GOAT himself, Joey Chestnut, will take part in an eating contest featuring some of the best football snacks out there. We're going to have 7-layer dip. We're going to have jalapeno poppers. You can get into the action with the free 100K Major League Eating Big Game Snack Down pool on the DK Sportsbook. Just answer 10 questions about the event for a shot at a share of 100K in prizes. You can also check out the Big Game Snack Down presented by DraftKings and Major League Eating right here on the Dream Stream next Sunday. And speaking of the man, the myth, the legend, here's Joey Chestnut with Emerson Lazio.
Well, if it isn't our good friend Joey Chestnut, the top-ranked competitive eater in the world. We've talked to you multiple times, my dude, before some of these big events. What is new in the world of Joey Chestnut?
Oh, new? It's a lot of the same. Just trying to stay healthy. Not right now without contests. It's so easy for me to lose focus and eat a bunch of the food that I love. So I'm a little bit heavy right now, but I'm feeling healthy. I'm excited to start eating again, and I'm just getting through this pandemic like everybody.
Yeah, you say a bunch of food that I love, so I want to know what does the number one eater in the world? What is the food that you love when you're not competing?
This winter, I learned how to make prime rib, so I made it 3 times in December, and it's pretty good. And,
okay.
Yeah, I love eating and cooking, so the prime rib was definitely my highlight of this holiday season.
Yeah, I mean, last night, speaking of the holiday season, last time we spoke to you was before the Halloween Candy Bowl. And in a shocking finish here, Joey, you actually came up short, which is rare. All right, you proved that you were human. What made that event so difficult for you, dude?
It was, I started off really fairly well. I was eating the M&Ms, and I got down pretty quick. Or no, it started with the candy corn, and I got those down. And then as soon as I got to the Kit Kats, they got stuck in my chest. And I wouldn't go as far as to say choke, but they weren't going down. And so I tried to drink a little water. I was like, oh, the water's not going down. And I could still breathe, so it wasn't choking. But every time I tried to drink water, a little bit popped up. I was like, oh. So then I had to stand up really straight, let everything settle down. Yeah. And it's just it's I don't know what happened. I have an idea what it was. I think it's just when I get into the rhythm of one certain food, it's hard to change for another food, and I'm just gonna have to get better at that because this next event's gonna be similar. We're gonna have different types of food, and I have to make my body just adjust to that different food quickly.
Yeah, do you like sharing this bigger stage with the Super Bowl? I mean, the spotlight is going to be on you guys. It's just how pumped are you for this event in particular?
Oh, I'm excited. It's been a long time since we've done an eating contest in a Super Bowl city and around the Super Bowl. And people who love football love eating, and people who love eating love competitive eating. So it's a lot of there's a lot of crossover. And there's going to be a lot of happy people in the area, and I can't wait to get into Tampa and hopefully do some celebrating after the contest and watch the Super Bowl.
Mashing a lot of prime rib, but when it comes to like a Super Bowl snack, like what's your favorite Super Bowl food? What's like your go-to?
Pizza and beer. I'm pretty. I love chicken wings. Oh, but pizza, it's just easy. You just grab a slice and go, and it's you don't even have a plate. It's just disappearing quick. And I love pizza for Super Bowl or any kind of like sporting event. That's one of the easiest. I mean, the chicken wings are great, but they do make a mess, and you can't really eat them if you're in a friend's house. You don't want to make a mess in a friend's house. But as far as watching a sporting event. With friends, I think pizza and beer, it's hard to beat it.
Well, it's good news for you that pizza is included in this like 8-minute all-you-can-eat event, like steeplechase format here. Out of the following foods, maybe it is pizza, but which one is the hardest to eat? You got an 8-layer dip. There is the pepperoni pizza. There's the boneless wings. There's chili, a sub sandwich. There's cheese balls, pigs in a blanket, jalapeno poppers.
Well, yeah, there's like 3 of them that I hold world records in already. There's pizza that I hold the record in. I've beaten everybody in that. Beaten everybody in chili. I hold the record in jalapeno poppers. I'm looking at it. The one that looks the toughest is the cheese balls, and it's tough in a couple things. I've never done it in contests, so I haven't really figured out a technique for it. But also they're really crispy, and they're crunchy, and crunchy things are hard to swallow quickly. It's gonna be hard for everybody, but I think I'm gonna do one fist of squeezing and crunching, the other just drinking, try to stop them down and get them wet. That's it. But yeah, I think the cheese balls are probably gonna be the hardest thing. The thing I'm least familiar with. I've done hot dogs like crazy, so I feel like pigs in a blanket won't be that much different. I should be able to get those down pretty quick, but we're gonna find out.
Yeah,
there's definitely gonna be some surprises.
What kind of advantage do you think it gives you that you already hold the world record in 3 of these, though?
I think it definitely helps. It just psychologically, I know that I have a technique already for each one of those, and probably even a fourth one. There's the bean dip. I feel like I have a pretty good technique for that. There's the submarine sandwich, which could be a little bit hard, but I feel like these are foods that I actually eat. I didn't want to tell this to people before the candy contest, but I don't eat candy very often. In fact, for years I thought I had a chocolate allergy because I just get pimples like a mother. So I never eat. I just stayed away from chocolate. And, so these are foods that I actually eat and I crave. So it's going to be a lot easier to get into a rhythm for each one of them.
Maybe it was a good thing you couldn't get those Kit Kats down then. You know, keeping the clear skin, man.
I wish I could. They were just stuck in my chest. It happens. But it doesn't happen usually in contests. But I hope I can. I just gotta keep going. I gotta push through it and move on to the next one.
Hey, boneless wings are just chicken nuggets. Change my mind.
Yeah, these are just boneless. Oh yeah, are they just chicken nuggets?
Yeah, I'm saying boneless wings are chicken nuggets. Do you agree or disagree?
Not quite. I mean, boneless wings, they're chunks of meat. Chicken nuggets are usually like all like ground up meat and then shaped.
Okay.
They're a little different. And boneless wings are already covered in sauce. Chicken nuggets, they're served dry and you use dips.
Okay, because like to me, it's like when someone says, "Hey, can I copy your homework?" and they're like, "Sure, just change it up a little bit so it doesn't look like you copied." And then you don't change a single thing, and that's boneless wings and chicken nuggets to me. I just had to actually ask you because you're the expert.
They're similar. I can see why people would call them. I'm sure there's restaurants out there selling chicken nuggets as boneless wings.
Yeah,
and
frauds. They're frauds.
I think they should be called out. But I do think there's a little difference. The texture of the meat is clearly different.
Okay. The Halloween candy bowl thing, to go back to that one more time, that was a steeplechase format. So what'd you learn from that experience that could help you here?
Don't choke. And I'm planning on doing a transition from it. Usually I'm set into one rhythm throughout the whole contest, and this one I'm gonna have to kind of restart. Every food I have to be ready to attack it differently, and that's what really hung me up last time. Every food, it took me a long time to make the transition. And this one I need to transition really quickly and keep my lead, because last contest I was ahead after the first food, but then it just disintegrated, and I'll need to just keep my lead.
When you go out in public, how often are people like coming up to you when you're just trying to have like a meal and maybe be like, "Hey, you want to see if you can eat as much as me," or like whatever, whether it's an appetizer or a meal?
Well, I haven't been out too much eating out. California's still locked down.
Yeah, I guess pre-pandemic is what I'm talking about.
It was always fun going out because the people who recognize me, they're always happy people who love to eat. So I get recognized every time I went out. If I'm at a bar or a baseball game, guys would buy me hot dogs and beer, and it was awesome. I loved going out, and dude, the people who recognize me are awesome people, and I'm just super lucky to get to make people happy by doing what I love.
Who do you think could eat more, Tom Brady or Patrick Mahomes?
That's a tough. I think Mahomes. He's young and he's hungry still. I think
Tom
Brady.
Brady's super competitive.
Yeah, they're both super competitive. And Brady, he knows how to push himself when it counts. And it's I think Mahomes. Yeah, and he's from Kansas City. I think they have better food than Boston.
Yeah, and Tom Brady as well. Like we all know his crazy diet that he's on. He wouldn't touch any of these things that you are consuming.
What a weirdo.
Right? Like who could you eat a lot of avocado ice cream? Like how much do you think you could eat?
I've never had it. But I definitely could eat it. I think I like avocado.
I mean, you can eat anything.
Yeah.
You could definitely crush him. Who before you get out of here, what's your Super Bowl pick? Which team you like? Chiefs or the Bucks?
You know what? I was really pulling for Buffalo, but now that the Chiefs won, I want them to go all the way. Yeah.
Okay.
I want them to double up.
Why were you rooting for Buffalo?
Buffalo's an amazing city. It's one of the most underrated cities in the country. It's a great party. The people they love to they can drink till 4 a.m. and eat great food. There's no city with bar food as good as they invented the Buffalo Wing, and they appreciate good bar food and good bars and Bill's Mafia.
Dude, I'm married to a woman from Buffalo, and her father, my father-in-law, Dan, is going to absolutely love that you said that because he's kind of crazy obsessed with you. But we'll get into that another day. Joey Chestnut, it was good picking your brain and catching up with you. Happy eating, brother, and thanks for hanging with DraftKings.
Thank you, brother. Take care.
Time again for us to talk about our DraftKings Dream Stream play of the day. You can claim a free instant prize up to $25,000 just by making predictions about the big game. Enter our free-to-play 55 million Super Bowl prediction challenge right now on the DK Sportsbook and claim your instant prize ranging from $3 to $25,000. Then answer questions about what might happen in the fourth quarter of Super Bowl 55 and compete for the $1 million top prize. Follow along in the fourth quarter and see where you land on the leaderboard. The pool is free for everyone, regardless of what state you're in. So for more information, go to the promos page on DraftKings.com. All right, all week long, we're going to have plenty of content to help inform your predictions for Sunday. For an early DFS look at the big game on Sunday, here's Adam Kaufman with Jeff Ulrich and Kenny Ducey.
Super Bowl coming up on Sunday with Kenny Ducey, Jeff Ulrich. I'm Adam Kaufman. We're going to play a little Super Bowl Would You Rather here. Okay, boys? I think this is going to be a good time. Of course, we got a $5.5 million millionaire contest with $1 million going to first place. People need their DFS advice. So, Kenny, let's start with you. You got Travis Kelce, you got Tyreek Hill. Which one would you rather play on Sunday?
It's really difficult here, Koff. I mean, this is probably the most difficult call that we're going to have to make because you look at, Tyreek Hill, the last time these two teams played in week 12, went off for 269 yards and 3 touchdowns, right? So in theory, you play that guy. But look, Travis Kelce has been the most consistent option, so I'm going to keep riding him. I'm going to keep consistently recommending Travis Kelce until he disappoints me. In his playoff career, he's only gone a pair of games without last 7 games. He's only gone a pair without a touchdown grab. He only went 5 games without a touchdown catch this year. It's pretty simple. Patrick Mahomes finds this guy in the end zone. He could have had 3 touchdowns last week against the Bills, came up a yard short of his third. And ultimately, he is the guy that you want to target in this Kansas City offense. I think that he has the highest upside just because he is the guy that gets the high volume of targets in this offense. And ultimately, I think that he's a lock to find the end zone. He's a lock to get 8 catches. And with 8 catches, there's no way he gets fewer than 50 or 60 yards. Right? So I think you have a super high floor on this guy, and you have to take a shot.
We keep riding Deuce over there till he disappoints us. Wouldn't you say, Jeff?
Absolutely. But he's wrong in this case. You definitely want to take Tyreek Hill. Travis Kelce has probably the safest floor in fantasy football. He's not wrong there. But Tyreek Hill is just going to menace the Tampa Bay defense. He did it in, way back, whatever it was, week, I don't even remember, 8, 9, 10, 11. Who cares? It doesn't matter. 12. I think it was actually 12. But anyways, he put up 1 million yards there. he's going to do it again. This is how you counteract, and Andy Reid knows this. This is how you counteract a really good defensive line. You move a guy like Tyreek Hill all around, and look, the threat of Tyreek Hill going deep is going to be stuck in the secondary's mind for Tampa. So what Andy Reid's going to do, he's just going to dink and dunk with Tyreek Hill. Get him the ball, get a bunch of short gains. They might not even be short gains. They're going to be short passes. Tyreek Hill's probably going to lead the team in targets. I think he's a great MVP candidate too, because again, the Tampa Bay secondary is where you want to attack here. You want to attack them with quick throws to get away from that defensive line, take away the sacks. I think Andy Reid's going to be dialing up a ton of plays like this for Tyreek Hill. I'll take Tyreek Hill in the one-off. Again, Travis Kelce, absolutely great, safe play. We're not playing for safe though. We got to beat like 500,000 people in the big showdown contest this week. So give me Tyreek.
Funny you mentioned MVP. Our own Steve Buchanan, that's who he called out. That's who he likes for a big game MVP. Let's go to the Bucs side of things, though. Chris Godwin, Mike Evans. We know Evans always an end zone threat. Let's start with you, Jeff.
I mean, I think this one is a lot closer, a lot tougher to call. I'm going to side with Mike Evans here. It's more of a matchup thing. I'm also kind of tired of just chasing the big game from Chris Godwin, and realistically, he's only come through with one. Evans hasn't done that much better, but we got the threat of possibly Antonio Brown coming back. Scotty Miller could be like a guy they use a little bit more to kind of counteract what is a really good Chiefs secondary. So if I'm going anywhere, like Mike Evans is going to get targets in this game. He's going to get deep targets, and I think the matchup against Brashad Breeland is a little bit more winnable for him. Javaris Sneed's a really good slot corner in my opinion. He's really athletic. He can match Godwin with speed. I think the matchup with Evans is better, and like I said, the deep targets are going to be there because that's what Arians and Brady wants to do, and they're probably going to have to do it if they want to have any chance of winning this game. So give me Mike Evans.
Kenny, you going to chase big game Godwin?
Yeah, look, here's the thing. I'm not going to add too much, but when you're playing fantasy football, right, you get 6 points for a touchdown. It's a very important
Good
stat.
info.
You want to get the guy who's going to score touchdowns, and that has not been Chris Godwin this year, right? He had a little run of touchdowns from week 15 to week 17. Those 3 games against, by the way, the Falcons twice, the Lions, garbage defenses, 4 touchdowns, right? And then he had one against the football team in the first round of the playoffs. But really, outside of that 4-week span, he really hasn't found the end zone at all. On the other side of things, you have Mike Evans, the leader in red zone targets for this team. You look back to week 12, which I had referenced, and Jeff clearly wasn't listening to me. You look at that game, Mike Evans had 3 targets, just 3 targets. Or excuse me, he had 9 targets. He just had 3 receptions. 2 of them were touchdowns. So 3 catches, 2 of them were touchdowns. It's clear, right? I don't think you're going to get a 100-yard game every time out for Mike Evans, but I'll take the guy that's pretty much locked to score a touchdown, and at the very least, he's going to get targets in the red zone versus Chris Godwin, who we've seen this playoffs, this postseason, he's had trouble with drops. He has not been there consistently for Tampa Bay. And while we talk about Kansas City, and we're definitely sure who the top 2 targets are in that offense, you can't be sure who the top 2 targets are in this offense, right? I mean, it seems to fluctuate game to game because Tom Brady's so good at spreading the football around. The number 1 target in this game could very well be Antonio Brown, or it could be Mike Evans and then Antonio Brown, or Cameron Braid or Rob Gronkowski even could emerge as the second weapon for Tom Brady. You don't know who he's going to look to. The defense probably going to key in on this guy anyway, so I don't want really any part of Chris Godwin.
Hang on here. 6 points. Touchdown. All right. Running backs, fellas. Kenny, we're going to start with you. Obviously, you got Leonard Fournette, who is the clear number 1 in that Bucs backfield now. Clyde Edwards-Helaire on the other side, who has been banged up this postseason. Who stands out?
Look, it's obviously Leonard Fournette, right? Playoff Lenny. We want to ride him, and we'll get to Ronald Jones later, but absolutely don't even touch this guy with the 10-foot pole. He's the Grinch in this game. You want to go with Leonard Fournette, right? Look, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, first of all, we don't even know if he's going to be the lead back. I think this is going to be Darrell Williams here getting the most carries. And we saw last week, he was the guy who got the goal line carries. He's the guy who gets the 4th down touches, the guy who gets the ball in big spots. They trust Darrell Williams. And they're not just going to go back to Clyde Edwards-Helaire because they drafted him in the first round and they like him, right? Like, Darrell Williams is working right now. So they're not going to go away from Darrell Williams. You have to go back all the way to week 11 before you get the last good outing for Clyde Edwards-Helaire. He has not been good in so long. It's like, what is it? Like 8 weeks he hasn't been good in? That's like, a few months, right? So this guy really has just kind of fallen off, and it's, the injury was a big part of it. And then coming back from the injury, they worked him in slowly, and, Williams kind of emerged as a dependable option for them. But whatever the reason,
he's not a good play here. Leonard Fournette, meanwhile, going against the 19th ranked rushing defense in the league. He's the guy who's been force-fed the ball through the air and on the ground all postseason long. He's been probably the thing working best for the Buccaneers on offense. So I think this is pretty clear here. You got to go with Fournette.
Jeff, you all in on Uncle Lenny too?
I mean, I don't know if I'm all in, but there's no way, like, there's no argument here to take Clyde Edwards-Helaire over Fournette. Kenny touched on it. Fournette's got like 9 catches over the last 2 games. CEH has 2. You know, Arians loves Fournette. The only way Helaire's playing off here is likely with like a 1-yard touchdown or maybe multiple 1-yard touchdowns. As a really like low-owned GPP play, fine, but we don't really need to talk about this anymore. Fournette's the better play.
Okay, let's stay with you. Rob Gronkowski, Scotty Miller. We know, Gronk has that playoff experience. He's been in the Super Bowl plenty of times. Scotty Miller seems like he's good for 1 or 2 big plays a game.
Yeah, I'll side with Gronk here. This one's interesting because I think a lot of what Scotty Miller could do in this game depends on the health of Antonio Brown. But we'll assume maybe even if we assume that Brown plays, I mean Gronkowski. This is where Tampa might end up attacking the field against KC. I really do think it could end up being like a Brady or Gronkowski, one of those 2 guys having a decent game. Maybe not like 8 catches, 9 catches, but 5 catches and a touchdown. I could see that out of Gronk or Brady. KC just has such good corners. They're so good at shutting down those sort of deep downfield passes. I think realistically, Tampa might just be forced to use Gronk more than they want to in this game. I don't know if that's going to be a key to victory, but I do think that Gronkowski is probably going to be a little bit more of a pass catcher. Realistically, if this was Brady, I'd probably be even a little bit more bullish in taking him, but I'll still take Gronk over Scotty Miller. Again, Scotty Miller, even when Brown hasn't been in the lineup, has been like really hit or miss. Gronk is at least out there almost every play, and I think he'll probably end up running a few more pass routes in this game.
Of course, Kenny, I mean, if we were talking about Cam Brate, he's getting volume. Rob Gronkowski's been more of a blocker here in the postseason. So who are you going with out of these 2?
It's still going to be Gronk for me, and I hate to agree with Jeff so much, right? Because I'm supposed to be the person that disagrees with everybody. But Rob Gronkowski, I mean, I'm going to continue to go back to this well here. And the reason is that, look, I think both of these guys are sneaky touchdown dependent, right? Rob Gronkowski, is pretty much touchdown dependent. Like, he's not going to get 8 catches. He's not the Gronk of old. But Scotty Miller is not a guy that they rely on for, a bunch of targets, right? He's not getting 8 targets a game. He's making 1 big play a game, maybe 2 big plays. So even if the big play, it comes for 40 yards, right? That touchdown stat, you get 6 points for a touchdown. You need him to find the end zone to really make it worth rostering here, I think. So I think Gronkowski in the regular season, he was tied for the team lead with 21 red zone targets with Mike Evans. Evans has since separated himself in the postseason, but the fact remains, right? Gronk has really been a sort of a blocker all season long, but when it's come down to the red zone, they get him the football. You saw this postseason, even he had a red zone target. His only target was in the end zone against Washington, and he had one at the goal line last week as well, which he was broken up and he couldn't catch. But Tom Brady is going to give this guy the football in the end zone and near the end zone. And when you look at his last postseason run in 2018. He was still kind of old then, and he didn't really play all that well. He saved his best game for the Super Bowl. This is sort of what he tends to do. He tends to show up with his best game in the Super Bowl. We've had several big moments of his in the Super Bowls in past. So, I think Gronkowski here is determined to win his 3rd Super Bowl. I think he's the better of the 2 plays. He should just get the higher volume of targets in the end zone. And to me, both these guys are touchdown dependent. So I'm going to go with the guy that leads the team with the targets in the red zone.
5th and final, would you rather? And it's our first one that has 1 guy per side. Now you have Demarcus Robinson of the Chiefs, Kenny. You also have the guy that you referred to as the Grinch before, who you wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole, and that's Ronald Jones.
Yeah, I don't want to touch either of these guys because I know Jeff loves Demarcus Robinson in this spot because he's a Sammy Watkins hater. So I want to give a shout out to Sammy Watkins Nation out there. Play Sammy Watkins this weekend. He's going to be big. He's going to show up. And Demarcus Robinson's not taking targets away from Sammy Watkins. Okay, Sammy is back. But I will say this. Demarcus Robinson could still get 2 or 3 targets in this game. I think there's a very real possibility that that Ronald Jones II has like 3 touches in this game, right? Ronald Jones II is so 2000 and late at this point. He is just not a part of this offense. Like, they were splitting carries early on. Leonard Fournette really didn't even look good. He looked like he had stone hands. And this guy just seemed to wake up when the postseason started. I don't know what happened, but since the postseason started, this guy has been looking like the guy we saw at LSU running the football and plowing over people. He's also shown that he can be a factor in the passing game. He's caught touchdowns. He's running with the head of steam. He's running with a purpose. He's playing inspired football. So you cannot take the guy, you cannot bet against him, right? Taking Ronald Jones is a bet against Leonard Fournette. You cannot do it here. I'll take DeMarcus Robinson. And, you know, the guy throwing him the football had 462 yards against the Buccaneers in week 12. So you got to bet, right, that some of those yards, if he comes close to replicating that game, go to DeMarcus Robinson. Maybe he gets 2 catches, 30 yards here. That's still going to be better than what Ronald Jones gives you, which might be 0 points.
Jeff, was that Fergie he was quoting?
Maybe. I mean, look, I don't have too much to add on here. I pretty much agree. Bruce Arians loves Leonard Fournette. Ronald Jones might get like 3 carries in this game, and that's it. The only thing I have to add, Kaufman, is that I need to tell Kenny, if you want to know what the population of Sammy Watkins Nation is, just look in the mirror, pal, because that's it. It's
I know we got my Sammy Watkins friends out there, the Watkins gang. We're eating on the Watkins diet, so we're gonna have a good one. We're gonna be eating good on Sunday with Sammy Watkins targets.
Man,
wow.
Kenny is man is bringing it from Grinch and not touching stuff with a 10-foot pole to quoting the Black Eyed Peas, and I don't even know what else happened.
We're on the Watkins diet.
Yeah, and the Watkins diet. And I feel like there was another one in there. Ducey, Ulrich, Kaufman, thanks for being with us.
DraftKings right now. Join us this weekend as we get ready for the big game in style. The DraftKings 250K tailgate weekend, an action-packed 48 hours, a big game build-up, plenty of shots to win your share of $250,000 in total prizes. That is going to kick off on Saturday at 2 p.m. Eastern. We're going to have a Madden Sim of Tampa, Kansas City with a 55K free-to-play showdown contest. Then at 4 p.m. Eastern, we're going to live stream the American Cornhole League's Pro Singles Tournament, and there's a 50K free-to-play pool available now on DraftKings. On Sunday at 1, we're going to simulate the what-if matchup between Buffalo and Green Bay with the 20K free-to-play showdown contest. And if you're hungry for more, which you will be, we're going to serve up the biggest event of the DraftKings 250K tailgate weekend, the DraftKings Big Game Snack Down, featuring the best of the best, the number one ranked eater in the world, Joey Chestnut. You can join in the 100K free-to-play pool available now for this Major League eating competition. All right, time for Madden After Dark as the Pats take on the Seahawks. Brendan Glasheen, Tom Carroll for the call. Good night, everybody.
All right, Jesse, thank you very much. Good stuff. We'll talk about the weekend throughout the week. But as Jesse just mentioned, we have a lot of good stuff coming up with the tailgate weekend. Here at DraftKings, I did pop in last sim into the chat. So, I've kept busy before this sim. There's a nice little break there between the 6 and the 10, and wanted to squeeze a little Bachelor in, and it comes across my phone. Pistons and Nuggets postponed, and I'm like, that's going to affect an individual I play against, and well, we'll get to that. We'll get there. You need to tell me who you're going to put in the captain spot. We've got Seahawks, Patriots. I'll tell you what. I like a Philly Dorsett revenge sim, so I've got him in there.
Okay, interesting. I have Philip Dorsett in my lineup, but I went with Russell Wilson in the captain spot. He's just so good. The entire Seattle offense runs through him, and I didn't want to be the guy that doesn't have Dangerous in the captain spot. So I went that way, and honestly, I feel good about the rest of my lineup, even with Russell Wilson there at $17,100.
Someone who I thought was pretty cheap to fit into the captain, so I've got Dorsett in there. He's just not my captain. Tyler Lockett, only 9,900 in the captain spot. I don't mind it. He was like the cheapest dudes before you get to those backup quarterbacks. So I've got Lockett in there. Lineups are going to lock any second, so we can reveal our strategy. I certainly hope the Patriots can give us some points. Then again, Seattle is really good on the defensive end, and sometimes Russell Wilson, it's like all, like in real life, it's all reliant on how well or how not well Russell Wilson plays in a sim. So,
yeah, I mean, that's kind of been the make or break of Seattle's existence in the Russell Wilson era. And yeah, that's what it's like here in the Madden world too. Lineups have locks, so I'll go ahead and give you my lineup here.
Go for it.
Like I said, Russell Wilson in the captain spot, gotta have him. Philly Dorsett, as you mentioned, revenge game, cheap, $3,400. Then I went with Tyler Lockett, $6,600. Then I got me a couple of running backs, Sony Michel, the RB1 for the Patriots, and Carlos Hyde, $4,600 for Seattle. Always factors into these Seahawks sims. And then I had a lot of money left, so I went out and got me Cam Newton. I mean, he's the quarterback for the Pats. He ain't going to throw the heck out of the ball, but he's got legs, man. And he's not afraid to run. So I actually don't feel awful with this 2014 Super Bowl rematch that doesn't really include any of the players from that game.
Well, yeah, Dante Hightower, Russell Wilson. It's a great point, actually.
James White, was he? Yeah, he was on the roster. Yep.
Who was on the the Seahawks? Their best receiver was like Doug Baldwin, right?
Yes. So I wrote this down because I was like, who are the big name guys that are no longer in Seattle? Doug Baldwin gone. The entire Legion of Boom gone. Michael Bennett gone. Marshawn Lynch gone. I mean, those are really the name guys from those teams. All, either retired or on different squads at this point.
Right.
That whole nucleus, no longer in Seattle. A nucleus that probably should have gotten a couple rings, right? I mean, they had the ball on the 1 yard line with basically no time left. They should have given it to the unstoppable force that is Marshawn Lynch. they would have won back-to-back Super Bowl champions. But Bill Belichick, Jedi mind tricked Pete Carroll. He did not call a timeout when everyone thought he would. Ergo, one of the worst play calls in the history of the NFL, leading to one of the greatest interceptions in the history of football. Malcolm Butler, Patriots get their 4th ring and begin the second phase of the dynasty.
Intercepted at the goal line by Malcolm Butler. Unreal.
I still get chills.
Al Michaels, man. That was great.
I think today is actually the anniversary of that game. And I was getting a lot of texts from buddies about it and how we all felt like that was our favorite of the Patriots Super Bowls. And it's crazy to say that because you had the Falcons come back, right? And you have the first.
Sure.
So everyone remembers their first, right? But this one was a little different, right? It was the beginning of Deflategate.
Yes.
And Patriots hadn't won a Super Bowl in 10 years. And everyone was wondering if Brady was ever going to win another one. And it was the Revis Island year, right? And it was just a fun season for the Patriots. So immediately, when I think of favorite Patriot Super Bowl ring, this is the one that I come to every single time because that play was nuts.
DraftKings on Twitter earlier today, which there's another subject matter we'll get to in terms of DraftKings on Twitter. But DraftKings social media earlier in the day tweeted, what is the best play or the best moment in Super Bowl history? And I think the Malcolm Butler pick is certainly up there. It's my vote.
I mean, there's a lot of good ones, right? But the Super Bowl is it's like half good games, half blowouts. And I guess that's kind of dumb to say because that's football, right? But when you think Super Bowl, you're like, oh, 2 great teams gonna have a great game. Not always the case. The Santonio Holmes catch with the Steelers comes to mind. The John Elway helicopter lunging towards the end zone in the 90s against the Packers comes to mind. The Titans coming up 1 yard short against the Rams in 99 comes to mind. All of those Patriots Super Bowls, other than the Rams one, I mean, 5 of 6 you could put in the conversation for being amazing Super Bowl moments. There's just so many that immediately jump out to me. It's hard to place it, but Malcolm Butler, I think, without putting too much thought, has to be number 1.
All right, so we're underway. Seahawks, Patriots. Tommy Freeze Pops is back. Brendan Glasheen also here with you. Producer Michael. Andrew, our technical director. Asher from Game Ops in the chat. No, I have not attempted to kick a football in a long time.
Yeah, we're going to have to get to that.
So I'm a little nervous. Might have to go out and practice. I mean, I do have the ball with me. And I also have a tee to get some practice in. Yeah, we're talking about practice. So what was a lighter note and comical last sim? There is some news in regards to the Denver Nuggets Detroit Pistons game being canceled. If you guys want to go to, oh my goodness, the offensive line bailing out Russell Wilson, Steph Gilmore forcing the fumble, or actually he tackles the O-lineman. 4th and 19, so safe to say the Seahawks are going to punt, so this is good to get to this now. DK_assist, the DraftKings CX team over on Twitter. This is the statement. We understand that having players from the Denver-Detroit NBA game that was canceled minutes before tip-off did not result in the DraftKings experience you were hoping for tonight. We will be issuing all users in our classic snake draft and night slates who drafted a player from this postponed game with the difference between entry fees and winnings. I'll read that again. We will be issuing all users in our classic snake draft and night slates who drafted a player from this postponed game with the difference between entry fees and winnings. For example, if you had $10 worth of entry fees in affected contest tonight and you win $5, you will be credited with an additional $5 DK dollars. The Denver-Detroit Showdown and snake draft slates have been canceled as well, and entry fees have been refunded. Good. So, with that said, That might not happen right away based on me reading that, because let's say you're in the middle of a contest and it's ongoing. That might take a minute for the other games to go final, and then you'll get your refunds. And yes, Rick Lewis, tiers as well. DK clarified, users affected by this postponement in NBA tiers contests will also receive the difference between entry fees and winnings.
I am happy with that decision.
I am very happy. That's very fair. I love my company that I work for.
I do too.
So, folks, it brings me to this. If you tuned into the last sim, I won't get into detail. You learned a lot. I learned a lot last sim about what some people are made of and what their morals are. Really hurts my feelings. Really does. Didn't like that. I'll keep that in mind down the road. As Newton fires incomplete, looking for Julian Edelman. Once again, if you want that statement repeated, DK_assist on Twitter. What was that?
A lot of people also mentioning Scott Norwood wide left with the Bills against the Giants, the first of their 4 Super Bowl losses, as one of the all-time great Super Bowl moments. It definitely was dramatic. There's no question. Missed field goal to lose the Super Bowl. It doesn't get more dramatic than that. David Tyree, yeah, I guess. Sure. Throw it in there. Why not? Mario Manningham, sure. Okay. Go ahead. Throw it in. Philly special. You got to throw that in there.
Philly. Mm-hmm. I know. Philly Dorsett kind of made up for it in that AFC title game when Brady threw a bomb to him 2 years ago.
He's got speed, man.
Yeah, certainly. No, he really does. Philip Dorsett is the wideout 3, second fastest Seahawk behind DK Metcalf. Dorsett, 94 speed. Seahawks have the ball back. Jim and Ash here from our Game Ops team. Yeah, I was a little fired up in the chat. Want me to tell you what I was doing?
You pacing around your apartment?
I'm not joking. I shut everything down, sat on the couch, watched The Bachelor with Sarah, and then all of a sudden I see a DK Nation news alert. Pistons Nuggets has been postponed. So my phone was on silent. I figured the chat was already all over this because some of our DraftKings users and DK SimFam, they're just on top of the news, man. Like, that's a compliment. You guys are quick, on top of it.
News hounds, baby. News hounds.
So I was like, oh, I'm just going to type. I was also going to note that I wasn't listening with the audio on because we had The Bachelor on. And I was like, oh, I just want to throw it out there to Koff. Like, hey, man, like, this happened. Like, I didn't even think I had to explain. Like, oh, yeah, he'll just pay me back, if whatever, because of that problem. And what do you know? That's not what happened. And, yeah, DK Metcalf. Take it to the crib! Take it to the crib!
Oh, he got caught. He got caught.
So, he might have been yanking my chain a bit. That was pretty good.
I don't think he was.
I don't think he was either.
I don't think he was.
The fact that his first thought was...
Double or nothing.
Let's play NHL. What? I don't think I'm revealing too much here, but Kaufman does not have his own Venmo account. So I think he would just be like, he thinks that's complicating things if I bring up a Venmo or a PayPal. Chris Carson, I'll Venmo you, but actually I won't. You're not in my lineup, but good for you, Chris Carson. Others.
Of course, Chris Carson with the score instead of Carlos Hyde. Congratulations. Ruining my lineup early on in the simulation. Thank you, Chris Carson. How is Venmo complicated?
It's not. So he coughs in the chat right now. He says, you just assuming I'd pay you back says more about you than it does me.
Wow.
You, my friend, I really do love you. I think you're a great guy. You are the worst sometimes. You really are. You really are. I am standing up for Andrew. I was standing up for, because I heard all the people he was playing. He rattled off the names. Bry guy. There is no way any one of them would agree with what your thought process was. And how convenient it was the Joker who didn't get to play tonight in the NBA. Meanwhile, Koff's got that Joker grin on his face, loving every moment of it, which I don't blame him for, because that's the theater. You know, that's kind of like the he was definitely rising to the occasion. But he had no interest in paying people back. None at all. He had to be convinced.
None.
And he wasn't even convinced.
There he is with the smiley face on YouTube. It's honestly hilarious. I'm getting more enjoyment out of it than anything.
So Sarah's looking at me like, what is your problem? I'm like, if you cared about NBA DFS, you would understand where I'm coming from. All right? So we'll get back to The Bachelor. I need to freaking figure this out, okay?
Well, when you put it in the YouTube chat, I immediately jumped over to my app to replace them. Come to find out it was the last game of the night, and the player I had spent the most money on was no longer going to be able to play. So, just all around high comedy there. Perfect. Just perfect fodder for this sim. Beautiful.
We talked about this before. Very good word, fodder.
Fodder is a fantastic word. F-O-D-D-R, fodder.
2nd and 8 for Cam Newton. Oh, all right. There we go. First down. Devin Asiasi.
Oi, oi, oi.
Asi.
Oi, oi, oi.
Asi.
Oi, oi, oi.
Asi.
Oi, oi, oi.
Asi.
Oi, oi, oi.
All right.
If you do it, I have to respond.
Cam complete. Oh, Dalton Keene, the tight end too. Good to see you.
Dalton, hi.
So Lucci Rivera is on Koff's side and says, I wouldn't even expect him to pay me back. Well, Lucci,
good for you.
You're on the wrong side of this argument. Period. And you can have an opinion. That's fine.
It's healthy to admit when you're wrong.
I really hope this comes up down the road. Oh, Cam, get rid of it, man. Koff now says, Glash woke up this morning and chose chaos. Yeah, because I was just so looking forward to Sham Charania at 8:54 to report the postponement of Nuggets and Pistons. And genuinely just thought, like, popped in the chat to be like, hey, man, like, you saw this, right? It was actually, I was just trying to be helpful.
Yeah, which I appreciate.
Nope, that got spun around.
So funny.
Turned into, well, that's too bad, man. There's my cough laugh.
One of the more legendary moments in the history of this sim, at least for my run of being a part of these.
So, sorry, I had to spend a little time on this. Thank goodness that the DraftKings CX team put out a statement, because full disclosure, our production team is like, maybe we shouldn't get into this because we should wait to hear what the company has to say. And what do you know? The company delivered. Sony Michel to the 8. Nice
Had
run.
our back. There you go. Sony, hey, there you go. Get in the end zone next time, will ya? Gotta check this out.
And you know something, Tommy Freeze Pops? You know when you know it's okay to have this little rant? Because others were affected by this.
Oh, yeah.
The Joker, Will Barton. I mean, go ahead. Name
Those are
the player you
named
have.
dudes.
Yep.
Will Barton, great value. Probably a lot of people thinking about him for their forward spot tonight. Joker, obviously, MVP candidate. Maybe the MVP of the league so far this year. Either him, LeBron James, a few others in the conversation. But, I mean, one of the best players in the NBA.
To use one of Koff's favorite words, it's absurd. Absurd to think like, oh, that's too bad, man. Meanwhile, I've got players from every game before that.
Oh, it's just so great. It's so perfect. I love
needed
it so
this.
much.
I needed this to give me some.
Gave you a little juice. Gave you a little juice on a Monday night.
Good.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
This is exactly what you don't even need to drink a Red Bull before this one. You're all revved up.
Oh man, I was like, oh my god, I am so upset. Like I am fired up. Just that grin, that Kaufman grin, just like, oh yeah,
so great, so great.
It's not complicated. Yes, it's complicated. Double or nothing.
The
Play
double or
NHL.
nothing thing is actually actually a hilarious solution. Like, I think it's just so funny on so many levels.
Talking about that is complicated.
He knows he's gonna beat you in an NHL head-to-head, right? Like, he knows you are going to beat you.
Yeah, but he's beaten me. That's fine. He can beat me. That came out really bad.
Yeah.
He can win. That's fine. All good. I don't care about that. But to tell me that's not complicated is just wrong.
Oh, it's so good.
Cam, end zone, touchdown! Aussie!
Oi, oi, oi!
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 Just let it out, Brendan. Let it out. Aussie!
Oi, oi, oi!
Venmo!
Nope, too complicated. Way too complicated to set up a Venmo there, Hoss. Wait, I am actually very curious why that's a complicated thing. I'm genuinely curious. You just download the app. That's it. Follow the instructions.
Nope, can't do it. All right, guys.
It's so good.
Darth Gator, come on, guys. Cough needs more DVD storage solutions. It's complicated. Jeremy Small, that's very annoying. I agree, Jeremy. I'm assuming you're not talking about Aussie. You're talking about...
Oi, oi, oi!
Oh, man. Hey, well, you know, sometimes people get in here. Who scored? I think they know at this stage who scored the touchdown for the Patriots. Aussie, 30% flexed, 3.4% in the captain spot. Cam Newton's ownership, 52.6% in the flex. That's a bullet over the middle. First down, nearing the 45. Olsen. Greg Olsen with the catch.
Isn't it disappointed that Devin Asiasi wasn't good in real life, so that couldn't become a thing?
Seriously, he
just a no-show this year. Absolute no-show.
When we first started the Madden 21 Sims, Pat's Dolphins was one of our first ever Sims with the new game, going back to like August, September. Asiasi emerged as like the go-to weapon for Cam, and I'm like, of course, me being like the Pats honk, I'm like, oh, like Asiasi, dude, he's nasty.
Yeah, dude. Asiasi. Look out for him in the red zone this year, guy.
So yeah, I bought in on Devin Asiasi based on his Madden output.
Russell Wilson. Shake and bake him.
So can we get to this too? Because the chat is just... God, what does Adam do? This is why Adam likes to do like the 8 o'clock sim, and I go at 6, and he goes at 8, because then he just twists your brains for an hour. I did not promise it. Now, could I have brought him Chinese food on his birthday? Yeah.
You should have, probably.
Probably should have, right? I didn't promise him anything.
It was clear as day, though. Wasn't snowing where he was.
Yeah. That's right. The clear as day text. No, that's how it works. It's dumping snow here where I live. Sometimes that's how it works. It might snow where I'm located, and even though you're 45 minutes away, it could not be snowing where you are. That's how
clouds
weather works. No, but hey, man, Crystal Sky's here.
Oh, so funny.
Anywho, maybe that's the karma. But I think someone made this point in the chat. when I was chiming in about my, I was very calm, of course, in the chat earlier. Someone said, well, Koff, if you win these 7 lineups you have against your coworkers, you can go buy Chinese food.
That's true. Seriously, if he didn't refund us, God, what a scoundrel.
But now,
yes, DraftKings is helping us out.
Exactly. We win on both circumstances.
Fair company.
So now DK's reimbursing everybody. That's great. So now, but if it was the other way around, just say, well, Koff, you won all that fake money because of Jokic and what's his face, Barton, whoever else was supposed to play.
Jamal Murray, all sorts of guys on the Nuggets. Oh, Tommy boy, the pipes are calling from land to sim and Twitch land.
It's over, Anakin. I have the high ground. Care Bear says,
Hello,
I've had enough
Obi-Wan.
of Glash talking in circles. I apologize. I really do.
No, well, Glash, while I have you here, I got to ask you about this field goal thing.
Okay.
So, first of all, why so why is it happening, and why do you think you can kick field goals? And what is the competition? Just give me the whole layout, rundown, background, lay it on me here.
So it's very simple, actually. Emerson has come on these streams and told everybody that he can kick 45-yard field goals. So just out of the blue, he was doing a sim, or maybe it was me, and I just said, hey, man, like, the weekend of the Super Bowl, like, we should just go out to a field and like kick, like, just for a good time. Let's give it a rip. Let's kick some field goals. So I'm not concerned because I might be really bad, but I haven't gone on here and bragged that I can kick them. I just kind of want to see him do it.
So it's more of like you're telling him to put his money where his mouth is.
Yeah. Like,
okay.
All I'm gonna do is spike kick. Not spike, spite.
Spite kick.
Yep. Kind of like Larry David's Spite coffee store.
Yeah, the spite store. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I'll
have
just
you
spite kick.
ever attempted a field goal in your life?
I can't. Maybe when I was like at a camp when I was really young, but I can't remember the last time I did it. No way.
Right. So okay. So you understand how incredibly hard it is. So why does he think he can hit 45-yarders? Does he have a background in kicking, or is he just discounting the art of kicking a football?
I don't know.
He just says it and no one challenges him on it. I need to know why.
Well, that's why we're going to go kick.
Like if he was a high school kicker or something, or if he took some kicking classes in his coaching minor at UCF or USF, one of the Floridas that he went to, then yeah, I understand. But to just say you can do that and having never done it, it's blasphemy.
Well, we're going to see what happens on Saturday morning before we get to work in Simland. Oh, an
what a pick.
interception! Gilmore!
Stefan. Nice grab.
Nice play.
So Madison is going to film you guys, from what I understand. So there will be footage of this.
Yeah, Madison was like, I'm down to come help you guys out if you want help. So she's going to bring her dog, her new puppy. And we haven't figured out the spot yet. We're not like this. We're not wagering anything. We're just going to go kick.
So there's no real competition here. It's just
we're just going to go give it a shot. Go have a good time.
Just going to go give it a whirl.
Yeah. I mean, maybe by Friday we'll wager something.
I figured Chick-fil-A would be on the line.
Yeah, exactly. Knowing him, by Friday he'll drop in like, hey, dude, how about just Chick-fil-A? He'll just casually drop that in. As James White makes the catch to the 16, we've hit the 2-minute warning here in this first half. Care Bear over on Twitch.
Game.
I love you, buddy. Thank you for understanding.
I can't believe it's 7-7. I felt like Seattle would be winning big here.
Ed Zone Dance. Glass, you should just try an onside field goal attempt. Mark Mantelli, Glass, you're going to picture Koff's face when you kick. I might print one out and tape it to the ball.
That would actually be hilarious.
16-yard line to spot, first down. N'Keal Harry. Hey, N'Keal, he can do it in the video games, but not in real life.
He is awful in real life.
Yeah, what if we call the Texans and give him Harry, Damian Harris,
and Asiasi.
And Asiasi.
Couple of first rounders.
And throw in a fifth for Watson.
Yeah, Bill's got a war chest of picks. He's got 6th and 7th rounders for the next 5 years. What do you think he got him for? This specific situation. Deshaun Watson, the heir to the throne.
It's true. They're not getting him because Nick Caserio, his first move as Houston GM, he's not going to give his old boss a huge chip. Then that's like, you want to talk about the Patriots and like some shady stuff? That is shady.
Yeah, yes. That would be like when Kevin McHale gave Kevin Garnett to the Celtics. And I know the Minnesota Timberwolves received a large haul for KG, but it was still probably a steal by the Celtics. Because they kept Rondo in the deal, which is hilarious.
Luchi Rivera says no way they would give up Damian Harris.
True, he is a beast.
Jack says Emerson will be coming in strong with the weather excuses.
Yeah, so is it going to be really cold? Have you looked at the long range forecasts?
Yeah, I have. I think it's going to be in the 40s. It might snow. It's supposed to clear up on... Oh, no, I'm looking at Boston weather. Saturday, sunny, high of 36. We're fine. It's been like 9 degrees here lately. 36 is like 50. We'll be fine. Yeah, it's gonna be fine. We're getting dumped on right now, but we'll be good. Yeah. Very slushy.
Ooh, Cam. Ugh, that looked like a fumble.
Yeah, God, that band of 17. Want to say hi to the chat. Leslie, D, Herb Dog, JL, Steve. Steve says the field goal competition is the biggest news since the announcement of the Goff-Stafford swap. Yeah, I got the ball right here. I'll show it to you.
Michael bringing up something that all Patriot fans read yesterday and were very upset by. Matt Stafford said, hey, don't trade me to New England. Will not play there. Yeah.
And you know something, too? No matter what direction you look at it from, if it was Patricia, if it was the lack of weapons, if it
being
was
the
like
guy that replaces the guy,
if it was Danny Amendola, like telling him, it all connects to Belichick in the operation. It just does. So it's an indictment of Bill. The Pats have taken such a hit from this Brady Super Bowl appearance. This is the football.
Totally.
Plenty of air in this ball. Plenty of air. And we got a T too. So. All right, so let me do some housekeeping here. So we're going to be doing this field goal stuff. I don't know where we're going to stream it. I think we're going to do like Periscope or something, Instagram Live. We won't be on here. It's not that important. But what is important? Cue the promo this weekend. Tailgate weekend here at DraftKings. The DraftKings $250,000 tailgate weekend. Action-packed, 48 hours starting this Saturday. Big game build-up. Plenty of shots to win some of this prize money. Here are some of the highlights for the Super Weekend. At 2 Eastern, Saturday, February 6th, we'll have a Madden sim of the Tampa KC matchup, Super Bowl 55. So, $55,000 free to play showdown contest. $55K in DK money. DraftKings prize money. I will be with Adam Kaufman. We'll have a special guest with us as well at 2 Eastern to call that sim. I think you and I are doing some sims after that. I'm not sure.
Saturday, yes.
On Saturday. I'm not sure the prize pools, but we'll be together. There will be other sims. We're just talking highlights right now. 4 Eastern on Saturday, we'll live stream the American Cornhole League's Pro Singles Tournament, and there's a $50K free-to-play pool available right now on DraftKings. Sunday, 1 Eastern, we're going to simulate the what-if matchup between Buffalo and Green Bay. $20,000 in DK prize money, free-to-play showdown contest. So Koff will be there. I think Kenny Ducey is scheduled to be with Koff for that one.
Wow, what a duo.
And if you're hungry for more, Yeah, Ducey hates the Bills and Koff loves the Packers. It's perfect. Koff's rooting for the Packers, not for the Bucks. Coward. If you're hungry for more, we'll serve up the biggest event of the DraftKings $250,000 tailgate weekend, the DraftKings Big Game Smackdown, featuring the best of the best, the number 1 ranked eater in the world, Joey Chestnut. You can join in on the 100K free-to-play pool, available now for the Major League Eating Competition. 8 different football watching classics: pepperoni pizza, boneless wings, chili, sub sandwich, cheese balls, pigs in a blanket, jalapeno poppers, and an 8-layer dip. Poppers.
I'm all in on the cheese balls, baby. I am all in on the cheese balls. David bringing up a good question here, because I did say I was going to tell you this. I don't think either one of you are going to hit a single field goal.
You might be right.
I'm going 0 for whatever you guys attempt on field goals here.
You honestly might be right, and that's okay. I'm just going to have fun. I'm going to have a big smile on my face and have a good time.
Mockingjay 2020 saying that I'm slipping in his DK rankings here. I'm now in his bottom 3 with Ducey and BK. That's disappointing to hear.
Who said
Please
this?
tell me why I have slipped.
Who's this?
Mockingjay 2020 on YouTube. Yeah. Apparently I'm slipping in the power rankings. I don't know what happened.
Sorry, man. I've had my off weeks too. Kaufman has just messaged me.
Uh-oh.
It's a big list of numbers and money. I don't get it. Maybe he won some money tonight because of the so he probably ended up winning something from this NBA stuff because of the cancellation of Pistons.
Good for him.
and
I'm happy for him. He's my friend.
I'm not. Let's see. Reed Tease, did you know, says Twitch is dead. Yeah, sorry guys, there have been some issues on Twitch tonight. We're up over 300 likes. Love to see it. Kyle, what's up to you and your dad? Thanks for tuning in.
So, father-son activities.
Bill Hamilton will take that into consideration. I was thinking for the buzzword, maybe reimbursement.
That's a difficult word.
Or Venmo.
Ooh, I like Venmo.
Got me on Venmo? Oh, guys.
Yes.
I know I didn't mention this, but one other big event on Super Bowl Sunday. I know after the game, rather. Sometimes I mix up sim and game. The real world. After the real Super Bowl 55, we are going to do another KC Tampa sim after the Super Bowl, after the big game. I'll be with Big Saxy, Matt LaMarca. $25,000 in DK prize money. First place wins $2,500 DK dollars. So join us for that one too.
You know what would stink is if you rooted for one of those two teams that are playing in the Super Bowl, and then you watched the sim afterwards, and then that same team got beat again. Brutal night for you if you're a Chiefs or Bucks fan.
Yeah.
Or great for you if you're rooting for the team that wins both.
Right?
I'm just saying. It could be great or it could be awful.
That's why they play the games, man. Winter Bold, good to hear you on Twitch. And by hear you, I mean I'm reading your comment. Okay, Twitch is up and running. That's good.
Glash, I know we're still a ways out from the game, and you and I will talk before then, but are you heading into this Super Bowl feeling nervous because our boy is in it? Are you just happy and you're going in just, not really with any stake in it because it's not your team? What's your mindset this week? Are you starting to now feel a little scorned because he's doing it with another team? Like, where's your head at? Because I'm starting to feel a little nervous for our boy because I think he's going to lose.
Well, I will say, I am not, if I was a Chiefs fan, I wouldn't be, or if you were someone who was considering wagering something on the Chiefs, I'd be a little concerned about the offensive line and the health of the O-line, and the strength for Tampa is, of course, the pass rush. But to answer your question directly, I think once that ball is kicked off and I see 12 jog out to the field, I'm going to be like on every drive, like with them till the end.
Mm-hmm.
And honest to God, I think Kansas City, rightfully so, is the favorite. They are explosive. They score very, very quickly. We know from history watching Mahomes against Brady when Brady was with the Patriots. I hope it's a close game. Tampa has to control tempo of the ball game, which is very, very easy, easier said than done.
Yep, I think you see a lot of Fournette early. I really do. Yeah,
and that's the thing, right? Like, I said this the other night with Matt LaMarca, so last night. Like, can the Bucks just can Bruce Arians' stomach, not his actual stomach, like can he, like the verb stomach, can he stomach not doing this whole no risk it, no biscuit thing? Like, I know the Scotty
on the
Miller
biggest
touchdown at
stage,
the end of
he's
the first
never
half was
coached.
awesome.
He's never been a head coach in Super Bowl, so this is a big moment for him.
Yeah. So look, if the Bucks can somehow, basically the Bucks have to do what a lot of teams did to Brady and the Patriots for years: keep Mahomes off the field as much as you can.
It's what the Patriots did to the Rams a few years ago in the Super Bowl. They had to keep Goff and Gurley and Woods and Cooks and Kupp off the field to have a chance, and they did so, and they won the Super Bowl. If they can implement what the Patriots did against the Rams, if Brady can do it again to another all-time great offense, he'll be looking at another ring, or at least putting himself in a position to do so. But man, the Chiefs are explosive. They're just, I don't care how good the Bucs defense has been playing. They haven't played the Chiefs. And I know the Packers offense is great. I know the Saints, when they're right, are awesome. And look, kudos to them. They did a great job against both of those teams, but this is a different animal, man. This is an all-time great offense.
El Bongo says, look up the square toe kicking shoe. I might do that. Mockingjay, that like was for Tommy. Don't get cocky, bro. Brother Phil, I hear you, brother. Like, I wish we had that control, but we don't make the rules like quarter length and stuff. It's a great idea. I'm not dismissing that one bit. I'll put it to you this way: everything's under consideration to make these sims better, for sure. In terms of the actual play of Madden, like quarter length and rosters and updates. I hear you, man, for sure. Wilson fumbles again. Lyman bails him out. Oh, man.
Wow. Okay.
Carter Robinson, one of our regulars in the chat. Carter, you want to head to DK_assist. DraftKings is indeed refunding folks for NBA in regards to the Denver-Detroit game that was canceled minutes before tip-off. DraftKings, this is the main key here. DraftKings says, we will be issuing all users in our classic snake draft and night slates who drafted a player from this postponed game with the difference between entry fees and winnings. So, for example, Carter, if you had $10 worth of entry fees in affected contest tonight and win $5, you will be credited with an additional $5 DK dollars. Just wanted to remind folks if you missed that news. And if you want to get the written version, the print version, you can get it over on Twitter at DK_assist, the DraftKings CX team.
I also retweeted it from at your boy TC Fresh, BOI TC Fresh.
I'm just gonna retweet it. Boom. Perfect. Good idea. BJ_Glash and your boy TC Fresh.
It's your boy.
Cough with another text. I legit can't stop laughing about this. That was his text. I hate him. I don't hate him, but I hate him right now. Just that smile. It's not even about the money. You know what Sarah said to me at one point? Do you want me to just give you $5? It's like, there's nothing to do with that.
It's not. No. But yes, I'll take the $5.
3rd and 6. Got to get to the 6 for a first down. Wilson, end zone, touchdown. Philip Dorsett, revenge touchdown.
There he is in both of our lineups. I'm telling you, man, he has a factor on these things.
Philly. Well, I was in 140th. That should help.
Oh, yeah. Let me check the old lineup here. Let's check it out. 8th touchdown for Dorsett. I'm in 97th.
I'm in 81st.
He wants $5.
Brother Phil, Glashy, did you see what Steve Spagnuolo did to the high-flying 16-0 Pats offense with Moss, dropping 50 burgers on everybody? Held him to 17 in the Super Bowl, then held him to 14 in another. All right. Go Chiefs, man.
It's a good point, though. I mean, he has shut Brady down in Super Bowls, so
he was Spagnuolo was with the Rams 2 years ago. Or is he? Oh, no. He's talking about both Giants Super Bowls.
Correct.
But Spagnuolo has been he was, where else was he before
We're
Kansas
pulling up
City?
the old resume here.
Cool. Because I think he was somewhere, it was Giants, somewhere else, then Kansas City.
Yeah, he was the Giants DC in 07. Then he was the head coach of the Rams from 09 to 11.
Okay.
DC of the Saints in 12. Defensive assistant with the Ravens in 13. Secondary coach for the Ravens in 14. The DC of the Giants again from 15 to 17. Interim head coach for the Giants in 17. And now he's the DC for Kansas City. And it looks like he's really found a nice sweet spot for himself. I don't know that he's going to get another head coaching opportunity in this league, but because it went really, really poorly here in St. Louis.
Yeah.
But he's building a little something in KC.
So to his point, he makes a good point to illuminate Brother Phil's point. In 14, the Pats had to do the double pass to even. They had to come back down 14 twice against the Ravens.
I don't think I've ever freaked out more. Maybe the 2014 interception by Malcolm Butler, but the double pass, I just tackled my buddy in the living room. Just tackled him. I freaked out.
Was pretty awesome.
It was amazing, and no one saw that coming. And then it kind of became a little bit of a staple of their offense over the next few playoff runs.
Right. That's what it took, though, to get the Pats like some life offensively. So that's a good point by Brother Phil. Good point. But Tom overcomes a lot. So we'll see. See what happens. Should be a great game.
He's also won 6 Super Bowls. I think it's important to remember that.
Yep.
But I'm picking the Chiefs, just straight up. If I have to pick a winner, I'm picking Kansas City. My head says KC, my heart says Brady, but how can you pick against Kansas City right now? They never lose.
Yeah. Are you ready, though, mentally? And maybe I'm really opening a can of worms here for this fourth quarter. Are you ready for the Mahomes?
We're already in it. We're in it. We're in it already.
You ready for that? If he wins?
Even if they lose the Super Bowl, we're already there.
He's
25.
He deserves it. He's that good.
Totally. He's an offsides away from having been to three straight Super Bowls. If D Ford does not line up offsides in that AFC Championship game, they beat the Patriots. Like, people forget that.
You know what I need? You know what I need on Sunday? If the Bucs were going to lose, I need the game to go to overtime, and I need Brady to lose the coin flip, because then I can say, oh, well, Mahomes only won because they won the coin flip. Guess that evens out when back in the AFC Championship when Brady won the coin flip.
I love it. Yeah, because everyone says that. Yeah, 100%. Oh, it's not even fair. Brady just won the coin flip.
Yeah, I need that. So if the Bucs are going to lose, I need it to be overtime and the Bucs lose the coin flip, because it's like, oh, well, Tom didn't get to touch the ball, but Tom didn't get to touch the ball, guys. Well, I don't want to hear about Mahomes, but Tom didn't get to touch the ball. because I can use that.
I love the stupid arguments.
If it was the other way around, and Brady won in overtime. Well, Mahomes didn't touch the ball. Mahomes didn't touch the ball.
Mahomes didn't touch the ball.
Degenerate Gambler says it's better for football if the Bucks win. I don't know about that.
Why? I'm curious why he thinks that.
Yeah, please elaborate.
Maybe he thinks just, Brady getting the 7th ring, putting him past Jordan. Now football has America's greatest athlete undisputed.
He says because then Brady can retire. I think the opposite.
Oh, yeah, right. There's no way Brady retires.
Brady said today in his press
play until
availability.
he's 50 or something. Yeah, it's something crazy.
I don't know if he dropped 50, but he was open to playing beyond 45.
Yeah. Or I think it was my buddy texted me a story from a few years ago where Brady told Troy Brown back in 2005 he was going to play until he was 50 years old or something crazy like that.
That's nuts.
Which, of course, his health and ability to play will determine all of that, but he hasn't really shown retirement level regression. It's a matter of him deciding if he wants to play anymore. The minute he regresses, I think he retires. He said as much a few years ago.
Right.
He's like, when I suck, I'll stop playing.
You want my quick, though, unbiased take? I think you're right. What the Chiefs have proved not just this year, last year too, they can win in a variety of ways. Tampa has a formula. They need to play with the lead. They will take chances, which is something that is new to the life of Tom Brady in terms of the no risk it, no biscuit thing. But at any moment, Kansas City can go down 9-0 to Buffalo. They trailed in all 3 of their playoff wins last year. So Tampa, and I'm not saying we cannot get Tampa in trouble for something it hasn't done yet, which is get behind, and can they come from behind? I don't know if they can keep up with that team, though. I just think Kansas City can win in so many different ways. That's why they, rightfully so, are the favorite and deserve the edge coming in, because they can just win in so many different ways.
So I just want to throw this stat out there because I know people talk about, the Chiefs seem unbeatable when Patrick Mahomes is starting, blah, 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 blah. But I don't think this specific number is talked about enough. His record as a starter, postseason games and regular season games combined, as the starting quarterback for the Chiefs, last 3 seasons, 44-9.
Oh, wow.
That's bonkers.
Oh, they give him a touchdown. Holy cow, Damiere Byrd.
Right. Ooh,
I did
that
not
dance.
think he was in. Wow.
See a replay on that.
Oh, he came back for it.
I don't know.
Wow.
I want a bird's eye view there.
Yeah. Bird.
You see what I did there? I'm glad.
Yeah, it's good.
Glad you picked up on it.
They're not going to review it.
All right, cool. PAT. Tied ball game.
All right, Edge 95.
Overtime?
Edge 95 is asking who scored. So for Seattle, Edge 95, Chris Carson rushing touchdown, Philip Dorsett receiving touchdown. And for the Patriots, Bird there a moment ago, and Cam Newton threw one to, who's got the other one? Asiasi, right?
Bird and Asiasi, oi, oi, oi.
Okay.
Those are the touchdowns.
Lucci Rivera says at TC Fresh, by that logic, Brady or Jordan wouldn't still be the GOAT because Bill Russell has 11 championships.
Blah, 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 blah. Modern day, Bill Russell, I love the guy. I'm a Celtics honk, but he won 11 championships in an era where there were 10 teams. It's different.
Oh, it's way different.
He was 6'9", and he was the most dominant center in the league.
He was dunking on 6'5" dudes who played for the Syracuse Nationals.
Him and Wilt Chamberlain were the only legitimate big men in the NBA at that point. It's just different. Sorry. If Wilt and Bill both played today, they'd be all-stars. But I don't think Bill Russell's winning 11 championships.
Mockingjay 2020. Someone write this down or copy it. Goff will win at least 3 Super Bowls in Detroit.
Are you a Detroit fan? Are you a Cal fan? Do you just hate Stafford for some reason? Big Dan Campbell fan? Like, what's the logic there? Because that roster is not going to look the same. If they're to win a Super Bowl in the next 3 years, it's going to look dramatically different in Detroit. Are you a big believer in Chris Spielman? Like, what are we doing with that prediction?
Working 6 to 7, but now it's almost 11. I added that part.
Nice.
Can TB come from behind? You got to specify if Tom Brady or Tampa Bay.
Well, both would make the same point in this scenario.
This is true. Mockingjay, it's getting late and I'm bored. Ignore me. That's great. Stir the pot. I love it. Among many reasons, I'd also like to point to their first meeting. Yes, they met in week 12. That smelled like a blowout and got real tight. So yes, it is possible. I'm confused.
Look, both offenses are great.
Yeah, but working 6 to 7, you acknowledge that Tampa just scored like garbage points at the end. Kansas City had control of that game in the first quarter. Like Tyreek Hill had 200 yards receiving in the first quarter.
Yes,
if that happens on Sunday, forget about it.
Chiefs took their foot off the gas, and that's not happening in the Super Bowl. Like, if they're in a position to blow the Bucs out and not make it a game like they were in week 12, they will do so. That was more of, the Chiefs playing conservative down the stretch there. That allowed the Bucs to come back.
And can I also, to that note, can we just also acknowledge, you can't just look at the final score of the games here down the stretch for Kansas City. They won some really, really difficult games on the road. They beat Tampa on the road. They beat New Orleans on the road. There's another one in there. They beat someone else on the road.
They beat the Packers at Lambeau in the NFC Championship game.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, they've got some quality wins. You look some of the box scores, it's because there were garbage time touchdowns at the end by the opposition.
That Washington playoff win is no joke either. That defense was hot.
For who? For Tampa?
Yeah, to go into Washington with Chase Young and those dudes playing.
I'm talking about Kansas City. I was talking about Kansas City's road wins down the stretch. They beat Tampa on the road, beat New Orleans on the road.
Oh yeah, the Chiefs had I mean, they were 15-1. Well, whatever, 14-2. They won every game that mattered this season, other than that weird Raiders game, right? Yeah. I mean, they had that come from behind win against the Chargers early in the year, where they kind of just pulled that out of thin air. Yeah, I mean, they had an incredibly impressive season.
Working 6 to 7. Go watch the highlight. The game was over. Tampa Bay wasn't moving the ball in the first half. I was talking about Kansas City.
And also think about how much longer. Yeah, I screwed him up. That was week 12. It's the Super Bowl. To say Tampa is clicking on a different level right now. What have they won? 8 straight games? 7 straight games? Since that loss.
Yep. 14 all, 3:30 left. Somehow, Asiasi makes the catch. What's he at now for yards?
Let me check. Oi.
4 for 46. So tonight's buzzword, I was thinking, we're 4 minutes away from the buzzword. I hope we get there. I was thinking Venmo in the spirit of Koff. Maybe this will inspire Koff to get a Venmo.
I see no reason why someone would not have a Venmo at this point. It just makes life so much more convenient because so many people have it. It's just a very easy money transfer app. I know that people still wire money. I know certain banks have certain programs in place that you can use through their app. But Venmo's universal at this point. Just hop aboard, baby. It's 2021. Get with the times.
Bad Boys of Pop. Legit question. You guys both do a bit of a stutter when starting statements. I do that as well. Is that a sign of a great commentator? I'm feeling hopeful.
Yeah, I think it is. You see what I did there?
Yeah, that was good. I think honestly, it's because I get really excited to read your comments. But I also remind myself, like, I have to read it all the way through in case there's something like a no-no or a bad word in there. So I start reading, and I'm like, oh, wait a second. I got to stop and read the whole thing before I get in trouble. Michael Rogers, Koff doesn't have a bank account. All cash, baby.
That's actually hilarious because...
Koff's money is actually arcade tickets.
It's just all Dave & Buster's power card tokens.
and he dishes them out evenly to all of his dolls. He takes each of the arcade tickets and wedges them between each DVD.
I will say this. I worked with a pretty prominent broadcaster. I won't say which network.
Okay.
Where the person was so worried about how they would spend their own money that they allowed their wife to handle all of their finances, and their wife would leave them a small bit of cash on the kitchen table every day as an allowance.
Wow.
Refused to handle their own finances. So there's people out there that just don't want anything to do with their money.
Lewis Daniel, LD, Gets Some, is in first place in our free roll. Wergy 2 is in second. So, hey, should we do a moment of silence for Screech? I found out who Screech is.
Ooh, that's a good point. Yeah. We talk a lot about that show on these Sims, too.
Now, do you think it's worthy of shouting his name or just be silent?
No, it's shouting Screech, which was his character. I feel like not really.
Oh, no, tell me. I'm asking. I
think we should go silent, yeah.
Okay. Fine,
Lung
we'll go
cancer.
silent. Screech had cancer. I know, it's terrible.
44 years old.
So please participate in the chat as well. We're less than a minute from the buzzword.
Thank you for those reminding us late there. We probably would have yelled something stupid.
Yeah, they were telling me about it in the 6 o'clock, and admittedly, I don't watch the show. I'm just being honest, so I don't really know. But now I know. So it's 10:59. We will pause now. Moment of silence for Dustin Diamond, otherwise known as Screech. All right. Thank you, everybody. I hope that moment did it for you.
Saved by the Bell, one of those shows that a lot of people that grew up in the 90s, they idolized that show. Personally, I think I was a little too young for it. I've never seen it. But as many people on this DK Sim Always Here probably know, I did used to sing karaoke with Principal Belding every Tuesday during my semester while living in Los Angeles. So that is my connection to Saved by the Bell. So I honor Screech in that way.
Luke Murphy, just to try and transition to a lighter note, says, I can't imagine what Glash and Tom look like in the Zoom window, just not talking and looking at each other awkwardly. Well, we're in here. We have producer Michael, Asher and Jim from Ops, Andrew, our technical director. And, when you're talking, I like right now I'm looking at you.
Yeah, I'm looking at
on my
Glash right
monitor
now.
to my left. I'm not looking in the camera. I'm looking to the left because I've got the game on here in the chat.
Yeah. Hi.
Hey, man. Good energy in the sim.
Good vibes, good energy. Keep that same energy.
Are we going to do overtime?
Yes.
Come on, Cam Newton. Can you put him in field goal range?
You're asking Cam Newton to do anything football related at this point?
Hey, Nick Folk was a weapon in real life.
Oh, the folk hero.
Todd lived for Sundays. I didn't mind the college years. Was better than ... Guys, not a problem. Thank you for being here for Madden After Dark. Cam's going to spread them out. 2 wide to the right, 2 to the left, 2nd and 8. He will deliver incomplete. I kind of want overtime. This sim's gone by too quick.
Man, I've been calling way too many overtime games lately.
Carter Robinson. Hold on, guys. Bruce Arians did not change his offense until after week 9. He started letting Brady use the motion to find out what the defense was, and then when it changed. Well, they lost 2 straight to go to 7-5. Granted, the Chiefs are a good team that they lost to.
Field goal range for the folk hero.
Yep. Edelman, I almost said Amendola. Amendola was in the news today. Did you hear about that?
Yeah, you saw him? Yeah, oh my God, what a baby. Get out of here with that. You're still so salty.
Second time he's done that.
From here. I know, just go away. You're useless to me now.
Well, he was great.
Useless to me now, I say.
Pats still have 2 timeouts. They're going to run some more plays. Got to get closer for the folk. Oh, Sony Michel. Gains 2. What a run.
Playoff Danny. It's because he stunk in the regular seasons.
I would say, I think you're right. Carter, I know what you mean, because I think they had to make some adjustments by mid-season. It's not like they just turned on a switch. They played really bad opponents those final 4 weeks of the season. And, of course, they've won 3 in a row in the playoffs. All right, this is makeable now. 43.
Come on, folk hero.
Imagine the Pats don't call timeout. Imagine the Pats don't call timeout. Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. What, has anything like that ever happened? I feel like that doesn't happen. Jordan K., we're talking about Amendola, not Edelman. No, Amendola wasn't speaking the truth. I'm sorry. He's wrong. Like, the Patriot way, he left when Brady left. No. Look, Brady was fantastic, but the Patriot way allowed Brady to have a roster top to bottom full of guys that were high-level players for 20 years. So don't hit me with that. That's just bogus. And yeah, he goes to Tampa and they go to the Super Bowl. That's because he parachuted in on the team that he felt like was closest if they just added him. Tampa Bay is not going to be able to replicate what the Patriots did in any way.
Here we go. Oh, that's easy money. Bam. That's
folk hero. Sorry, I had to get on my soapbox there for a second because Amendola made me mad today.
Working 6 to 7. I read this through, and it's a fair point. Glash, you gave advice to not just look at the scoreboard. I did say that. Now take some yourself. Watch the full game and not just Hill's awesome first quarter. Garbage points? It was 27-24 with under 5 minutes to go. Okay, let me put it to you this way. If you get down like that to that team,
it's over.
It's over. Yes, there was still time on the clock. Could they have won the game? Yeah. Yes. They only, in the regular season, Tampa had, I think, 1 come from behind win, which was against Atlanta. In Atlanta, final month of the year. They've been a front-running team all season. Now, have they been great in the postseason? Have they tightened it up? They've scored first. They're playing with the lead. They're winning on the road. I mean, that Heineke kid was the one that scared me the most, honestly, in terms of how the game went
XFL, baby, go Battlehawks. Caw-caw.
And let me tell you this, too. Breeze played like crap. Rodgers did not take advantage of interceptions / golden points in the game to win that football game.
Opportunities to run it in. Yeah, absolutely.
So I think the Bucs offense deserves a lot of credit for the win against the Saints. And that the whole team, the defense too. The defense has been outstanding this whole run. Green Bay, that game, in my non-biased opinion, that game last 2 weeks ago, whatever it was, Green Bay hosting Tampa, that was more about Green Bay not capitalizing and cashing in on Tampa's lack of taking advantage of their field position at times.
Yep, absolutely. Tampa let them back in the ball game.
This team coming up this Sunday is just a different beast.
Agreed.
Different beast.
Agreeable, Tommy.
So, all right. But that's a good, you're right. It's true. You know, I said, don't look at the scoreboard. I just think Kansas City, a lot of their games this year, talking Kansas City now, a lot of Kansas City games, you look and go, wow, they played a lot of close games. Have they taken their foot off the gas? Well, a lot of points being scored in these KC games have been at the end by the other team because they were kicking their butt early in the game.
I was wondering if I could see the quarterback stats again, if that would be okay, before I hand out my Krusty Kaufman player of the game. Yeah, you know what? I want to give it to Cameron. Mr. Cam Newton. I know he didn't get the bonus, but 2 touchdowns, led the drive that led to the game-winning field goal from the folk hero. Got to give it to my man Cam. Congratulations. You get the wooden nickel. If you're ever in St. Louis, it's a free soft serve ice cream cone.
We didn't even talk about this, but I'm starting to wonder maybe he's back next year.
Hey, not to tease my podcast too much, but Andre Tippett said as much on Great Day in Nation. Andre Tippett is a member of the Patriots front office. So we'll see if that ruffles any feathers up in the Boston area when that drops on Wednesday.
Talking to a couple of Boston kids.
Yeah,
I'll tell you guys this, the talk radio and the reporting around here, there's a strong possibility Cam Newton is back here next year, which is just like, oh my God, are you serious?
Yeah, well, what else? What else is out there?
Great guy, great teammate, but
yeah, he says all the right things. Oh, he's here early. Can he throw?
I don't know if he can throw.
Yeah, it's a problem.
Yeah, like I said, what if we throw in, what if I give them this ball and Cam for Watson?
We'll give him Patty Chung, Burkhead when he's healthy, and we'll throw in Marcus Cannon and a couple of third rounders.
You can have Marcus Cannon, and we'll even give you the guy Marcus Smart from the Celtics. He'll fit in great with the Rockets.
Yeah, he's a good locker room guy. Now Harden's not there. Perfect.
I got to admit, I stole this from B. Don Walk at the 6 o'clock sim. He's like, what if you just trade, what did he say? He said something like trade Marcus Smart for someone else, but it was an NFL trade. It was good. All right. Did we do the Not My Kid award?
No. It's a good question. I am going to give it to Tyler Lockett.
I put him in the captain spot. Didn't do anything.
Nothing.
1 catch, 10 yards.
Stinker.
Yeah. That's it. Not cool. All right. That's it. Let's give you the schedule for tomorrow, and we'll get the heck out of here. And then we can all celebrate the refunds and maybe some winnings if you did not roster Nuggets or Pistons. There was justice today in these final hours of the night. And there are certain people, I won't name names, I hope they get a bad sleep tonight.
I think he's going to rest easy, my friend.
He doesn't sleep anyway, so it's probably fine.
It's true.
He's already dissecting his NHL build for tomorrow that he's going to send out.
Gonna get my request at 7:30 a.m. Central.
All right, here we go. So to start the day, speak of the devil, Kaufman will be with Reed tomorrow at noon. Rams at the Panthers. Oh, great. More galloping chicken talk. At 2 p.m., Koff will be with Christian DeAndrea, Ravens at the Vikings. 4 p.m., Dolphins at Cardinals. Jason Rossi will step into the host chair with Christian. 6 p.m., Lions at the Chargers with Rossi and Kenny Ducey. And then I'll be here tomorrow night at 8 and 10 p.m. Eastern. Steelers at Cowboys at 8. Raiders at the Colts for Madden After Dark. I'll be with Brandon Cristal. No Emerson. What's up with Emerson? I hope everything's okay. he was supposed to work today earlier, and then I think something came up. So, Mockingjay, yeah, you're right. And that's something I got into with BK earlier about Kansas City has a COVID issue.
Yep. Demarcus Robinson, I believe.
Yeah.
And one other player, not as significant, but
the center.
Definitely someone to keep an eye on as we head into Super Bowl Sunday. Not significant from a DFS perspective, I should say.
Right. The center was a factor, right?
Right. But again, you're not rostering centers. We were talking from a DFS perspective earlier.
Got it. I just mean but Kilgore, the center, is near Mahomes, and
of course.
So we shall see. That's news you guys obviously are monitoring throughout the week, the KCO line, because that, and of course this COVID news, which impacts the game significantly, of course, because Mahomes is important, as we know. All right, thank you to our great team. Asher and Jim from Game Ops, producer Michael, Andrew, our technical director, Tommy, Freeze Pops, good stuff, buddy. I think we're back Wild Weather Wednesday. Is that the deal?
Let's go. Wednesday night, baby. We're back.
Madden After Dark, Falcons, Titans. We'll be back together. You'll have cough the one before that. Cool.
Yes.
All right, fellas. You all have a good night. Thank you for tuning in and putting up with us. Just remember, keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. So if you all have an Adam Kaufman in your life and he drove you nuts in head-to-head, keep them close to your heart because you feel sorry for them. That's all I have to say. Good night.
We love you.
Bye.